fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was... No! Fuck you! No! Don't hurt her! Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I... Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the problem.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his pool water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? Give me a second. I kind of fucked up some stuff. Aussie Lemonade, White Femboy Monster. Well, like I said in the Discord, all terrible choices. All of them miserable. I'd probably go with the Switch. At least that sounds okay. What up? How you doing? What up, Benji? Is it drama day, react day, or gaming day? Yes, Dubba. This is gonna be a very long stream. This is gonna be a very fucking long stream today. To make up for the fact that I had to fuck off. And your regularly scheduled retardation that happened on Monday got interrupted. Now, I have to do something quick. Right? Because I didn't have time to check this before I started. I had to I need to do a run through of all my camera angles to make sure everything's working. So we'll start here. Okay. White balance completely off. That's fucked. Great. Fantastic. That's at least working. I can throw that out there. That's just trash. The Elgato's working. Thank God. Secondhand piece of shit. Sometimes breaks. Be right back screen. Is that working? Okay, good. That's working. The React screen's working. This screen is working. Shitty camera's working. Thank God. And... Ooh, I didn't move this back. Fuck. I knew I forgot something. I knew I forgot something. And then the ball cam. Oh, sorry. I just left my hammer hanging out my pants like that. Excuse me, my bad. My favorite pair of pants have a big hole in them. It made me sad. I don't want to buy new pants. No, it was an actual hammer. So, 3 hours of drama react, 30 minutes of gaming. Ashura, you don't have to insult me by being that correct, okay? How dare you? If I have things my way, it'll be 3 hours of all the bullshit I want to get through, followed by like 5 to 6 hours of just playing Guild Wars 2. Today is the day I need to get into Heart of Thorns. I finally get to see what that expansion looks like, but my autism has instructed me that I need to do something first before we get into anything else. Because last time I was playing Mechabellum, and I didn't get to finish my fucking game. I didn't get to show you my build. And I'm so proud of my build. I want to claim this build before other people figure it out. This build has been carrying me into Diamond. Like, I'll log in, play like two brawl matches a day, win both, and leave. That's how good it's been. Is that a samurai shirt ready for your special hat? Yes. Though, to be honest, as far as I'm aware, Dubba, I should probably save this for Secrets of the Obscure. Or what's the Ching Chong expansion in Guild Wars 2? And sorry, you will get the TTS back event. The people at Tangier, but they've got bigger things to do than deal with a literal nobody, unfortunately. End of Dragons, that's the one. I'm wondering if I should do a cost play for each expansion, but I have no idea. For I honestly have no idea what I would wear for Heart of Thorns. So, I'm going to show you my build. Specifically because I saw that Super was nagging me in the Discord about how to play Brawl. So we're going to do a few builds quick. I'm going to relax. I'm going to get into the flow of things. Smoke some crack. Get into it. Then we'll start with the drama. How does that sound? Vietnam soldier, get up, or full twigger. I'll go twig face. How's that sound? I'll get some brown face paint. I'll call myself Justin Trudeau, the Canadian president cosplay. I'll see if I don't get like fucking blown off of Twitch for that shit. We'll play some brawls though. I know you asked for me to send you my builds for Brawl. But literally, think about this. The way people think you win Brawl and the way Brawl actually works are two different things, right? The way you win Brawl in Mechabellum is by having the most units. People think you win Brawl by beating the opponents. That's not how that works. Beating the opponents is secondary to having the most units on the board when the timer runs out. But this is what I generally run for Brawl. Right, you'll notice it's pretty standardized, not very difficult, right? The only thing I suggest is if you're gonna go mass wasp, Ignite is underrated, especially since it kills healing. This shit is so good. Tropical switch is crap. Well, it's not my fault. Look, you gave me 3 shitty choices. What do you expect? But we'll get to Heart of Thorns later. Don't you worry, Dog Rock. Also, fuck the ads. I've tried to dial down the ads on Twitch again as much as possible. But unfortunately, I have next to no control over that. I've put them on the lowest setting possible. But Twitch just fucking hates you. So I'm not even kidding when I say you'd get a better experience if you went to Kick. Which is... that's a hell of a fucking sentence to say. Or YouTube. I can't believe I can fucking say that sentence. It's ridiculous. What a fucking thing to say. In my opinion, it's better to just make dedicated ad breaks so it doesn't disrupt it for the people. The problem is, Dog Rock, I refuse to comply with what Twitch tells me to do. Also, I fucking hate the idea of forcing you through an ad. Like, let me make you go through this so we cannot deal with it later. I hate that idea. Okay, so we're working with a sub-spec. Okay, my previous build that I wanted to show you guys, called the Secret Phoenix, kind of works with a supply specialist. So we will go with tech support from India here, and I'll show you what this looks like. Watching on YouTube anyway, can't stand that terrorist platform anymore. I do not blame you. Marson, literally the only thing that Twitch has going for it is the people on the platform, in my opinion. Ooh, look, we got the same setup as last time. That means we double missile. That'll get rid of that, that'll get rid of that, that'll get rid of these little shits. We want to go for Secret Phoenix, which means we want Phoenix up first. I could push something pretty hard here and get a Phoenix out on turn 1. But I don't think that's as valuable as I probably think it is, because it's just turn 1. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go for a symmetrical build currently. We're going to get the Rhino buff. We're going to Rhino drop. And we'll want to be facing away from this unit. So it's going to hit this tower and run off to that one. And there we go. We're good. I don't think I'll win this round because, generally speaking, steel balls and arc lights are not a good start. I'm willing to bet this guy has a better chance if he can make it through the arc lights. But no, we're picking up where we left off on Monday because it's annoying me. I never got to show you my fucking secret Phoenix build. What up, Jester? How you doing? Would you be getting certain units reveal your strategy too early? No, because think about it this way. No one sees Phoenix as a threat early game, right? Okay, so there's two ways actually. Here, let me make this clearer. There are two ways you can actually play Brawl, right? You can play Brawl where you look at everyone else's board and counter, or you can play Brawl like you're a gorilla in a china shop, where all you do is you aim at one build and you stick to that build. Now, this is the build in the china shop strategy that tends to work out pretty well, because what you think you're countering is not what you're actually countering with the Secret Phoenix. What happened on Monday? No, I just needed to deal with some stuff. I'd rather not say what happened on Monday, sure, not fully at least. Primarily because... fuck it, I suppose it's fine. You know, like I said, I don't exactly live in the best area. So police got involved. There's some people outside. You know. This wasn't like an issue that got, like, solved in a few seconds, unfortunately. And it fucked up the next day. Man, I was so depressed that I couldn't stream yesterday. It really fucked me up. Let's see. None of this is really valuable, but the haste module's free, so we'll stick with that. And what I need to cover Secret Phoenix is probably gonna be Chaff. But I'm looking at my board down here, and I think I'm best off with the Vulcan currently, because that's gonna knock down the most units and keep my Phoenixes alive for the longest period of time. Then we do that. And now this is the dirty trick that people don't realize about Brawl, is that what you're supposed to be looking for in Brawl is not what you think you're supposed to be looking for. Because people like to upgrade their units. But you don't have to. If you're doing the Secret Phoenix build, a lot of the time, you don't have to upgrade a single fucking unit. And yes, I'm gonna keep on saying Secret Phoenix because it's my fucking build. God damn it. It's mine. I need to claim it before some piece of shit discovers this build and he's like, oh, I was the first one to innovate on it. Blah, blah, blah. No, fuck these people. I don't want to get rid of the arc lights this turn because that'll knock it off. Barrow, this is Mechabellum. It's basically, think about this. Mechabellum, Barrow, is... How do I say this? Mechabellum is... It's an RTS for old people. It's like, you know when you don't have the skill anymore to keep a high APM? So, think about it this way. This is, yeah, turn-based RTS, basically. Think about it this way. This is the reason this game exists. Is there is a Chinese guy who loved playing strategy games. Particularly Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. And this Chinese guy noticed that he was getting older. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. The StarCraft inspiration's pretty obvious. He noticed he was getting older. He couldn't keep up his APM with them little kiddies who were just blowing the shit out of him. And so what he decided was, I'm going to make my own game that I can play as an old person. And this Chinese guy made one of the best turn-based strategy games I've ever seen in my fucking life. By himself. And he keeps updating it. He keeps on adding stuff. He keeps, like, making new skins. He's put no pay to win in the game. And everything you can get out of the cash shop. Okay, most of this sucks, but I'll take the tech research because that'll be valuable later. And I need chaff. I need things that allow the phoenixes to live longer. So I think I'm gonna go for the fire badges because that's 6 units. And we'll do that. We'll do that. We bump out 2 more phoenixes. Gonna put them over there. We'll do this. We'll get another phoenix out. And we will offset over there. Which place is the biggest threat currently? It's probably here. And then I'm gonna re-depot this backwards. Just so that one of these hackers at least hits something else first and my Vulcan has a longer chance of living. Like a longer lifespan. What's up, Keith? How you doing? In StarCraft 2 until Masters League, you can win games even with 100 APM, but if your macro is good. Yeah, but think about it this way, Allah. I think this is the way the Chinese guy who built this game works, is he once upon a time had insane APM skills. And as he got older, he started to notice his APM skills dropped off. And that must have hurt. Like, I don't have that problem because I was always shit at the game, right? I love RTS, but I'm shit at it. My APM has never been above, like, fuck, 120 at most. But if you've got skill, and you can feel yourself aging, that's gotta hurt a little bit. That's gotta do a little bit of damage to the ego. You'll see this guy in green is ahead, so every time one of my units knocks his down, I get free supply. But the idea here with Secret Phoenix is don't get in the lead. Don't be a threat. Let everyone else be a threat first. I suck ass at endless space. But are you having fun? That's the real question. So, I have an offer for you for as long as I don't send you any links to videos. Super Nashura can't post any videos, images, or links outside of Cesspool. Have you got them to agree to it? Okay, all of this is worthless except the Wraith, so I'm gonna take that. And even that's kind of like, eh. Tarantula's only good early game. Sabertooth I can at least use to tank hits. So we'll go for a symmetric build, which works out better for Secret Phoenix. Then we'll dump down a ton more phoenixes. And we'll see if we get lucky. And what I mean by getting lucky, particularly with the secret phoenix build, is if you can get the... Let's put up defense as well. Who's in the lead? Red. Red's in the lead. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna need to drop my Wraith over here in hopes that these units track these first. Right, but you see I can upgrade these units, right? I could upgrade them for supply, but I'm not going to. It's a waste of time. Ooh, what I should do is that. Get some supply back. Fuck them agreeing to shit. I'm doing this for me. It'll be funny. Like I said, you gotta get them to agree to it. Because you know what'll happen, Jimmy, is you'll tell me to do that, and I'll forget on day 2. I don't have the brain power to remember shit. My Phoenix is gonna get fucking destroyed this round because hard counter is the Mustang. Because they'll post the link and I'll click on it anyway. Just because I can. Oh, man. Yesterday fucking sucked for me though. I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I'm not modding you, Devless. I'm not modding anyone. The idea behind modding is there's 4 people who are modded on my channel, right? And if I was ever to make anyone else a mod, I would want to pay them money to do that. Because you are doing work, and guess what? This isn't 4chan. You're not going to be a janitor for free. Ooh. Ooh, orbital javelin's good. What other chaff can I put down here? I need things that clear out small units. But these are highly upgraded units, so I'm not gonna look that gift hooker in the teeth. We're just gonna take her. Gonna take her home, scrub her down, put some makeup on her, pretend that she's a loving GF, and go to town on her. I mean, of course, we're gonna make her mow our lawn afterwards. It's just natural that you do that. Let's see. Red's getting ahead. He's got a nice spacey chunk of units here that I can get some free supply off of. What's going to be the biggest threat is probably that arc light there with all those upgraded units behind it. And we can get rid of this arc light because it's worthless. Now watch this, right? Watch what happens here. See, he put up a shield, knowing these units are in danger. But I chose the orbital javelin, which ignores shields. It's just gonna knock the fuck out of all these units here. This poor man is about to lose his entire left flank. And it's gone. And that's free supply for me. That's why you always attack the leader in Brawl. Mod used to mean hip and groovy. Mod now means, at least in Reddit terms, it now means you're borderline retarded and you work for free. And it also means you're likely to be on the news at some point in your future for pedophilia. That's what it currently means. It's how language shifts over time, unfortunately. So let me turn this goddamn audio down here. Jesus. It's a bit loud. Sounds like the fucking Palestinian conflict here. So now's where Secret Phoenix should start picking up a little bit of speed. See, we did a little bit better there. Not enough to break through this. Damn, this guy's still in the lead. Those marksmen are doing work. That's fine, we'll fix that soon. Is Reddit the worst place to mod? I'm sure there's some fucked up porn boards that are way worse. Oh, that would be so good if we got the miniature one, but we didn't, unfortunately. I think my best option here is probably Underground Threat. We're not getting what I want out of this, so I'm going to wait one more round and then I'm going to buy it myself, which will be annoying. But hey, sometimes that's life. And then I've got to start upgrading my units like fucking crazy. Oh wait, I've already hit mass unit manufacture. So I can start upgrading now. So now we get range, we get the energy shield, and then we get the electromagnetic shot. And I think I'm gonna put this over here just to be annoying. What can I get rid of? What's a low ranking unit that's useless? Probably the steel balls. Fuck it, we'll upgrade this unit because it's got an item on it. And I'll put one of these down just so the missile slows down the movement speed of all those. So it doesn't just knock down this tower immediately. So I'm starting to get to the massive amount of phoenixes that I need. I'm starting to get the unit supply I need. And so in the next cards, if I don't get the war factory, which is when I need the war factory, then I'll do the final upgrade on the Phoenix, and then I'll buy the war factory, which I don't like doing. It's suboptimal. And the worst part about Secret Phoenix is that you kind of need to get lucky with getting the war factory card, and most of the time you do get it, but every now and then you don't. Ugh. But you'll see, these phoenixes will keep respawning. Now that they've got a shield on them, they'll last longer. They'll outrange most other things. They're getting to like a critical mass where they get to be so fucking annoying because no single unit can deal with them. And they'll do a slow fly to each little tower, knock everything down, and I'll start creeping up the ranking now. So there we go. I think I'll win this round. Now we just need the war factory to finish this off. I hope I didn't win too early and reveal myself as a threat, but I don't think so. Okay. Come on, war factory. That's all we need. So, oh, there it is. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. Okay. We go for efficient maintenance. We go for Phoenix production. Right? I'm going to get the EM shot, which is unfortunate that we have to waste a round getting that when we've got such a lovely war factory here. Now I'm gonna just drop out of those steel balls. We're gonna get one more Phoenix stack over here. And now I'm just gonna buy war factories. Every fucking round it's war factories from now on. It's war factories all the way down. And I'm going to try and place this Wraith so that everything ignores it. Can I farm some extra units off this side? Yes, probably. There we go. That's all we needed. Now I should be able to insta-gib anyone with this build. That war factory card on round 7, usually you get it like round 6 or round 7. But if you get the war factory card, immediately upgrade it with, you know, reduced maintenance so that you keep some supplies, and then you just shit out 1,000,000 phoenixes. The chat in Mechabellum is pretty entertaining. The chat in Mechabellum is one of the best parts of this game because it's completely unmoderated. It's all these people just losing their fucking shit. I have heard such wild shit in here. I've seen abortion debates. I've seen people talking about what it would be like to rape Trump. A lot of people writing their fan fictions about seeing Trump having sex with Kamala Harris. I think it was just the other day, actually, that I saw someone who was in the chat in Mechabellum saying how angry they were because they took out like a $5,000 bet with their friend that before Joe Biden finished his term as president, that he was going to shit his pants live on stage, point into the crowd, and yell racial slurs at black people. And he said it's bullshit that it didn't happen because they replaced him with a body double, according to him. So he said he should have won by default. But his friend refused to accept that, which was pretty great. That's not something you expect to see. But it was pretty fun. Okay, so we're not at Mass Phoenix yet, but we're getting there. I think I've just revealed what a threat I am, which is unfortunate. This guy might actually win. We might actually place second here. But that's okay. Placing second still means your rank increases. Let's see. Orbital bombardment. That sounds good. Which means we need to think about the fact that they're going to have an orbital bombardment. We're going to skip that. We are going to put down 2 shields. There and there. And 2 war factories. 1 here. 1 here. We are going to get rid of... The Vulcan's now currently useless. And we're going to use the mobile beacon. We're going to drop our units back here. And we're going to use the mobile beacon to drop our units back here. Considering that I'm likely to be orbitally bombarded as well. It's round 8, so now we do a rapid resupply. We get extra range, we get extra mobility. Do I have enough for Phoenix? I don't. I don't like this guy's units. He's going to be a fucking problem. We're going to test this side of his defenses next. And you know what? We will take this Phoenix and we will jump him back here. Just for the sake of safety. We'll put up another shield. Let's see, did we get the orbital bombardment? No. He did. So someone else bought orbital. Who was it? Okay, Green. The guy who used his profile picture on fucking Steam. Oh, and then we got 2 others here. That's beautiful. That's right, fuck Green. This guy can fuck off. I don't like his build. He's in the way. Robot Mech TFT. Pretty much, yes. This is actually Robot Mech TFT with extra autism. Because if you can make a good build, you're solid in this game. You'll have a great time. This guy's actually a big threat to me. Those Mustangs are actually a real problem. But I should be okay. I should have enough damage coming out of the war factories that takes care of the Mustangs, and then my Phoenix units will deal with the rest. Look at that. And now we should have enough Phoenixes to deal with this and still be okay. And then this dumbass bought a mountain, but what he doesn't realize is you can't fucking shoot up with a mountain, so we win this round by default. There we go. And we got a whole bunch of extra resources off of him. I still think he might win, though. Let's see. Acid Blast is going to be a problem that I need to now think about. And fuck all these cards. Every single one of them can fuck off. 2 more. War factories. Over here and over here. Thank you very much. We will rapid resupply, enhance range, enhance mobility. We will... You know what I need to do? I need to take one of these and move it over here. And then I'm gonna get myself one extra phoenix because these things are gonna start being useless. So, extra phoenix, put him down here. Go over there. That guy doesn't have giant units. But this man does. For reference, actually I should put this here. Acid doesn't do good damage to small units, right? It just doesn't. It fucking sucks with that. However, what acid is really good at is dealing with giant units, which I have, which means I might get acided somewhere over here. Which means I probably want to do this. Just so that these two start blocking that war factory off. It delays their movement. Yeah, there it is. See that? That's going to be a problem. It's going to start knocking down my war factories. What I needed was fire, but that's fine. Any damage on these things is good damage. Oh, he got... Okay, that's even better. He got melting points. So those things are going to get fucked up by that. Which is good. It's great news. And now it's a game of seeing how long we last. And seeing how long this guy lasts by comparison. Now, one of the ideas that you might notice about Secret Phoenix in this game is Phoenixes get something called quantum reassembly, where you'll notice the Phoenix gets killed and it starts reassembling. Now, the reason you can go symmetrical with this build is because all these units, when they get kicked out in a group, they don't just disappear, they will teleport across the map to the nearest Phoenix and start respawning there. So they literally teleport themselves out of danger and then rebuild. That's what makes this build, this fucking thing so dangerous as a build. Do you know about the cleaner upgrade for the hounds? Yes. That's what I'm going to go for next on the acid. I'm just going to get one or two of them. I don't think I'll win this round. I had too much chaos from yellow over here who's panicking. He sees me as the biggest threat. And because yellow sees me as the biggest threat, he's targeting me. I mean, he's right to do that. Now it's for all the schmuppens. Ooh. Yes, please. Now's when shit's gonna get interesting, so I may lose this round. I may very well lose this round. But we're gonna see what we can do about this. You know what? We're gonna avoid the acid entirely over there. Do I want to... I'm gonna War Factory again. Obviously. And I think I can War Factory one last time. Yeah, we can War Factory one last time. That'll be good. The idea I'm going for here is getting out as many Phoenixes as possible. We're gonna sacrifice the entire left flank here. I mean the entire right flank. And I think that's all about that's about all I can do. I'm not gonna worry about this acid. This is gonna be more of a problem, but by the time these units get to the acid, most of them will have shit out as many Phoenixes as they get. Because what I really care about with the War Factories is the Phoenixes, not the fucking War Factories themselves. We're just... This is a breeding factory for Phoenixes. That's all this is. This guy fucked up all my plans because he's panicking. I can tell. He made too many Mustangs and then tried to switch it up with the melting points. So he really fucking panicked, I can tell. So hopefully the War Factories can deal with it. at least to some extent, while the phoenixes are born. And then my units will turn around and deal with this small group, hopefully. Or maybe not, holy shit. He may have had enough Mustangs. Oh, wait, nope. He's running out of Mustangs. He's nearly out. Nearly out of Mustangs. No, I'm dead. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Green wins this. Yellow got in my way. Oh well. But that's a secret Phoenix build. This is actually literally the first failure this build has had in the last month. And of course it happens on stream. Can't believe it. Oh well. At least I got to show off the build. That's all I cared about. Oh, I'm also in a higher MMR bracket, so I still gain MMR. Interesting. That was terrible, though. Oh well. Anyway, that's what I wanted to show off last time, when Ilgi was nagging me to show off a build. Now we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to all the dog shit, piece of shit, slop tube videos we gotta deal with today. Why don't post Let's Plays on the second channel? I'd watch that shit. I think I'll show you why. I've got this weird idea in my head, right, Ashura? That I'd like to keep my second channel, this channel, that's on YouTube for, like the stream stuff. And I want to show you something. Do you want to know where Let's Plays have gone? I want you to look at this. I was doing an analysis on his channel. I was actually, to be honest with you, what I was actually doing was I was watching his Yakuza playthrough. Look at Mukluk's main channel. Right? This is the stuff he does relating to his streaming. Third channel incoming. God, if I had the time. If this was my job, sure, why not? But it's not. Unfortunately, I have limited time and I still have to feed people in my house. Right? So, this is Mukluk's main channel, right? 102,000 subs. Not something to laugh at. Right? Pretty huge sub count, especially considering he's primarily a Guild Wars 2 player. A creator that big playing Let's Plays non-stop for years now, making videos consistently, doing everything right. Barely 9,000 subscribers. People do not watch Let's Plays anymore, sure. And I've tracked this across multiple channels. And the only reason I know this is because I was watching his Yakuza playthrough. So that's why I don't do Let's Plays. I feel like it would just go nowhere. And it would just be a waste of time. Apart from the Rad Brad, he's the OG playthrough guy. Yes, I think the space for Let's Plays is filled. Right? I don't think, unless you can offer something hyper-specific, that most people will not watch a Let's Play. They just won't. And I know this because I tried this out. My main channel, I used to do Let's Plays there, before I understood how YouTube worked. I did a Let's Play of Warcraft 3 after Reforged came out. I did a Let's Play of leveling a World of Warcraft character. I did a Let's Play of a game called Nordic Warriors. I did quite a few Let's Plays, and it's a waste of time for most people to do Let's Plays. Because no one really cares to watch them, let's be honest. There's a space specifically for people who do Let's Plays. and I don't think I have the skill required to do something like, as you said, the Radbrad. This guy right here has a very specific set of skills. And he will find your game, and he will play it. And there's nothing you can do to stop him. I'm watching Muck Spider-Man Let's Play, 0 views. Exactly. Also, what's up? Fuck me, I can barely read your name, Ravenstein. Thanks for the resub, you piece of shit. How dare you do this to me? But also, what's up? How you doing? I don't care about other streaming reacts. What do you mean, Reckless Banana? Meme edit Let's Plays are hot still. Video game donkey in demise. Yes, they are. But think about how much effort and work goes into that. So let's look at video game donkey quickly, right? I've done so much analysis and data on the back ends of these channels. Think about how much time Donkey puts into one video that is 3 minutes long. Right? This right here. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean.
But then Doom was Doom. Then Doom was Boom. And now Doom is Zoom. But where they were stupid was giving us a game with unlimited missions. Why would you upgrade to the new Dark Doom where you can't see anything when you could just play Doom 3 and get the same experience? Well, because Dark Ages Doom was set back in the day, back when you could do jokes that you can't do anymore. Dark Doom is a game that I was always gonna play, let's be real, but I wasn't counting down the seconds until this came out, you know what I'm saying? When I booted it up, I was like, yeah.
That's like 25% of the video. No, not even, sorry. That's like 15 to 20% of the video, right? Think how much editing went into that. Think how much script writing went into that. Think about how he had to play the whole game, how he had to go find the footage for the other Doom games. He had to go find the shitty Doom, which was the one based on Mars, which was more of a horror game than anything else. Think about, like, this guy probably has at least, he probably writes his scripts because his humor is very specific. But his editing and shit, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a team helping him. So that he can crank out these videos at a regular interval, especially with 7 mil subs. This is a lot of work for a 3-minute video. I mean, fuck it. Currently, I'm working on a video for Dune, and it's already spiraling out of control. How much shit I want to do for that video. It's already going out of control. It's going to take me like a month or 2. And no one's going to give a fuck about Dune anymore by the time I got that video out. But I care about it. That's why I'm going to do it. And then it's probably back to more Guild Wars 2 kind of stuff. Yeah. So, like, there's a space for it. But a lot of the time, you got to think about it this way. If there's a space for it, is that space filled by someone who's doing something better? Or can you do something in a way that is unique to you that no one else can? What do you think about Josh from Let's Game It Out? Fuck, I don't even know who that is. Hold on. Let me just close this. I don't even know who Josh is. That's me finding anime recommendations. That's Twitter. This was a bang of a video. I love making this with Benji. Benji was so fucking good at this shit.
I've been gone for a little while.
Whoops. Didn't mean to play that. What are you replying to here, Benji? You know what? Every now and then, I think Benji has been banned on Twitter because I see none of his posts. I think he's been shadow banned. Unless you, like, mention someone directly. What is this that you were replying to? Yeah. Okay.
Wait, did I just see Swole Benji? Bro, he's griefing the fucking game.
This is my edit. This is Mom, I'm on TV.
Like shit like this.
Mom, I made this. This is my edit.
Hey guys, it's Lupac back with another Albion Online video for you. And today we're going to find out how many hamsters can fit up Swole Benji's rectum.
What's on Swole Benji? Well, he's doing what I'm gonna do now, okay? We're a Yellow Sun Warrior right now.
Yes, take me, God.
I just killed. Hey, wait. Hey,
This is my edit!
this is the real
I
one.
don't believe it! Who the fuck's been spreading this dumb
Like,
shit
all
around?
this fucking retards content is very fucking lousy, manipulative lies. So
Listen to how mad the entire community is at Benji because he disagrees with them. It's the funniest shit ever.
here you have your answer, you fucking retard.
On, are you shitting me? Some ganking little shit. Really? Oh, it's you. Wow, okay.
You're replying to Soda Poppin. Wait, hold on. I missed a message there. Soda Poppin signed up for a month of Albion content. Aha! Okay, that's perfect. That's gonna be the funniest shit now. If he sees that video, I'll be so excited to see what he thinks about it. And whether he's just gonna be mad about it. And just, okay. Do you think that Soda Poppin will cuck out and just agree with the entire community? Or he's willing to be critical against the community? This is a genuine question. Are you familiar with the City of Heroes secret server debacle? No, not at all. If I'm going to play City of Heroes, then I'll care about it. And that's going to take me a while to get there. Hold on. Soda Poppin signed up, but he doesn't remember and seemed distraught about signing up. He seemed distraught about signing up. Okay, that's disturbing. Didn't need to see that on the timeline. Nothing worse than seeing that on a man's timeline, but okay. I don't see him mentioning it anywhere here. Let's see if he's ever mentioned it. You're taking me on a fucking side path here, on a side quest. Oh, okay, that got disturbing real fast. Thanks for the follow, Skyhawk Tour. It's good to see you're still out there and you're not in prison getting raped after that crypto scam. But, you know, give it enough time. They'll come for you. They'll come in you, too. What's this? Okay, wait. Hold on. Albion Online. Time to turn up the heat, the Crucible. A month-long showdown like no other. It's an all-out war for glory with a real-life Galatine pair. Okay. Interesting. Soda doesn't seem very happy. What is this?
Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is actually... Okay. I didn't know I was... Did I commit? Did I say I was going to do this?
Quinn69's involved! Oh, I'm a much bigger fan of Quinn. I'm going to be honest with you. Quinn's fantastic. I mean, just look, I'm going to say this nicely. It's so... I'm really impressed with Quinn69 in particular because, I mean, it's always good to see, like, people coming together to support the disabled community, right? It's always good to see that because I know he's a discount Australian, and by default they're all disabled. So it's really fun to see that, you know, even if you're completely disabled the way he is, people on Twitch will still support you. What a progressive and diverse platform this is. Okay, I asked because I wanted to tell you. So when the game shut down in 2012 within a week, someone leaked the server code database in the client to Leandro, who immediately spun up a server and kept it hidden for over 6 years. He had control over the subreddit and it was a secret invite only. They gaslighted people for years that there is no server until someone got banned and said, fuck it, I'll leak everything. After the leaks, they kept deleting postings and lying until HN literally doxed Leandro, threatened to kill him IRL to release what he had. They doxed him to the point they leaked the floor plan of his fucking house. Nice. Very nice. Well, that's interesting. I don't think he did anything wrong. A secret server? That sounds actually pretty awesome. I don't know the details, though. Even a retard can play ARPGs. You're right about that. You're fucking right about that. And that's why I play them off stream. God damn. Okay. So that's where Soda Poppin's going. After the wild success of his WoW content creation, he's slowly got dementia, doesn't know what he's gotten himself into, and is now involved in playing this game. I'd actually be interested to see what his take is on Albion Online, or whether he gets paid off by them. I suppose if you're a big boy, you got all the money in the world, so you can say what you want. But also, if you're a big boy, you don't want to be blacklisted like him. Interesting. Very interesting. Right. Now, where was I? Reason I say this is because SlopTubers are now making videos about to stop killing games like they can. Most Critical is one, and I have a clip of him admitting he played on the secret server for years. So if he really cared about preservation, then why did he play on the secret server for over a decade? Well, he would have played on the secret server because it preserved a game that he enjoyed. Doesn't that make sense? He cared about the game not being killed, and so he wanted to play the game, and so he got onto the secret server so he could keep playing the game. That makes the most sense in the world to me. He's not the one who set up the rules. He's just the one who had to play by them, or they'd kick him out. Josh from Let's Game It Out. I don't even know what that is. Let me see. I don't even know who that is. No, I have no idea who this guy is. Never heard of him. Completely outside my orbit.
Hey there, it's Josh. Welcome.
Never seen a single video this guy's done. So I can't judge him. Sorry, Ashura. So what happens when the server goes down? Was there no other server at the time? So if that server somehow went bunk, nobody would have anything. It sounds like nobody had anything unless you got the secret invite anyway. Jimmy. It sounds like he was just getting his. You don't have to care about everyone else getting their dick sucked if yours is getting sucked currently. That's the way I look at it, Jimmy. He was getting his dick sucked. And he was okay with getting his dick sucked. Doesn't matter that everyone else was standing outside not getting their dick sucked. That's just how it is sometimes. The zoo videos are probably his best one. I'll take a look at this at some point in time. But these look like they're probably highly edited videos. Just based on the way the thumbnails look. I remember gifting...
Hey there, it's Josh.
Wait,
welcome
hold on. If this is the game I think it is, I remember gifting someone this game. Yes.
Like to Let's Game It Out. Are you ready for some Planet?
So, back in the day, I gifted someone this game. And they said, hey, they like messaged me like a week later, like, hey, can you take it back? I don't want this. They didn't want the fucking game. Fucking bastard. I gave them something for free. And they were like, I don't want this. Motherfucker. And Tyler Blake Harty, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. The motherfucking asshole was just like, fuck you, I don't want to watch this. So, you know what? We'll watch it. We'll watch it. He was like, fuck you. I'd rather have nothing than this game. It was devastating. You can always give me free games, just don't give me furry games. I probably already have them. No, don't you worry about that. I'm going to save any free games I get for giveaways I do in the future. Super. So you may or may not get them.
Zoo, because that's what we're doing. Because you can do this, and some of this, and a little bit of this. What I'm trying to...
You know, none of this is a surprise. That just looks like what happens to the animals in my country under my politicians. Living in Africa, that's just like a regular event.
Says the possibilities are endless. Oh, and also this video is sponsored by Empires and Puzzles, but more on that in a little bit. For now, let's start our brand new park. Starting, of course, with this thing. This is the default.
This is kind of like the upgraded version of Roller Coaster Tycoon, as far as I'm aware. I never played it myself, but I did gift it to someone.
Entrance to our park, which comes with all the essentials, you know, like this thing, the little ticket thing that lets people into the park, and not to mention these magical teleporter pads, which is where the people actually come from, and an overall cheerful atmosphere. But you know what? That's definitely not what we're here for. So, you know, this time around, we're gonna do something a little bit different. First off, we're gonna take this entire building and get rid of it. Oh God, avert your eyes. The teleporter pads are naked now. Now, there's all kinds of parts that would be perfect for building a normal park. Who wouldn't want cool architecture like this? I mean, besides us, of course, because we're gonna take this park in a different direction. So let's go ahead and...
He's gonna turn this farm into, this park into a fucking abattoir, isn't he? I can see it coming. Why are we watching this gay ass shit? Weren't we going to watch the Goon Master? We'll get to the Goon Master. This is gonna be a long stream, Devil.
Create something kind of beautiful, and by beautiful I mean terribly ugly. Okay, that's more like it. Now, this might look a little familiar, because I made something like this in my very first Planet Zoo video, but I only did a little bit.
-10, he could have made that into a penis, and he didn't.
Bit there, and I did a whole lot more here. So much more. How long is it gonna take to get through this mess? Well, we're gonna know soon enough, but first there's a couple of things we need to address. One, I didn't mean to hollow out the dirt around all the paths. It's mostly that when I was setting everything up, I accidentally left this setting on for tunneling, so it kind of made the walkway off the ground. But you know, that's probably okay. They would just have more time to check out the game from today's sponsor that's free to play.
Let's just...
Thanks again to Empires and Puzzles for sponsoring. Anyway, this is just step one of our master plan, because we really want them to experience each and every walkway they have to go through. I like to think of it as walkable art. You know how some art's supposed to make you angry? Hopefully that's what...
This is... I'm getting spiffing Brit vibes from this. Like, it's like fuck up the game in a specific way to get something out of it. Is that correct? Is that what this guy does?
What this does for some people, or all people. But we have a couple of steps we're still gonna need to do. For one, we gotta move the park entrance. Basically, they teleport in here, and then they officially enter the park here. And this is way too short a distance for them to have to walk for that. This feels way more appropriate. So we're gonna take these things and move them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Looking at the pathway he's built, that's like the shortest line at any home affairs building in my country ever. Like, that would be the shortest queue line you can get into.
Like all the way at the other end of this thing. And there we go. Ready for prime time. Now they have to walk through all this just to get to the entrance. Okay, we're making progress, but there's a couple more things we have to do. You see, people won't come into our zoo unless we have zoo-like things. And by that I mean they're expecting us to have animals. Well, we're not going to put any animals right at the beginning, because then what would be the point? So instead, let's get...
Wait, Spiffing Brit did a video on this too. I can imagine he did. Spiffing Brit covers anything where you can exploit a game ever, and he does such a good job of it. I would love to see Spiffing Brit's workflow and how he gets through like videos and shit, and how he like plans out what he's gonna do in a video. I would love to see that one day.
Give them a little bit of a teaser of things to come. So first, let's start with a custom sign. And to decorate this out, I think we're gonna use an old friend. There you are, our old giraffe friend. We're just gonna put you kind of like this. Yeah, there we go, that's a good start. And to accompany that, we're gonna use this speech bubble. Yep, that makes sense. And on that, we're gonna put some lettering. Totally a real... fiddlesticks, I've run out of space. That's okay though, we've got another...
This is the most Chinese zoo I've ever seen.
Helping head. Oh joy, it's our lion friend, possibly eating the giraffe, but who's to say for sure? Either way, there's your speech bubble. There we go, nailed it. Totally a real zoo. You can trust them, right? Oh wait, I'm forgetting something.
Spiffing Brit should break MMOs. I'm gonna just put something on because it's getting fucking cold. Temperature just dropped. I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna tell you why he never will, Ashura. Spiffing Brit has said multiple times that he won't do like exploits, live exploits for MMOs, unless he knows the problem's like already been fixed, and then he'll release the video. Primarily because if it's a live service game, he doesn't like the idea of like fucking up the play experience for other people, unfortunately. That's better. This guy seems like he's a lot more laid back though. This let's game it out, dude.
Forgot your googly eyes. How rude of me. Oh, and I haven't forgotten about you. I've got a special effect with your name on it. Ah, here we go. Water jet large. Just what we're looking for. Let's see, how's that gonna look? Oh, I feel like that's shooting farther than I intended. Time for a second one. And let's just take this one, and let's just go ahead and rotate it over this way. Let's see, how did I do? Oh, wow, that was perfect. Well, now we've got to do that on all four. Okay, there we go. Nice complimentary tiers to welcome you to the park. Okay, so I think that this is a solid start. As mentioned, no one's going to come to our zoo if there's no animals. So don't worry, we're going to add some all the way over here on the other side of the park. And don't...
Let's Game It Out just plays games to fuck around as best he can in them. That's not a bad business model to build things off of, to be honest. He's captured a space of people who just want to see you do fucked up shit to people in video games. Not bad.
Don't you worry, we're gonna make really good use of this space. And by that I mean one really, really big, giant enclosure. Just think of how many animals we can fit in this thing. Can't wait to find out. First things first, though, we're gonna need to staff up a building, which is this animal trade center. We're gonna go with this basic crappy one, and then next we add an employee entrance to the habitat, followed by a path.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is not my style of content, right? So I'm gonna stop watching there. I understand if you want to chill the fuck out and just watch something and see someone fuck around in the game and stuff, I completely get like why he has an audience, why people love watching this, why this has 8.3 million views. But this is specifically not my style of content that I like watching, right? And so I don't think I'm going to do him justice by sitting here and doing this and by like watching this video. How the fuck does this have 8 million views? Hey, there are entire audiences out there who love this shit. I look at any makeup channel. I look up at any cat story AI video, and I wonder to myself, how does this have 15 million views? But guess what it does? I don't understand how anyone watches denims, but someone out there does. I don't understand how anyone watches Frogan, but someone out there does. This isn't degen enough. Probably not. That's probably my issue. It's also very slow pacing. It seems like that's more like a, let's chill the fuck out and watch this, right? That's definitely a watch that and enjoy the experience. Man, I've got a lot of tabs open here. Holy shit. This is what happens when I don't prep for stream. I got a whole bunch of shit I was watching or plan to watch. Let's see. Where's my tab for... Oh, wait, by the way, I just have to point this out, right? So the last 2 days of my life have been really fucking busy. I fucked up my stream on Monday, got exhausted. I just gotta say, like for anyone who does YouTube stuff or is looking to like use shorts and stuff on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, thank God for this software. Thank God for this AI. Thank God for Opus Clips. Because my God, do they make my life so much easier. Unfortunately, the worst part about this platform is the price you have to pay for it to get your content like into a shorts format. But my word, this shit is so good. I can't express to you how good at making shorts this AI is with literal like zero effort. So like, let me show you, right? I click here, I go here, and it just gives me a bunch of shorts, right? And they're not perfect, but they're pretty close to perfect. And generally speaking, the only thing I need to do is cut pieces out. Opus is free, I thought, at least last time I used it, it was. I got the paid thing so I could get more credits. But as far as I'm aware, there's a free version of this that you can use. That's also pretty fucking incredible. But I am so glad this exists. because my god, doing shorts by hand is such a pain in the ass and it hurts your soul. And then you got this. Let me see. Yeah, I'll give you an idea. Right? Randomly selected one of these that I haven't edited. Look how good this is. You know what the funny part is? Every time YouTube pulls down one of these channels, 25 more replace it. Almost instantly. You know how YouTube said that they're phasing out the idea of subscribers being important and the only thing that matters is views? This is the result of that. This is the actual result of them focusing on views. Is AI-generated slop videos that take over the platform. You know what the funny part? How amazing is that for a short? That's the perfect short. Literally, I'm gonna come here later. I'm just gonna download it and I'm gonna throw it up on the channel because that's that good. Does it auto-transcribe the audio into captions too? Yes, Super Sploof. It transcribes the audio. You get to choose the text. Here, I'll show you. Right? I think the thing I need to update is this thing in the corner here, so that it shows Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Right? But it does the captions. It gives you a style. You can change the style. You can do whatever the fuck you want. This is such good software. This is such a fucking relief because it helped me make like, helped me make like 15 shorts in like an hour. It was so good. Man, I just gotta say, I'm a real fan of their software and what they do. But anyway, that's besides the point. It's time to get on to everyone's favorite goon master himself, Pirate Roachware. What, you like my background, Keith? A lesson was learned. A lesson was learned in this image. There's a man out there who has a memory imprinted into him forever after learning this fucking lesson. Now, apparently, Pirate Software has been at it again when it comes to the Stop Killing Games movement. To the point that we're seeing people like Mudaha, we're seeing Charlie make videos on it, we're seeing Accursed Farms lose his fucking mind because he's been trying to not deal with Pirate Software, and Pirate Software has just been lying through his fucking teeth about this, right? And I think this, like any respect that you may or may not have gained for him when we went through his Goon Master session with Lyric, is probably going to be gone by the end of this. So to recap you on what was going on, a man called Accursed Farms launched a project called Stop Killing Games, so that when you're when a video game gets old, it doesn't just vanish. Oh, that's right, Jimmy. I remember that. That's actually lined up on Suno. I remember that. That's already created, so we'll listen to that while I give the recap. That one's already been created. There you go. I approved it off stream so that I'm glad you reminded me of that one. Right, so Pirate Software has been a lying fucker about the Stop Killing Games movement. Where this started was Accursed Farms started an initiative to make sure that we can all play video games after companies stop supporting them. His whole idea is let's preserve video games. That's the baseline of it. Pirate Software came out, made a video, misconstrued everything he said, lied about everything he said, posted a bunch of videos about it to his massive audience, killed a lot of the momentum behind the Stop Killing Games movement, called the guy behind Stop Killing Games a used car salesman, started saying things like you can eat my whole ass, which I now understand was a request, not an insult, and then just fucking disappeared. And whenever someone criticized him on it, he pussied the fuck out and ran for the hills like a little bitch. All you need now is a Mr. Beast thumbnail generator. Happy Chappy, don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas. For my slop second channel, I will do that. Don't call him Thor, he doesn't deserve to be called such a cool name. No, I think he needs to be called out by name. I don't care if you call him Pirate Roachware, Pirate Software, Thor, doesn't matter. We all know who we're talking about. He's already stained that name like his broken rectum stains his underwear after dating Lyric. Thor should have kept posting painted Vice shorts and kept his bag. He should have, Ashura. He was doing so well with basic job advice for people. And then he got too big for his fucking britches. He started acting like a goddamn tool. And he just started lying like a piece of shit. And whenever he got caught out in a lie, instead of being like, guys, I'm so sorry. I misconstrued this. I didn't understand this. I changed my perspective. You know, it's not that fucking hard to do that. But instead, he's just like, I'm correct. I'm not gonna address this again. And then he runs for the fucking hills. The same way he did when he was responsible for what happened to his WoW group. The same way whenever someone criticizes him validly, he just runs for the hills and refuses to engage because he's a pussy bitch. The reality is, if he actually had at least a fraction of a soul, a fraction of care for video games at all, he would be able to tank the criticism and either give a counter argument or follow up by saying, I've changed my mind. Should have followed his own advice about not growing to the new fish tank size. Yep, he should have. But he's never gonna do that. It's only 1,500. I'm gonna look into that later. Imagine being called out by Healthy Gamer GG as a narcissist or dislike the way you project your statements. Wait, Healthy Gamer GG is Dr. K, right? I think I saw a clip of that on Twitter where he was saying, where Dr. K was saying that Pirate Software was arrogant, and he was like being a little dick about it. Is that real? Or I didn't just dream that up, right? That actually happened. Yeah, he did a stream with Dr. K. He called him the fuck out. I'm gonna find the clip. Before we look at this, I'm gonna find the clip. Dr. K tells Pirate Software he's arrogant.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen.
Can you pick it up? Can you pick it? Maybe this is just from me having to be a project manager in the past, but this sentence alone, dealing with someone like this when you're a project manager or you're a systems engineer and you're trying to get a group of people to work together is difficult enough. And when someone says a sentence like this, you know that it's going to be fucking impossible.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or...
I'm never at fault. Everyone else is taking me the wrong way. Lack of self-awareness. Heavy lack of self-awareness. If you're a project manager and you hear a sentence like that, it's the same as a fat person saying, I'm not fat, I'm big boned. But I mean like unironically saying that kind of stuff, not you know, as a joke. Can we get Uncle Ruckus to interview Goonware? It'd be the funniest shit if he goes through the whole interview. And at the end of the call, Goonware and his honorary black goes full boondocks on his... That'll never happen. Thor will never debate people online because I think he is at least self-aware enough to know that he's going to get fucking destroyed. He won't engage directly with anyone because he knows he's going to lose that argument immediately. And he also understands It's not about actually losing the argument to Thor. My suspicion is that he knows if he loses the argument, he's going to lose his entire audience. And so for him specifically, it's better to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and do whatever the fuck he has to do to never engage directly with a person. That's why whenever he's called out to his face, he runs away. That's why he couldn't deal with a World of Warcraft criticism. Do you think he can deal with anything real? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Sure, maybe 99% of normies, then 1% is a larger than normal. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're on about furries. Asmongold doesn't debate anyone either. Yes, but for a different reason, Ashura. Asmongold understands that from his perspective, he's not going to change anyone's mind. Pirate Software doesn't debate people because he knows that the illusion of him being anything else but a fucking idiot falls apart the second he does. This was his response to the new video. He's taking zero accountability for the damage that his misinformed video did. Wait, did you send a link, Moonstone, and then YouTube chopped it out? You're going to have to head over to Twitch. I don't control the fact that the YouTube chat doesn't allow links. It just doesn't, which is really annoying. So if you had the response there, send it to me over Twitch, if you don't mind, please.
Boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
You know, Dr. K has been such a nice guy to so many people. I would not expect him to just call him on his bullshit like that. That's incredible.
Bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
I don't see it that way. But all right. Jesus, fuck me.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
You're wrong. No. So not only is he arrogant, he's unwilling to change whatsoever. He's unwilling to... You can't have a conversation with a retard like this. You can't have a conversation with a person like this because he will never admit when he's wrong. He will never admit fault. Holy Jesus. Now then, let's see what else. I'm pulling up the videos here. If you've got videos specifically related to this that you feel are of value, link them in the Discord and I will take a look at them. Because my God, has it gotten bad. I can't believe he's doing it again. I can't believe he is in the news again for being such a bastard. It's incredible. But in the meantime, we'll start here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to be...
Wait, hold on. Not there. We'll start here with Big Boy Charlie. Here's the link to his response. Thank you for hopping over to Twitch. I appreciate it. Oh, this is a text post. Okay. Can I make a prediction? Do you mind if I make a prediction right now? My prediction is that what this fucking animal is gonna say, what this asshole of a human being is gonna say, is he's gonna say, I've already addressed it, I'm never addressing it again, I'm right, my opinion's never changing, fuck you and fuck everyone involved. But he's gonna give no context. It's almost like he's that predictable. That's what I expect from this, and I'm gonna be very, very disappointed in myself if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Hutcher, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago.
Oh, everyone's so butt mad at me. Oh.
About their stuff, and then not being refuted, and now it's my fault.
It has been refuted. It has. I bet he. Oh my god, he's pulling a Hassan. He hasn't even watched the new stuff, has he? Even the old stuff 10 months ago was refuted. Oh my god.
That everything is going wrong for them. Okay. Very cool.
We don't get a lot of visitors out here. I'm Juno as Raz.
No, I need the rewards off of this.
By the way, Dune is a bang of a game. You should try it.
Which community? Stop killing games, guys. I specifically have not talked about their initiative for an entire 10-month period because people in their Reddit were trying to say that they wanted to bring it up here and try to get me to bait to talk about it.
No, you fucking loser. Okay, I'm willing to bet that that's probably correct about stop killing games, but he knows the more he engages with this, the more he's going to look like a fucking idiot because he's wrong. He knows he's wrong, but he'll never admit it.
Like, bait me into talking about it because it gave the most amount of upvotes, the most amount of, like, signups for their initiative that they'd ever gotten. So I put out that video saying, I don't like this, these are the reasons I don't like it, and then I stopped talking about it entirely for 10 months, and now it's my fault that their initiative died.
Yes, because you lied. You actively lied to millions of people online. You lied. You told a fucking lie, you sack of shit. Obviously, this is your fault. You went out and lied to a bunch of people, and whenever someone tried to correct you, you would ban them, block them, chop out the comments, do whatever you could to never see an opposing viewpoint. You fucking Reddit mod of a human being.
Apparently. But hey, that's fine. You also didn't want to talk to Ross? I didn't. I didn't like the way that he was approaching the situation. I was very clear about that.
I didn't want to talk to Ross and have a conversation because then I would look like a fucking retard.
That was not a bannable offense, Wolf. That was a person being totally normal in their conversation. Let me fix this. There you go. Just talking about this is not a problem. People coming in and flinging insults and being an asshole is the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, why do you think they're doing that, dude? Do you think these insults just magically came out of nowhere? Do you think these people are just mad for no reason?
Yeah. It's your fault when you're the one in power. We're both content creators. We both have a platform. And I chose to talk about this from a game developer perspective and say, I don't like this for these reasons.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to be right back. Give me a second. I'm going to fix something. Oh, right, problem solved. I just needed to lock something quick. Right, so he refuses to engage. You like my toilet paper? Thank you. See, I need toilet paper at my desk because if I'm going to be hearing this much shit, I got to clean it out of my ears every now and then. I don't know the other guy, but he looks pretty chill and normal. New Gash. Listening to the other guy, he seems like, even though he's made some, like, errors, like thinking you can leave this to politicians to get this SKG thing right, which I think is the dumbest idea imaginable. I think he's got good intentions. So his mod banned someone for just mentioning this case, and he was in a hurry to fix that. Nice securing his ass. Absolutely. This man will dodge responsibility. This man is like, okay, if your average 19-year-old girl is in fucking Diamond League at dodging accountability, this man is in fucking GM2. This guy's like gone pro. This guy's in the gamer chair of fucking dodging responsibility. This man is the fucking heavy-handed, never account for your actions, dodge, duck, dip, and dive, and do whatever the fuck you can to never change your opinion ever, even if you're dead fucking wrong and you lie all the time. Send me one of those hobo shawls when winter comes to Canada. I don't know if this will be heavy enough for winter. You fuckers have to deal with snow. But these things are great. Oh my god, they sell them at the local pharmacy near me, and I was like, damn, I'm getting a bunch of these. This fucker even doesn't even qualify to put the fries in the bag. He'd probably fuck it up sweeping a goddamn floor. He would put the fries in the bag wrong, and then when the customer complains, he'd be like, no, you're wrong. Those are fries, and it's just like a stack of wet pickles.
His community went on the offensive and tried to do underhanded tactics, and his response to it was also not stellar. Not a fan of it.
No, his community's not responsible for his behavior. They went and they did a bunch of shit to you, you piece of shit, because you started lying. You did the underhanded tactics first, and that's when people go, okay, game on, let's drag this down to your level then. That's what happens. You decided what level this was going to be on, and you decided to be a piece of shit, so other people were going to be a piece of shit to you. That's how that works.
So because of that, I didn't want to have a conversation with him. I said, I don't like this for these reasons, take it or leave it.
And then you never corrected any of the lies you said.
That's it. Welcome to a clash on the internet. Like, that's how that works. If you're a dick, I'm not going to talk to you.
No, you're not going to talk to anyone who's got an opposing viewpoint. Being a dick has nothing to do with it. You are fucking terrified of anyone calling you out.
Because I don't have to.
Okay, goddamn it, sure. Jimmy, I know what that is.
Yeah, exactly. How dare you not let yourself be used by us? Ridiculous shit.
Why is the chat frozen? Does he say anything else?
Dude, probably a lot of them, Spagooter. You can't take blame for having an opinion? I stated my opinion. Full-chested on the videos, never took...
Yeah, but you lied. It's not that you stated the opinion. You could have said, I don't like this movement. But you directly lied about it. Multiple times.
Took them down. They're both at 70% positive and more. Like...
If you are at 70% positive, and you're a YouTuber or streamer or whatever, with your opinion, and you're at his size, and 30% of your audience disagree with you, you're in trouble. You're in deep shit. 70% like to dislike ratio means you made a fucking stinker. Now, if you're smaller, if you're getting like a few thousand views, like 10,000 views or whatever, then sure, expect 70%, expect 50% sometimes. But at his size, 30%, 1/3 of your entire audience who watch this thinks fuck you, you retard? Nah, that means you made a shitty video.
I got nothing to hide on that shit. And I still stand by it.
Hold on, Harmful Opinion has a new video I hate, piece off. Zerfrost, link it to me either in the Discord or send it to me in Twitch.
I'm not going to change that. I have no reason to.
Yes, you do. You do have a reason because you lied, but you won't because you're a fucking pussy and you're scared of any kind of confrontation that comes your way. You run the fuck away. You're worse than family members I have, and they're gigantic pussies.
Why would I want to change that? Yeah.
Wait, his audience eats any fake shit he tells. At least until the WoW drama happened. You know what's funny, Newgash, is I've thought about this. But I think that Thor's gonna fall off. I think that he's got his community, he's got his audience, but because he keeps on making these retarded lies and bullshit opinions, that he's gonna fall off. I think that this is like a stacking debuff that never goes away. And because he's so unwilling to change his opinion on things, the debuff will never clear, right? He can't purge the debuff. The debuff's just going to keep stacking. And it's going to get to a point where this guy's just a lol cow online.
You're not going to stand for this? You're going to sit down and keep watching? That's funny. Is this House Spinette here? I think it is. That's very funny.
No, that's not House Spinette. Spinette's further in. I'll be honest, when he blew up before SKGN, wow. Manage him, I thought he was solid. So did I. Super. I thought, I thought all his shorts on, giving, job advice and shit like that were actually pretty good. He was doing well. And then he just kept on getting more retarded the more time went on. That dislike cannot be bad.
You know, it would be a much nicer place if people refused to speak to people who bait them. That's why I don't talk about it. Literally, I was like, all right, I'm not going to talk.
They're not baiting you. They're trying to point out that you fucking lied.
Talk about it, but I'm talking about it today to give you guys context because it's been 10 months and most of the community doesn't remember this shit, which is hilarious. Which makes it even funnier.
You can tell. You can tell by his tone of voice. He's got that little shake in there. The adrenaline just pushed through his system. Can you hear it? And he's trying to play it off. He's trying to seem like a big boy. But you can hear it's hilarious. This man fears conflict. I can tell this man has lived a very good, comfortable life where he's managed to get away with every single little snide fucking lie and comment he's made. And the second someone confronts him, he runs for the hills. And I bet his adrenaline spikes every single fucking time. I've seen this.
And then after today, I'll go back to not talking about it, banning anyone who tries to bait for it. Normal.
They're not baiting you, retard. They're trying to point out that you lied.
Shit.
House Spinette repays every action in kind and in proportion.
Yeah, okay. So again, nothing of value was said. False Claims is now giving an opinion about it. Yep. He lied in his fucking video, retard. Okay. I'm not even interested in hearing what this grifter has to say, to be honest. Fair base take. Did you ever think you would live to see the day when Reddit starts making base takes? What the fuck? I was in his Discord server. The Discord community had some great people at the start. The game dev crew and the older guys. Of course! He built a good community and then he fucked it up, happy chappy. That's my problem. He was doing good. And then he decided to shit up everything else. He could have just looked at the SKG stuff and either said nothing or been like, I don't know enough about this to give an opinion. Let me find out about this before I do. But instead, he decided to be a smug contrarian and start farming people. Half of his videos. Take a look at this. Every time he comments on a video, right? Every time he comments on a video, it is fucking smug, contrarian bullshit. Right? Every time he comments on an issue. $80 games, he's probably got a smug, contrarian issue. Where was it? When he was talking about there not being... Here we go. The Twitch adpocalypse. What did he say? There's no such thing as an adpocalypse on Twitch. Smug contrarianism. Every single time this man has a conversation with someone, it is smug contrarianism. That's all that fucking happens. Every single time this man steps outside of his knowledge field, he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's aware of the entire universe around him, and then he gets smug, he gets contrarian, he farms hate views, and then he moves on and then pretends he did nothing wrong. It's lazy, it's pathetic, and it's fucking stupid. But what can you expect from the 13-hour Goon Master? I'm like, as much as I would get plus 5 respect for him for not getting cucked, in that relationship with that one fucking scam artist who's trying to lose his ruin his life by jumping on the bandwagon, that doesn't make him any better as a person. He's still the same smug, contrarian piece of shit who lies about things to pretend he knows better than everyone else. And he's got this one trick. He's got the Jedi mind trick of saying things with such absolute confidence that idiots will believe him. That's the issue. I don't even blame half his chat, because I'm willing to bet that a lot of them are like, there's no way someone like this will speak with that level of confidence without knowing what they're talking about. Yes, the Twitter engagement trick is exactly what's going on there. That's any time he talks about an issue. Why are you reacting to Goon Software? Also, how frozen are your balls right now? Fuck, I'd say it's solid 2. Solid 2 plague. It's frosty as fuck in my country. But we're playing until morning. We're going for a long stream today. Of course, RoachSoftware has lived a sheltered life. He's a Nepo baby, worked for Blizzard, and is a bisexual furry in the state of Washington. Duh. Yeah, of course. He's lived the best life, and he's going to sit there crying about how bad things are. This man, I can hear it in his voice. Just from that clip. Whenever someone confronts him, adrenaline spikes in his system, because he's never had to deal with anything real ever in his life. And he just always thinks he's right. Now let's see what Charlie had to say about this.
You know what this is right here, pal? Huh, tough guy? You feeling lucky?
Finger blasting 2 girls at once?
Yeah, that's right. Spirit fingers.
Oh.
Do you know why? Because it's been about 30 hours since I last slept, and I've done 3 different intros, all of which crash and burned, and I am off my gourd, so now I'm going wacko mode. But, even in my sleep-deprived state, I am still lucid enough to recognize how cattywampus the AAA gaming space has become. Like, the gaming
What do you think he's referring to with the AAA gaming industry? Because there's so much wrong with it. I don't know what specifically he's referring to. Do you know about the guy he tried to sue because of putting him in a game? Yes, Happy Chappy. I know about that. About how he had to like rescind that and run away from that and then pretend it never happened. I know about that. I'm not surprised. I told you. Like, I've told the stream before, not you specifically. I've told the stream before. This guy is a pussy, and he will do everything he can to silence any detractor he can through whatever means necessary that he can get away with that will not damage his reputation directly. And he's so fucking stupid that he truly believes he's not damaging his reputation. But he keeps on going. And he keeps on damaging it. It's death of 1,000 cuts. Sorry, death of 1,000 cucks. Especially based on what Lyric did to him.
industry has so many things that I have bitched and moaned about. Probably the biggest practice that I've been most vocal about, not exactly shy on, is the topic of you will own nothing and be happy. The Ubisoft motto. God.
Hey. If buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing. It's that simple.
Rest that company's soul. What a pile of dog shit. But it's not just Ubisoft. That has become a prevalent business strategy across the gaming industry. You will own nothing. You will be happy. You're basically... You come away with the idea of ownership of whatever games you purchase. I've worn this topic out more than a fleshlight in a frat house, but it is something I am very passionate about. The gaming industry is getting away with more and more garbage where they'll take a shit in your mouth and you're expected to thank them for adding some flavor to your taste buds.
Him saying that at this point in time makes me believe that somewhere out on one of Charlie's live streams is him having a full-blown rant about the Borderlands game. The CEO being like, only real fans will pay this much money to play it. Everyone else can fuck off. I'm willing to bet somewhere out there is a clip of Charlie losing his fucking shit. Just going from this like regular tired kind of Charlie to just being like the most angry human being on the fucking planet. I can see it now. I know it has to exist out there somewhere. Randy Pitchford is holding Duke Nukem hostage. Duke Nukem will never see the light of day ever again because it's misogynist. Fun is illegal in 2025, Techno will. You want to know something interesting by US standards? He is considered a limited purpose public figure, which means he's quite open to being used in video games for the purposes of satire. Yes, but that doesn't matter. Super. He's a giant pussy, and so he'll do everything in his power to run away from responsibility or take down anyone who criticizes him. And if he can't do that, he'll just pretend they don't exist. That's all he can do.
It's terrible. And there is an initiative that has been aiming to fight back against a lot of these practices that I think really need some big overhaul. And it's an initiative that I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with. It's called Stop Killing Games. And I've followed it since its inception. I've talked about it on stream quite a few times, though this is my first video going over it. And I regret that now because I see it wasn't...
Even me as a literal nobody, I made a video about Stop Killing Games. I looked at Stop Killing Games 10 months ago because it is a good idea with flawed execution. And I think they can fix their flawed execution. But I support the initiative because I genuinely think that it's a good idea. And you should, if you've bought a video game, it doesn't matter if a game company no longer supports that video game, it should be handed over to the community. And I'm even more of an extremist than Stop Killing Games. I think that if they stop providing the game, if they stop providing the service of that game, the highly specific copyright IP of that video game should now be public domain. So I'm even more extremist than what SKG is asking for. I genuinely think old video games should be public domain. And if the original company refuses to offer it, refuses to support it, refuses to build a community around it, then fuck them, it shouldn't belong to them anymore. It's that simple. It should become freeware. Borderlands 4 used to be $80 controversy just to hide the fact that we went from $60 to $70. It's worse than that. Most games, give it a year. Give it 2 years. Most games you buy will be $100. $80 is just the start. It'll be $100 per game soon.
Isn't going as well as I thought it was.
And you know what? Here's the worst part, just as a side note. You can pick up a shitty indie game for like $10 to $15. Get more fun and enjoyment out of that shitty indie game than you can out of a AAA game. Oh, sorry, a quadruple A game could ever offer. Question, Guild Wars 1, that shouldn't be public domain because it's still supported, right? Yes. Guild Wars 1 is still being actively supported by Guild Wars, by ArenaNet. But let's say they shut off all the servers. Let's say ArenaNet suddenly took down everything to do with Guild Wars 1. A period of time should pass, like 5 to 6 months. And after that 5 to 6 months, if they've done nothing with it, then that game should be public domain, and anyone should be able to spin up a private server without any legal threat being issued to them. Bring back Family Guy Online. Exactly so, man. How the fuck are we gonna physically abuse Lois in Family Guy if they don't bring that game back online? It needs some updates too. Imagine what the community could do with Family Guy Online. What the mods would look like. Play as the Quagmire class and just rape everything under the sun.
Admittedly, I didn't follow how successful the initiative was, only that it was aiming to do good for consumers. and that it was taking proper steps legally to get there, and it was going through all of the right channels. And now today I watched a video from the guy that's spearheading this. His name is Ross. He posted a video called The End of Stop Killing Games, where he's giving an update on where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here, with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few other chances to fight back. Now, before getting into the weeds on the topic, I want to get this in the beginning because I imagine the vast majority of people won't watch the whole thing. I'm putting a link to the full video on...
Hey, he got new tattoos on his hands.
Stop Killing Games, as well as a link to where you'd go to help support the Stop Killing Games initiative, because there's only a little bit of time left for the most important parts of it now that it's at the end. So if you know what the movement is and want to support it...
This is such a big thing. This is such a big push that someone like Charlie's talking about this. And not just talking... Like, okay, think about this from two perspectives, right? This is such a big push in the positive direction for SKG, right? Where what happens now is this is going to get so much attention because of someone like Charlie. And at the same time, this now reveals all of the bullshit that Pirate Software has been pulling off, and it's going to just take him down even further. Because there's a bunch of people online who don't pay attention to this. Because in their head, they're like, I don't like YouTube drama, I don't like that, so I'm not going to pay attention to this. But this is an actual issue. This is actually something important about video games. And I'm willing to bet that there's a giant chunk, there's a giant audience of people who think that this guy is a great guy, and they've avoided all the controversy around him because they don't like drama. But now the fact that someone like Charlie's doing this, released this a day ago, and it's got 2 million views, holy fucking shit. This is such a big deal. This might actually change the tide. Why am I drawing 9/11? Sorry. There you go. Fixed it.
But didn't know where the resources are in the description, or if you want to get it right from like the source, I have a link to his video. But I want to go into it myself here because it is a topic that I do feel very strong.
Remember what I said, right? I think this was the biggest mistake that Ross has made, the guy at Accursed Farms. This was the biggest mistake he's made. And I said this before. Remember that we were having this argument like a week ago, a month ago. It wasn't even an argument. It was me just talking to you. I was saying like the biggest mistake you can make when someone is spreading a bunch of shit about you is to say nothing. Right? The biggest mistake you can make is not addressing it or going after it directly. You cannot leave it alone. I learned this lesson when I was leading my company in New World. There was a piece of shit other guy in the Covenant who was going behind everyone's backs, talking to every other guild leader, spreading a bunch of shit. And my solution to that was, fuck that guy, we're not going to engage. That was the biggest fucking mistake of my life. I should have attacked that guy viciously. I should have gone after him. I should have been posting fucking pictures of all the shit he was talking about everyone else behind their backs. That's what I should have been doing. Right? I should have been showing everyone what a big fucking piece of shit he is. But I didn't. Because I thought I'm going to be the bigger man about this. Now, the mistake that Ross has made this entire time is saying I'm going to be the bigger man about this. That doesn't work. That's allowed Pirate Software to get away with this fucking lie for 10 months. You get in that ring, and you turn that fucking pig, you wrestle that pig in the fucking mud, and you turn him into fucking bacon. You get in there with a flamethrower, and you roast his ass. That's what you gotta do. You cannot let someone spread a bunch of shit about you, and you say nothing. Because that just makes you look guilty, because you refuse to defend yourself. You can't do it. Someone attacks you, it's time to fight back. It's that simple. And you know what? I'm sorry, my mom taught me this lesson and I forgot it for a while, but my mom, again, when this happened to me, I fucking looked up at the clouds and I was like, Mom, you were right all along. And you know what she said to me? She said, an eye for an eye is bullshit. If someone takes your eye, you gotta take their arms, their legs, their hands, their fingers, their teeth, and then you take the eye. Because if they don't have anything else to retaliate with, then you've only lost one eye, and everyone else gets to see what happens when someone fucks with you. It's so important. And Ross didn't address this at the time. And that let Pirate Software's lie propagate. Also, good night, Ashura. Let's continue.
About. But for those that don't know anything about Stop Killing Games, I'm going to let him explain it in his own words, so that way you can get an actual, correct, informed explanation of what the initiative is. And the reason I say it like that, kind of like fucking all, pinky out, snooty, is because a lot of people don't even really know what this is because of people like Pirate Software completely misrepresenting what the initiative was.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
I'll pause right there. The simplest, bare bones, birthday suit, butt-ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own. I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take. Very agreeable. Now I want to quickly jump to it.
It's like, okay, there was this joke in my country, right? That we had this thing where there was load shedding, which means it's a basic, it's a lie. What load shedding is, it's rolling blackouts. Every now and then my country has rolling blackouts because we can't keep the lights on. Now imagine you're in the dark, it's the middle of the night, and you light a bunch of candles. Instead of you now having light, imagine the government comes into your house and blows out all your candles. That's what the video game industry is currently doing to people. What Stop Killing Games is trying to say is, okay, you took the lights out. Please don't blow out my candles. If you walk into my house and blow out my candles, I get to kick you in the nuts.
A different spot in this video because I think it's important to have this in the beginning because it's something a lot of people have heard that comes from someone that is just wrong about it. It's the Pirate Software portion. Ross is addressing the video Pirate Software made many months ago. Ross even says that he didn't plan on doing that because he didn't want to be seen as using this for drama.
Big mistake. He should have said, fuck it, I'll address it now before this lie spreads. He let this lie simmer. Like Pirate Software took a shit in the cornflakes, and Ross made the mistake of letting it simmer for 10 months when he should have been splashing that pot of shit directly into Pirate's face.
Drama farming, because it would start to make the movement look less of like a legitimate initiative and more of just like drama slop content type thing.
Perfectly reasonable response. However, Ross, I believe, has the ability to address everything that Pirate Software said without turning it into a drama issue and making Pirate Software look like a fucking idiot. Now we got the bad ending. Now we're getting the bad ending. And unless someone like Charlie, who's talking about it, can actually turn the tide of this shit in the EU, we're fucked. We don't get this now. Did you watch the video about critical playing on the secret server? You asked for it this morning. No, I didn't.
But he finally starts talking about Pirate Software here
Man.
Because it's at the end of the life cycle of this initiative and it's not looking promising. So he's willing to do anything to try and set the record straight and hopefully start getting more momentum back to the movement because the damage Pirate Software did to it through his video was substantial.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except
how many views? How many views did it get? How many views? Let's see, how many views? Jesus, he was just re-uploading streams. $1.2 million views. Over 1 million people saw this fucking shit. This video where he just outright fucking lied. And then he did a follow-up where 500,000 people saw it. As if this damage wasn't bad enough. Jesus Christ, what a piece of shit. And there's no correction video. There will never be a correction video. He will never say, man, I got this so wrong. No. He will run away from any responsibility. He will never say, guys, I was wrong.
For one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork.
Yep.
Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games.
No.
To have.
They're not specifically targeting single-player games.
DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be
wrong. I need Tangier back. I need someone in here posting the free Tangier with Trump just going wrong. I just need that just constantly every time he fucking speaks.
About specifically games where it is a single player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists. Instead of just targeting single player.
Oh, thank you, so I'll look at that one
games.
next.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. It's the first line on the website.
It's so bad. That retard can't read. Oh, fuck. Is Pirate actually a woman because he dodges accountability like one? You know, the thing is, I would say to you to not generalize like that, but I think any woman who's got more than 4 brain cells would probably laugh at you saying that, Cyro, because they know exactly the kind of person you're talking about. But also, don't insult women like that. Women deserve better than being called pirate software. Holy shit. Look, I can understand people who hate women, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, just call them subhumans. Just call them pieces. Call them a whole. Calling a woman a whole is much better than calling them pirate software. Jesus Christ.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
He didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right. Yep. He missed all the QTEs.
Because he didn't read it. What's the bet that he didn't read a single fucking line of that page? And he just fired off without reading a single sentence.
Got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here. Ross is correct. This has nothing to do with just single player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game.
You know, it's a really funny part. I actually thought about that argument point from 10 months ago. I don't know why, but I remember this specifically about him arguing about like things like MMOs and shit. You could still have an offline MMO experience. There are still components of MMOs that are single player friendly. If you took a game like League of Legends offline, guess what? There's a single player experience. It's called playing against bots. That's literally exactly what the first Dota was, if you didn't have a LAN connection. So the single player experience does still exist. Is that not... It's so fucking insane. Guild Wars 1 is a single player MMO. You could have an offline experience with Guild Wars 1. And all you need to do is not connect to the server. That's it. And he just dodges any critical thinking whatsoever. Also, thanks for the link, Moonstone. I've got that open. I'll take a look at that as well.
Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not like what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like fixated as if that is the actual like meat and potatoes of stop killing games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single player, always online connectivity games. When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting. It is about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset. So, for example, The Crew. The Crew is an example everyone is going to reference and talk about because Ubisoft is still currently in a lawsuit battling against it for what happened with this game.
I've got a better one than The Crew because I think The Crew is too niche for the largest audience to understand. So I've got a better one. Every single Nintendo game that used to be on the old Game Boys, the Nintendo DS, and any of those old consoles that are now completely inaccessible unless you have the physical media. All of those games functionally do not exist anymore. However, there are absolute gods out there who've done their best to preserve what they can through emulation. And now if Nintendo had their way, they would put every single emulator feet first through a wood chipper. This is what they're trying to address. I think The Crew is too niche for most people to understand as an issue. So look at every single old Nintendo game that they no longer offer instead. Do you know Mingle? There was a video made about this guy playing solo on Dead WoW server, and the streamer bought him a PC. I don't know about him.
I've yapped about it quite a bit, so I'm not just going to regurgitate that. I'm sure a lot of you already know the story about it. But basically, you buy The Crew, Ubisoft pulls the plug on the servers, you can't play The Crew anymore. Now it's just an old wet dream of what once was. And they are facing a lawsuit. And while this is in the umbrella of Stop Killing Games, it is not the only thing Stop Killing Games is referencing when it comes to this practice. Pirate Software is so hung up on it being single-player games that people lose access to, when that is a component of it, but not the entire focus.
Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single-player.
Transitioning an entire
The best part is you don't even have to, right? So this is exactly to your point, Happy Chappy, right? It makes the case about someone playing an MMORPG solo, but that's exactly it. You don't need to even convert the game to single player. It just needs to be functional. It just needs to not be destroyed. And then you leave it up to the community to sort out the issues, and they will fix it.
Multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single-player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft...
No. You just get someone to spin up a private server. Dumbass. You know, the thing people are already doing? Dumbass.
Shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Which is not at all what they're asking for.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly...
Wait, what would be the issue with converting dead MMOs to a single player? I don't see the problem. Okay, Dogrock, this is the problem, right? Thor, Captain Retardo over here, thinks that the onus of converting those games would then be on the developers themselves, which is extra time, extra effort, extra dev cost. You've now got to look at your expenditures, whole bunch of shit like that, which is not at all what the SKG movement is about. The SKG movement is don't remove the game from accessibility and allow the community to then rebuild it into a state they would enjoy. So if someone wanted to take an MMO and turn it into a single player game, the community, the onus would be on them to do so, and they could do it. But this fucking retard thinks that that means that the SKG movement is trying to make the devs themselves who work at a business and a company do that. Okay, but why not just lay the legal foundation so people can do that? That's Dog Rock. You understand the SKG movement. Congratulations. You support SKG. That's exactly what SKG wants. That's literally it. It took you 5 seconds to understand something that Captain Retardo here has spent 10 months not understanding or comprehending at all. How does it feel to know that you are 10 times smarter than a gigantic streamer who speaks with the confidence of a god?
You need to make every single live service game playable single player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No.
This part is more confusing than Finnegan's Wake, because nowhere in anything on Stop Killing Games has this even been like a talking point from anyone besides Pirate Software. I don't know where.
Wait, is he the guy from Starbound? No, I don't think so. Pirate Software is the guy who keeps on deving out that game Heartbound that's never going to release ever, because it's an excuse for him to keep streaming and pretending he's doing something. That guy. He's basically making an Undertale game, and he's just never finished the fucking thing.
Where he pieced this puzzle together, like I don't get it. Like, if I'm gonna try and like really reach here and give like a charitable explanation for this take, maybe he's extrapolating based on the idea that if publishers have to have end-of-life plans for their games, that includes MMOs, where once the game is getting sunset, you're pulling the plug on it, you would then need to turn the game over to the community in a playable state, an accessible state, like give the code to them. Thus, it'd turn it into a single-player experience, so the onus would be on the developers to rebalance their game to be a single-player experience for them? I guess. I have no idea.
And the ironic part about Charlie saying all of that is that based on what we've seen from private servers like WoW Ascension or like any other rebalancing done by private servers of MMOs, I truly believe that some guy in a basement somewhere is fully capable of taking any MMORPG and turning it into a full single-player experience. They have that skill and capability. I've seen the mods that come out of Skyrim. I've seen the kind of freak sex you can have in that game. You're telling me they can't fix an MMO? Absolutely fucking not. I know they could. Converting it to single player could be done literally by everyone else. Exactly. What's going to stop a person from running their own local server and editing game values and stats so that they can play it solo? The developers don't have to do that. Exactly, Jimmy. Literally, exactly. And you know what's really funny about that, Jimmy? About you saying that? Imagine a guy takes a broken down MMO that no one plays anymore, that has no online servers, converts it into a single player game, and then says, you know what, this game that I've converted, if you give me $5, I'll give you the entire game. You've suddenly opened up a second-hand market here. You've opened up an entire business sector that never existed before. You've literally given people the ability to do a job and earn a living for themselves, fixing things that other people fucking took away from them. And I don't know about you, but there are old-ass games I can no longer access that I would pay $5 to some random basement dweller just so I could have them again. I would give that man $5. Fuck, I'd hope he becomes a millionaire. Because he deserve it, because he fixed the games and he put them in a playable state that they never had before. Fuck me. I wonder how true his Eve stories are. Happy Chappy, do you want me to teach you something? I had to learn this lesson the hard way. Let me teach you something about stories that people tell. Let's say you've got person A, you got person B, and you've got person C. Right? We'll put some music on while I do this. Person A tells you stories all the time. And somehow, in every single story that person A tells you, they are somehow the hero. They are somehow always the good person. They are somehow always the person that's in the right. Every single story they tell is about how amazing they were. Person B will tell you the same stories, and sometimes they're the hero, and sometimes they're the fucking dunce. Person C tells you the story where they make everyone else around them the hero in their respective fields. But in one specific topic, person C is the hero. Because he knows what the fuck he's talking about in one specific topic, and whenever he doesn't know what he's talking about, he'll tell you who the real hero is. Of these three people, which one do you think is lying? Which one do you think is most likely to be the biggest fucking liar on the planet? There you go. It's not hard, right? It's not hard. C, of course. Yeah, of course it's C. If you look at... You can go test this for yourself. You can learn about this yourself. Go look at World War II veteran interviews where they talk about like the D-Day landing and stuff. Or they talk about what the war was like, right? And you'll see like all these old people and they'll be like, I was shitting my fucking pants. It was terrifying. It was the most horrifying experience ever. That shit was scary. There's only one kind of person who wasn't scared, and that was the absolute psychopaths out there. Do you know what all those World War II veterans never say? I charged the beaches of Normandy, and I pulled out Excalibur, and I said, you Nazis won't prevent my children from chopping their cocks off! And then they all just fell over dead, and I was the hero, and then everyone clapped. They don't say shit like that. Because they've been through some real shit, and they know how scary it actually is. How bad shit can actually get. But this fucking guy here has lived the best life ever. And he will never talk about his fuck-ups. He will never say how scared he was. How he didn't know any better. How bad life was. Generally speaking, these other two people might lie to you out of personal self-interest. But this guy is lying to you because he wants your attention and he wants to feel good about it. People here do like normal lies. They'll be like, no, I definitely didn't jerk off with 4 fingers up my ass. This guy over here... this guy over here is telling you lies every single day where he's the hero. People here are just trying not to look like freaks and not be embarrassed and ashamed. This guy doesn't know what the concept of shame is. And that's what Pirate Software is. Let's continue.
Yeah, that still just doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's the tree he's barking up with that thought process? I really don't know, because Stop Killing Games at no point ever says any of these multiplayer games need to be converted to single player.
And Jimmy, I know about Mad Jack. You know what the difference is about Mad Jack? He was a fucking psychopath. He was insane. I know exactly who you're talking about. But do you know what Mad Jack didn't do? When he told stories about the war and stuff, he just stated what he did. He never went, and I was the hero. He said, frankly, I quite enjoyed the war. He talked about losing an eye and half of his face and all of that shit. He never stepped out of line and spoke about himself like he was the reincarnation of the God Emperor.
That really is outlandish. And the more I think about it, like, the more nonsensical it becomes, because even in Pirate Software's hypothetical fanfic there, why would the developers need to rebalance the game? They would just turn over the code to the community and just it'd be in that state. They're no longer responsible for balancing the game. That's the whole point. They're not indefinitely supporting it. They would just be responsible of leaving the game in an accessible state to the community while they would shut down the servers on their end. Like, they wouldn't need to go back through with a whole development team and, like, you know, tweak the game to be single-player compatible.
Yeah, which is unreasonable because that's resource expenditure on the devs. The devs should just literally drop it, lose the IP to it, and people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with that specific game. Did you know you can earn a lightsaber in Guild Wars 2 if you unlock Hollowsmith? Well, it's a good thing I'm going to be unlocking that soon.
Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I really do not understand that one. But apparently a lot of people latched on to that talking point from Pirate Software as something that Stop Killing Games was asking for and how unreasonable it was. Which, if that's what Stop Killing Games was asking for, it would be unreasonable. But that's not what it's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact...
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement.
Oh, there's a light bulb, but it's up his ass right now.
It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for.
I know this part is once again just reinforcing that he doesn't know what the Stop Killing Games movement is about, but I have to just show you this because it is so fascinating, because he himself literally calls out that Stop Killing Games at no point explicitly mentions single-player always-online games or anything like that. And for some reason, instead of following the breadcrumbs that would naturally lead him to the conclusion of, oh, maybe I misunderstood, maybe, because it's absent here, that's not what this is actually about. Instead, he uses it as a criticism against the Stop Killing Games initiative entirely, saying it's just too vague, it's way too vague. The reason...
You know, it's shit like this that I'm just thinking about it. Like, generally, I don't like to think this way about people who are like streamers and shit. This makes me feel like he's an industry plant. Like, he came out of nowhere. And, like, he used some underhanded tactic like botting or something to get where he is. And he was backed up by someone to get where he is. But, like, man, he feels like such a fucking industry plant when he behaves like this. Not Charlie, Pirate Software. I almost feel like he has to have had some corporate backing or something that put him in the space so he could fuck up anyone who wanted, like, justice for video games. Or any of the video games, they wanted to actually own them. I feel like he's been placed there to ruin things on purpose. If that restoration cartridge industry you imagine existed, I know exactly what project I'd get on. Imagine WoW, but with Final Fantasy XIV style MSQ, and with solo versions of all the raid end bosses like Guild Wars 2. Dogrock, you saying that, I want you to know that there are hundreds of thousands of people who have a specific idea in their head of exactly the project they want to jump on. Right? That's how big this is. And these people are likely in their 30s because they've been playing video games their entire life. If that industry existed, it would become its own sector in the gaming market. That's how fundamentally important this is. Does anyone really think these companies are so cosmically retarded to just give their IP to Thorns and making a revenant? No, they won't. Wait, hold on. I fucking chat jumped and I started reading two messages. Give their IP to some bums on the internet. They will never do that, which is why SKG is important, because it forces them into a situation of, fuck you, support your game and let people play it because they paid for it, or let it go and let other people do it for you. I think that's such a good idea. Did you know you could... Okay, that's Guild Wars 2 stuff. I'll worry about the Guild Wars 2 stuff when I'm playing the game, Faith. Didn't you know he was working many years in Blizzard? Big, strong back. Yeah, no, of course. But this is the thing, Alit. He's left Blizzard. He's not a part of it. He was a Nepo baby there. I'm 100% convinced of that now. Man, there's no evidence of this. But I will be so unsurprised if it comes out and we find out that he was a an industry plant the entire time.
And it is not explicitly stated there is because that is not what the whole initiative is about. It is not specifically targeting that thing that you keep saying that it is. I don't know how that never clicked.
But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future,
now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
He's doing something called beehive tactics. Do you know what beehive tactics are? Have any of you played... what's that horror game? It's where one person plays as, like, the killer, and then everyone else is the victim trying to escape the area. Dead something. Dead by Daylight. That's it. Thank you, Plague. You know what? Do you understand what beehive tactics is? Right, so let's say the killer has got one of your friends. And they've put them on the hook on the game. South Africa. No, that's standardized. I'm talking about, like, magical killers. Like people who can actually get the job done. They've put one of your friends on the hook. Your friend's squirming around. He's about to die. You've got a choice as a group. You can either leave them there as the sacrifice, or you can all rush the killer with flashlights, grab your friend, and run for the fucking hills. Now, one of you might get tagged. 2 of you might get tagged as the killer swings. But you are more likely to get away with it scot-free if you all use beehive tactics and gang up on the killer for a few seconds and then run for your lives. That is what Thor is doing right here. He's using beehive tactics by keeping on changing what he's talking about and what the issue is, so that he can confuse as many people as possible. I heard an American man scream at me when I was playing fucking Dead by Daylight on a US server, and he was like, beehive tactics! And I was like, what the fuck is that? He explained it to me, we did it, and it worked. That's what he's doing right there. Also, I got that link open, you Ash.
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to
gangbang
defeat,
tactics,
which
that's
is
another word for it.
specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really strong section from Ross here because the clips that you saw moments ago were from his stream. When he took more time to watch it and digest it, he still came back in that video misrepresenting it. Like, it never dawned on him. Like, on stream, you could write it off as like, oh, he didn't grasp it in the moment, maybe later on he did. Well, then he made the video where he still was talking about things that are just not what Stop Killing Games was about, and this was the one that really blew up and really started to kind of dismantle the Stop Killing Games momentum.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not
more beehive tactics. You see that? Just switch the topic. This is such a fucking Jesus Christ. This is so bad. It's like it's like imagine you're in an argument with someone. I want you to try this just as an experiment. Get in an argument with someone about something that has nothing to do with another topic. Let's say you're arguing about whether pineapple belongs on pizza. Right? I want you to halfway through the argument switch what you're saying but you got to do this with absolute confidence. Switch what you're saying to something fucking insane. You gotta say some shit like, the argument's like, man, I think pineapple belongs on pizza, and the other guy's like, no, it doesn't. And you're like, it's the sweet with the savory, it works really well. And then he's like, no, because I'm not gonna eat a fucking fruit salad with bread, that's bullshit. And then halfway through the conversation, you just switch to something like, I don't know what you're getting into here, dude, but I'm sorry, killing babies after they've been born is fucking insane. What's wrong with you? And you like mind wipe them. They're like, what? Just halfway through the conversation, just switch like that and see what the fuck happens. And then just keep pushing that point, right? And then convince them that the secondary point that you switched to was the thing you were talking about the whole time. And then when they're like, we were talking about pizza, you look at them like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just gaslight them into believing it. That's what's happened here. It's great.
Not against them existing, or against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Pirate Software then goes on to talk about like the business practice of misleading consumers into thinking that what they're buying is a product as opposed to a license to a product, which is a totally separate thing. And then he criticizes Stop Killing Games for not being specific about that thing that he is bringing up, as opposed to what Stop Killing Games is talking about. So he's using that against them for some reason. And then Ross...
Wait, so this is a video of a guy critiquing a guy who's critiquing another guy that's critiquing a different video. Yes, XR. And I'm critiquing this video on top of that. Welcome to the YouTube slop meta. More seriously, though, what Charlie's doing is actually incredibly important because he's bringing attention to both the idea of what a lying piece of shit Pirate Software is, and he's getting a whole bunch of other people who've never noticed this issue before to start caring about the Stop Killing Games movement.
Goes into
it's a little bit late in the game, and it might not work out, but this Hail Mary has a non-zero chance of succeeding now.
Like the license talk.
Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear.
Which honestly should be against CPA. This should be covered under CPA. Consumer Protection Act should mean that they cannot do this to you.
To me, our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for,
yes,
or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those.
He's exactly right. That is a huge problem. Now, Pirate Software is correct here about these companies that will mislead consumers through this fraudulent advertising on what you're actually...
The only way that TOS that Blizzard put out there is fair is if they followed it up with a statement, or you sent them a TOS in return that said, if I sign this TOS, then for no reason at all, I can show up at your house and break your fucking legs in front of your family. Right? Then I would consider it fair. But if you can't get that concession, then it's not fair.
Buying, because in a lot of cases, you don't own any of the shit that you're buying. It is pretty much a rental. You get a permission slip to access the content. That is an issue, and not making it abundantly clear to consumers that that is what you are buying is a problem. And so too is the actual agreements, as Ross demonstrates with Blizzard, where it says they can just completely terminate it for no reason at all. It really does go against the basic idea of commerce entirely. Video games are in a totally different ball game when it comes to that, because half the time you don't realize that you're just buying an admission ticket to a game. You're not actually buying the game.
Which to me means that if you pirate games, you're not stealing. You just decided to hop the admission ticket fence. It's not stealing. You never owned it in the first place. I'm just picking it up for a little bit and then I'm going to put it down later. That's not stealing. I was just observing the game with my hands before putting it back.
You also don't know how long that's going to last. Again, to go back to Concord, that shit lasted less than a fucking, fucking rainstorm, basically. Like, there is just so many problems. So I don't know why Pirate Software would be so harsh on Stop Killing Games for not addressing specific things that he himself is bringing up or making up in regard.
Because my tinfoil hat conspiracy makes me truly believe with every sentence that and every movement he makes that he is an industry plant. And I don't know how true that statement is, but if he can fucking lie about Stop Killing Games like this, then maybe it needs to be spread around that he's an industry plant. Just a little bit. Maybe we should use some misinformation back at him the way he's using it about other people. Yes, I am a vindictive son of a bitch.
To it. It just doesn't compute. It really is a video that did significant damage to an actually positive initiative that aimed to help consumers in the video game space. All based on his complete misrepresentation of it, which was a complete mess.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters.
He's just lying.
That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last clip I want to show from this section on the Pirate Software video, but it's a very important one because this is something a lot of people also think the Stop Killing Games initiative is about, where developers, publishers will have to support their games forever. Like, until the fucking heat death of the universe, they'll have to support these games under the initiative. When that is not the case. It is very simply asking that when the game has reached the end of its life cycle, the publishers, developers don't want to work on it any longer, to turn it over to the community to still be in a playable, accessible state so the product can still exist. There is some more nuance, obviously, to how that works, given, like, publisher-developer licensing and a lot of, like, the code, the binary, that kind of thing. There is a lot at play under the hood there, of course, but it is something that Stop Killing Games isn't naive to, and it is something that is talked about. But I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I encourage you to check more in on it. But this whole belief that it is about endlessly supporting a live service game, even when it makes no sense to do so and it's beyond dead and in the dirt, is ridiculous, because that is not what it is asking for. And a lot.
You know, just as a side note, imagine how much goodwill that Thor retard goon software for 13 hours on a phone call could have farmed if he went out of his way to say, I will help these people fix their initiative. Imagine how good that would have made him look. And he could have done his whole arrogant spiel about how he's been part of the games industry and how he's so amazing and how he fucking jerked off into Bobby Kotick's a personal cum tank before he rose out of it like Baron Harkonnen. Like, he could have fucking been farming people non-stop to always be on his side, even after the WoW drama, if he just said, you know what, I'm gonna help these guys. But instead, that fucking rat, that little roach, just lied, made things worse, beehive tactic everyone, and got everyone to believe a bunch of retarded shit that SKG actively went out of their way to point out is not real. Even in the original video. He's called Pirate Software and he's against pirating. Nah, boys, he's retarded. Or he's an industry plant. You know how there's that conspiracy theory missive that in Elden Ring, they named the mount Torrent so that if you tried to torrent Elden Ring, you would just get pictures of the fucking goat horse? Maybe the industry plant set himself up as Pirate Software, so if you try to pirate some software, you just get his stupid fucking face instead.
A lot of people think that it is. It's not. Pirate Software got that wrong as well. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but as mentioned in the beginning, most of Stop Killing Games hasn't been successful in getting change. And Ross has dedicated so much of his life to this, and it's clearly taken a big toll. Now he's doing everything he can for this last-ditch push to try and help. And there are two big things coming up that can do so. And it's what I linked at the very beginning of the at the very beginning of the video about...
He did this live on stream. The veil has dropped. I see the truth. I see the golden path before me. I've been playing too much Dune. I've got too many fucking Dune memes in my head right now. The veil just dropped. He made this video live on stream. That's the feeling I just got.
The resources in the description. It's in regards to this.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition.
Yep.
But the one that has...
Yep, and you see, that's exactly why, when I criticized Ross's original video, Accursed Farms, I said it's such a bad fucking idea for them to take this to the EU Parliament and then just say, the politicians will figure it out. This man needs to be in the front lines, the vanguard with the fucking sword, charging through this shit until it is done. This man needs to rip and tear until it is finished, until it is over. This man right here needs to not drop this issue the same way someone's ex-wife won't drop their kids off at their house. This man needs to be the savior. You cannot leave this in the hands of a fucking politician.
Has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries, and we've only made it just under halfway. What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Is that
mostly not because people don't care about video games, but because the EU is in a stagnant pool where every single politician, lawyer, and legislator is over the age of 957 years old. Every single lawyer, every single legislator, everyone in the EU is like a vampire drinking baby blood, saw Jesus's mom leave her purse behind on Noah's Ark, fucking was there at the genesis of the universe when God said, hey yo, it's pretty fucking dark in here, maybe we need some light. That's the problem. All these fucking retard EU boomers don't give a shit about the video games. But the second they eventually die, which unfortunately, maybe I shouldn't say that, I don't know. This is a joke. For legal purposes, this is a joke, which unfortunately COVID didn't take care of. We need a fresh wave of people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s who at least played a little bit of the video to step in and say, okay, this is an important issue. We need to regulate this because the Americans are fucked. So this is up to us. That's what we need. I need a refresher. What's an industry plant? Someone who's set up by a bunch of corporate companies and stuff to take a main stage position so they can push their narrative through them. And so they can milk them for a bunch of money. Pirate roached out on his hardcore... Okay, that's you just discussing the WoW drama.
Vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms and consumer contracts.
So they don't even need to change the law, they just need to apply it. They need to take them into The Hague. They need to put them on trial. The Geneva buildings. Grab all of them, Throw them in there. And when they're like, I was just following orders, I want to hear some German judge being like, bailiff, smack him in the nuts. Archie, yes, for now, and then I'm playing Guild Wars 2 later. This is important to me. I care about this issue.
So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void.
He goes on to explain how powerful that can be because of what a mess that is. Because there is so much gray area with how the video games currently operate in regards to those protections, it would be a legal headache that would require an analysis of the laws or implementation of new laws that could lead to, hopefully, an improvement when it comes to gaming. So the big hurdle was the signatures, needing 1 million, and currently it's at like 460,000, so it doesn't reach the threshold. I've been very vocal from the very beginning about how little faith I have in petitions, but that's just from the perspective of an American. In America, petitions are more worthless than toilet paper. You're better off just writing what you want on a note to Santa Claus and shipping it to the North Pole than you are doing anything with a petition in this country.
Yeah, change.org is such a fucking joke because it gets people to believe that they actually did something, but they never did anything. Signing a petition doesn't do shit. Unless it ends up in front of a politician where someone's like, we're going to take away your supply of baby blood. If you don't do this, they don't care. Also, Archie Lewis got a music video of my own here. I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible. This is the wrong place to ask for that because I know nothing about music. I'm the worst person to ask for that. So I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. If you want people to react to your music, this is what you want to do, is you want to find someone who's a musician, who's a music streamer, someone who plays instruments, someone who can actually add value to anything you've made, right? That's not me. I can't help you there. I'm fucking a waste of time on that. I cannot help you with that kind of stuff, right? My genuine opinion, if you're doing something and you want it to take off, and you want it to like become something, your best hope is make a music video that involves a certain streamer, that involves a musician in some sense, one sense or another. You say to them, hey, I made this for you and I made it for free. And then you get them to react to it. And if it's good, if you've done something of value, then they will either appreciate what you've done, you will get some percentage of attention that boosts whatever you're doing, and you can build off of that. If you want to look at a guy, for instance, who did this and did this really well, go look at Pay Money Wubby, and then go look at the guy who's made videos for him. Right, who's made music videos for him. He's literally built an entire career just around making music videos, focusing on Pay Money Wubby. That's the best advice I can give you. But asking me to react to a music video is like asking a fish to climb a fucking tree. You're gonna get nothing out of it except a dead fish and the most retarded take you've ever heard in your life. I'll talk about this because I understand video games.
I don't know how different it is in the EU. Maybe it really is this powerful there that could lead to substantial change and improvement when it comes to games and preservation and all of...
Oh, by the way, the guy who does the Pay Money Webby stuff, his name is Wilro. This dude. He's built an entire career off of this. And his music's actually pretty good. For making meme music, Wilro does some interesting stuff. He actually makes pretty solid music. So this is your working use case.
What we've already talked about. Hopefully, I mean, that's really all that's left for the Stop Killing Games initiative, which sucks, but that's the position that it's in, unfortunately. And I wanted to talk about it because I really want to see something change with the games industry. I've said that so many times recently, but it's in such a sorry state. I mean, I'm talking big budget AAA space. Indies, I think, are absolutely crushing it. Absolutely golden right now in the golden age of indie games. But
indie games are the future. The more I look at the AAA industry, the more I realize that indie games are the future. Because what's going to happen is some indie game dev is going to find a way to make a video game. He's going to add AI, but he's going to add an AI in the best way possible. He's going to have a singular vision. He's going to have a singular goal. And he's going to make the most amazing fucking game you've seen. And no one's going to care that he used AI. No one's going to care that he fucking did this all by himself. And no one's going to care that it's perfect. However, a AAA gaming studio is going to use AI in the shittiest way possible. They're going to fire all the writers. They're not going to have a single creative idea. And you know what the most ironic part about them firing all the story writers is? Currently, the AAA gaming industry, whenever they make a story, it's like a 3 out of 10. If they use an AI, it becomes a 4.5 out of 10. Not acceptable, but still better than what they've currently got.
Overall, in the big budget games and the way the industry keeps pushing things, it sucks. So I wanted to talk about Stop Killing Games here. Hopefully things can turn around and maybe a huge W's around the corner for the Stop Killing Games initiative. We'll see. But anyway, I want to commend Ross for his hard work spearheading all of this for so long. And that's really about it. See ya.
Okay, now apparently according to Ashura, there's an update to this video. Is that what you're saying? Okay, he just made another one. So we're going to take a look at that. Thank you for linking that, Ashura. Before we do, let's take a look at Stop Destroying Video Games. The last time I saw this had stagnated at about 400,000. So it looks like they got another 100,000. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're getting another 500,000 signatures. I think this is dead in the water now. 31st of July. They've got a month. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to get passed. Someone said it earlier in the chat, but we need a bunch of non-English speaking YouTubers. German, French, Spanish, Italian, Greek, Swedish, Danish, fucking whatever else. You know, United Kingdom, I believe they speak Hindi there now. They need a bunch of those creators to start making videos in their local languages so that every single non-English speaking person in the EU sees this and signs this petition. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's taken you 10 months to get 500,000 signatures in the EU. I don't think you're going to get 500,000 signatures in a month. Charlie's new video also talks about the tweet I gave you. Even better. Then I don't have to go through the tweets. I can see it directly in the video. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know, Moonstone. Now, we've had an update. An immediate update. Let's see what the immediate update is.
Most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, I've been a lot happier.
Okay, all of those countries speak English. You're right, Connor, they do. But a lot of them speak it as a second language. How many people in the comfort of their own home want to speak their second language versus their first language? How many of those people go and... I mean, look, my wife is French, right? How do you think I got her to surrender to me? Essentially, whenever I look at my wife's YouTube, it's the most confusing shit ever because everything is in French. Every single thing she watches is in French. How many people have completely missed this movement because in their home country, they only want to watch shit in their home language, right? There could be an entire untapped market of people, of let's say Germans, who just watch German videos and like maybe every now and then they'll adjacently watch an English video. But they don't want to, like, they want to be comfortable. They're chilling at home. They're relaxing. Wait, no, never mind. That's not Germany. Greece, they never do an honest day's work, right? They're chilling, they're relaxing every single day of the week, despite being broke. How many of those people do you think are watching English YouTube videos? No, they're watching Greek. Imagine SKG in Greek. That's the entire thing. And now I know this is difficult. Like, imagine getting Greeks to actually do something. There's like maybe a 5% conversion rate, but that's a 5% you didn't have before. Did you know Josh Strife Hayes watches your streams? No. I very much doubt that's true, Faith. I'm a literal nobody. Josh Strife Hayes has no reason to ever watch my streams. And on top of that, that motherfucker is way too pretty to be in here. He's got bad, like, do you know how upsetting Josh Strife Hayes is? Just as a side note before we watch this. Do you know how up fucking setting Josh Strife Hayes is? He's good looking, he's jacked, he's got all the perfect opinions all the time, he always turns out to be right, his videos are good, god damn it. And you know what the worst part about it is? He's English. He's straight from the UK. It makes it a million times worse. No, he literally said it the other day on his you'll have to show me proof. DM me, because I don't believe that a literal nobody like me would ever catch even like a cursory glance from someone like that, who's like a full-blown industry professional who knows what the fuck he's doing.
Really radiant. You can tell probably just from my voice alone. And
plus, think about it this way, right? I am the most vulgar, upsetting, swear all the time, speak like a sailor kind of human being. Why would someone who's an actual consummate professional ever want anything to do with me? Look how I fucked up Muckluck's life. Is that not a cursory glance at the fact that I'm venomous? Thank you, Wojciech, for reminding me. Yeah, let me make it clear. Hello, people who have nothing to do with Josh Strife Hayes. Why would you ever come here? Is this the only fans you were looking for? I bet it wasn't. I bet it fucking wasn't. Asmon watched you. Yes, because I talked about WoW. But think about it, Wojciech. Asmon cared about WoW at that point in time. That's why he watched the video. Not because I'm entertaining or good enough to actually, draw his attention to the point that he'd be like, I like watching these videos. That's not the way I see it.
This striking smile. So what is the secret to this newfound happiness of mine? The one trick doctors don't want you to know? I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently.
What did I do to the Guild Wars 2 guy? I spurged out, Connor. I acted like a fucking moron. That's what I did. Look, put it this way, Connor. I'm very disappointed in myself with what I did with Muckluck, because if I'm gonna fuck with someone, I'm gonna fuck with someone. I like to plan how I'm gonna fuck with someone so that there's some degree of retardation that is enjoyable for you and is enjoyable for their community. Now, before I fucked up, Muckluck's community was having a good time. They thought it was funny, it was entertaining, and I liked doing that. But I went full retard. I went full retard on Muckluck. And I feel really, really bad for it, because it wasn't entertaining for his community. It was disappointing for his community that for an entire stream they had to deal with this absolute spurg. I'm disappointed in myself for that.
Spending time in the real world. And as such, I'm sure many of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel.
Wait, hold on. I saw someone saying, look, Discord DMs. All right. What the hell did you send me? That's just ass. All I'm seeing is the ass I put in my thumbnail. Hold on. I'm sorry, I can't see anything else. Hold on. Have you ever watched Rose MMO? He's been playing Guild Wars 2 recently. I have. Rose was in this chat earlier. I think he's talking about a different Rose. Because I've never been in Josh Strife Hayes' live streams. Primarily because the times he streams, I'm busy. He streams on the weekends. He's busy a lot of the time. I think he's confusing me with someone else. He has to be. I've literally never been in his live streams. I usually catch his VODs later when I can, and I'm so jealous of how good he is at his workout streams. He has to be confusing me for someone else. Because I wasn't in the chat earlier. He must be confusing me for someone else.
Because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I've still dipped my tootsies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on.
Okay, we're getting off topic here. I'm pretty sure he has no idea who I am. Look at the React channel for palette cleanse after we're done with this. Okay, so we will do a palette cleanse now, but I've completely missed the beginning of this. I'm going to watch this to see what the update is on the Pirate Software thing. Unfortunately, and I'm going to give my blunt opinion, Pirate Software has fucking disappointed me so hard. I used to really like Pirate Software. I thought he was doing a good thing. I thought he was like, you know, he was really helping people when it came to the little shorts and the MS Paint stuff. And then it just fell the fuck apart. And he keeps giving these opinions that are just wrong, right? Like, he just keeps lying. And he could, oh my God, it would be so simple for him to just farm goodwill from everyone. And he just keeps not doing it. And every time someone calls him out on his bullshit, he runs for the hills. That's what upsets me the most. As Faith said, Mux still likes you, you fucking moron. He's just disappointed with your behavior. No, that's fine. I'm aware of that. But I'm more disappointed with my behavior than he is of me, if that makes sense. I've already spoken to the guy, Plague. I've already had DMs with him. I am more pissed off with myself than he's pissed off with me. I can promise you that.
I have no doubt most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months I've been a lot happier. Glowing, really, radiant. You can tell probably just from my voice alone and this striking smile. So what is the secret to this newfound happiness of mine? The one trick doctors don't want you to know?
Wait, he went on to talk about your Guild Wars 2. You gotta send me a link, dude. You gotta send me a link, Faith. Because I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I just don't.
I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently, spending time in the real world.
Disgusting. How dare you? Sickening. Going outside? That's disgusting. You know, I used to respect Charlie, but now I learned that he goes outside. Next, he's going to tell me he showers.
Such, I'm sure many of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I've still dipped my tootsies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on, and I still cover...
Super, Cyro, don't you worry about that. Okay, I've already messaged Muckluk privately, but I'm not going to be a dickhead and start airing out like messages and stuff. That's just a dickhead move. I don't want to do that. If Muckluk never wants to talk about me again, I 100% understand. Right? I've DM'd him, I've messaged him, don't worry, we're good. I don't want to talk about the DMs. I don't spook out and tell in private. But I will helicopter my dick around on the screen.
Like news and crazy shit going on with aliens and all of that kind of thing, or if there's like a really cringe, you know, prankster that got arrested or something, I'll still talk about that. But it's not like a fixation for me like it used to be over the last few years where I was covering any and all internet creator space hoopla. And I want to keep it that way. I'm having a lot more fun not doing that.
Yes.
That being said, there is something that has unfolded here that's like the John Wick killing the dog moment that's bringing me back, just very temporarily. And it's Pirate Software. Yesterday...
I don't know why. But Charlie just made like the face and the movements that a kindergarten teacher makes with that one kid in the class who's always a problem. And they're like, ah, fuck it. It's Steven again. Every time it's Steven, I swear to God, I would fail him, but that means I would have to tolerate him for another year. This kid's passing on pure outrage. Also, thanks for the follow, Happy Chappy.
I talked about Stop Killing Games. And there's no way to talk about Stop Killing Games without also mentioning Pirate Software because of the profound effect he has had on that initiative in its demise. I say demise, but it's not actually fully cooked, but it has been on life support, and Pirate Software did play a big role in that because of 2 videos he made, as well as a stream, shitting all over it.
I'm actually curious. Do you guys think that Pirate Software, after all these creators have now criticized him, are now focusing on him, do you think he will have the guts to come out and change his opinion? Also, thanks for the follow, Beep Boop Snoot. Beep Boop Soup. I don't know why I thought Snoot. That's my bad. I'm retarded. No, not a chance. No. You all think he's Neo in the Matrix dodging bullets, basically. Yes, he'll claim he didn't understand it. Coughing Fool's going for the long shot. Coughing Fool's a betting man. Coughing Fool's deciding, we're going to try this. We're going on the 1,000,000 to 1 odds. And you know what the worst part is, Coughing Fool? I would respect Pirate Software if he did come out and say that. If he actually came out and said, I didn't understand it, I looked into it deeper, it's taken me this long, I'm sorry, I had this knee-jerk response of not wanting to talk about it because I thought I was being baited, blah. If he just did that, I would instantly gain respect for the guy. I'm so happy to see someone change their opinion and learn more about something. I wish that would happen. And I know that doesn't fix everything else that he's done, but I would respect him for that.
And that's not even doing it justice. He was full-blown tooting on this. He was shitting on it with some fart on top. And a lot of what he was...
If he's a plant, he's got PR guys who would tell him to do it. If he's a plant, Coughing Fool, then he's got every incentive to not do that. Because if he's a video game corporate plant, then his PR team would tell him not to do that because they need to make sure that the SKG movement fails.
Saying about Stop Killing Games wasn't accurate. It was a misrepresentation of the initiative. And the guy behind it, the guy spearheading it, Ross, finally set the record straight on a lot of the misconceptions that Pirate Software helped to put out there and kind of exacerbate these thought processes that just weren't accurate for what the initiative was actually aiming to do. He finally set the record straight, and I, of course, wanted to talk about it as someone who does actually care about it. Now, as I've said, I've been a little more off the grid. I bought a fucking farm, so I've been, living off the Lord's land recently, and I've missed a lot of the internet happenings. So,
basically, Charlie's been living the life, and now we're dragging him back in. Dragging him back into the filth.
Pirate Software's previous anime arcs of drama, like with World of Warcraft, and the one after that, 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 I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. I only got little tiddlywinks, little morsels of lore about it in a few clips, so I never really even understood what was going on there. So Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations bigger than Game of Thrones Season 8.
Please. Okay, this is the Reddit clip we watched.
Yeah, Hutcher, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago.
Have you ever noticed that whenever someone says, oh, these people are so butt mad at me, have you ever noticed that that's usually like the first thing people like this say to dodge responsibility? It used to be that butt mad was reserved for trolling people and upsetting them on purpose. And somewhere between 2016 and now, if someone levels valid criticism at you, all you have to say is, oh, those people are so butt mad. I hate it so much. I hate the fact that that's been taken over. This hurts me more than the fact that I can't call people a monkey because there's a racial connotation attached to it. Right? Monkey is such a good insult for any human being on the planet. But you can't use it because of the racial connotation. Calling people butt mad now, or butt hurt, or whatever the fuck. Ape as well, sure. You're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get accused of shit. You can't do the same. You can't use butt mad now without sounding like you're on the wrong end of things. You know how it's like when someone asks you, okay, how would you respond to this without sounding mad? And then every response you think of, it doesn't matter if you're mad or not, it sounds like you are mad.
About their stuff, and then not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin. And that's the truth, because Pirate Software said so. Some shit like that. It's crazy how he's responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky. Listen.
I want everyone to know. I want everyone to know. Every single human being on the planet. I want you to know. It was me. I'm the one who coined the term smug contrarian. Okay? It's my term. Give me some fucking credit, goddammit, please. Please, just a little bit. I need that. I need smug contrarian to be the term that everyone uses when describing pirate software. God damn it. Someone else is going to use it, and then some big creator is going to come out and be like, I'm the one who used it first. And then I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so fucking angry. I'm going to be sitting here throwing shit around my room. I will fucking baboon out on this fucking stream in front of everyone if that happens.
Listening to it. And he goes on that same talking point multiple times in the clip about how, like, oh, I guess I'm fully to blame. I guess because I made those videos 10 months ago, it's my fault entirely that this whole thing crashed and burned. Yep. Oh boy. Time to play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for the Stop Killing Games movement, all because Big Bad Pirate Software took it all down by himself. Like, it's crazy. No one's saying that. Like, there is no one out there that is saying it is entirely Pirate Software's fault that Stop Killing Games hasn't been more successful in its endeavors. But there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly damaging...
1.2 million views 10 months ago. And then the follow-up was 500,000 views on the SKG movement, which means immediately at least, bare minimum, 500,000 people immediately stopped giving a shit about SKG and never wanted to look at it again.
Effect on Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record.
Yep.
And he has said that it hasn't been refuted in 10 months.
Yep.
That is fish paste. That is turbo horseradish. Go to your own comment section on your videos to see
What happened to Charlie? Why is he saying fish paste? Why is he saying horseradish? Is he trying to keep this PG so that there's a higher opportunity of this reaching more people? He became more PG. I suppose I can't blame him for that, right?
Everyone refuting you, as well as the innumerable other gamers and voices out there that have taken down those talking points and debunked a lot of them and proven that you just didn't understand it. And that is the big problem. No one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so...
Well... I wouldn't be too sure about that one. I wouldn't be too sure about that one. I'm pretty sure quite a few people hate him for fucking that movement up pretty hard.
So many people are angry at him, myself included here. You can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your fucking dad. You make your own choices there. But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is refusing, outright refusing, to just admit any level of fault, that he was wrong about any...
If we took all the pieces of Charlie talking about SKG out of this, you could make the same video about what happened in World of Warcraft.
Anything. And that couldn't be more clear from these clips as well as his tweets that he's made. It's actually his tweets that really sent me off the fucking rails here, off my gourd. Let's start with this little nugget here that...
Oh no! No! He's writing fucking books now! Of course he is! Oh man! You know, everyone should just post underneath these. I ain't reading all of that. But congratulations, well, I'm sorry that happened. Stay frosty. That's because he's a furry and he knows that the Kellogg's Frosty guy. Yeah, I know what you furries did to that poor animal.
that he deleted from last night, so he...
Let's see, hold on. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. That's bullshit. You have. Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. 1.2 million views, you stupid bitch. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide comments. I love this idea. I love this idea that big streamers get, where they think that, like anyone who's a fucking retard in your stream, you should probably call them a fucking retard so they leave, right? I love this idea that these big streamers get, where they think that anyone who's like watching a stream is too fucking stupid to make up a decision for themselves. Is too fucking stupid to critically think for themselves. Like each and every one of you is not an individual with your own thought processes. I love this idea that these big streamers get, that people in like any streamer's chat aren't real human beings with their own thinking process. It's so fucking stupid. It's so retarded. My God. And then it's somehow everyone else's actions are all of a sudden the streamer's fault. This is like yelling at a Chinese man because there was slavery in China once, and you are the descendant of a slave in America. Like he had anything to do with the fucking concept that was worldwide at some point. Sounds like Hassan with Asmongold. Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Tweeted directly at Ross, the guy behind...
Wait, hold on, I didn't read the rest of this. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try make seem unhinged... Oh, you mean like how you misrepresented things? I'm going to drop my video here to show the actual context. There's also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video you can read through to see my reasoning. If you make up an argument about something that no one's talking about and then reason your own argument, you're just shadowboxing. You're not giving any reasoning, you retard. To quote back to you, if you're going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. So he's proving to me he is an industry plant here, and he's doing this on purpose. The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Louis Rossman. His video breaks down what I disliked and tried to meet in the middle. Yeah, because Louis Rossman is adjacent to this issue, and he's trying to make you come to the table like you're a human being and not a little fucking spurg, dude. With a conversation that made sense. As such, I engaged with him on that video as screenshotted below. Leaving a comment is not enough. It doesn't correct the record. I'm fine with talking to people that are level-headed about this. Translation, I'm fine with talking to people who agree with me 100% and can have a conversation, but to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbit is shit toxic. It's everyone else is doing mean things at me. That means it's your fault. Shut up, pussy. Shut up, bitch. Fuck you. I got death threats for saying there's pay to win in Guild Wars 2. You fucking pussy. I'm a literal nobody and I dealt with that. You know what I didn't do? I didn't start yelling at fucking any other Guild Wars 2 content creator. You know what happened? Actually, I'm going to tell you about this right now. You know Sab? Do any of you guys who play Guild Wars 2, do you know Sab? I'll show you quickly. This, I don't know if he does YouTube. I don't think he does. Right? Or sab.com. I think that's what he uses on Twitch. He disagreed with me on pay to win. Undoubtedly, when Sab disagreed with me on pay to win, there is possibly 1 or 2 viewers or whatever the fuck that may have come from his community that issued me death threats for saying that there's pay to win in Guild Wars 2. Not only do I not blame Sab for the actions of another human being, not Sneb, right, though there may have been some from Sneb as well. Not only did I not blame him, but I had a conversation with Sab. And guess what? I managed to get him to change his mind a little bit about the pay to win. And the fact that there's pay to win in Guild Wars 2, but it's not that bad. Okay, let me see if I can find his stuff. But you know what I'm not going to do?
Stuff to me all the time.
That's not racist. You get DK.
Yeah, you could argue about this guy right here. Right here. Man.
Someone else in chat does.
It's been a while since he streamed. Holy shit. Fuck, dude. It's been a while. But I had a conversation with him. We had a disagreement. And like men, we didn't start screeching at each other like fucking chimpanzees. Not only that, yes, from the Sneb podcast I was on, not only that, but even if one of his viewers came and issued me death threats, that's not his fault or his responsibility. You don't get to blame someone else's actions on someone else. Case in point, my ex used to slice her fucking thighs up and send pictures of it to me and say, "You did this to me." When I was out of that relationship, it took me a good month to start to register. Actually, none of that was my fault. I am not responsible for the actions of another human being because I did not incite that human being into those actions. They did it all on their own and then tried to dodge accountability. This here is a piece of shit response from Pirate Software trying to blame Accursed Farms for someone else's behavior. Take some fucking personal responsibility and stop trying to pin it on him. At no point have I seen Accursed Farms attack you on a personal level to any degree. He's attacked your arguments, and you're too much of a fucking pussy to deal with that. That's what I see. Let's see. I'm fine talking about blah blah blah. Your community is a fucking rabid. No, it's not. It's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side. This is cry bullying. This is crybaby shit, right? That right there, that paragraph is crybaby shit. This is like saying a few people are being pieces of shit, so everyone is. Fuck you. That's pussy behavior. Who do you think I haven't talked about this in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talk about causing drama in our community to try and stir up more support. Well, if you're gonna lie like a piece of shit to over 1 million people, I can kind of understand why a bunch of other people want to get down in the mud and behave like assholes the same way you did. Fuck you. You deserve that. You started this, now take some accountability for that. Also, Minehearty, thanks for the follow. I still disagree with your movement for all the reasons I stated, because you're a fucking liar. That's unlikely to change at this point. I am more than fine with that.
Stop Killing Games, talking about how he made those videos 10 months ago, and since then, his community's been nothing but hateful. A scourge, a fucking tyrannid threat that he must destroy. Your community is fucking
Wait, who's the biggest cry bully? Pirate Software, iDubbbz. Definitely Pirate Software. iDubbbz, I have some sympathy for because I've been in a relationship like he's currently been in. And I can promise you, a person like that, being in a relationship with a person like that, they remove pieces of your soul from who you are. Right? I'm willing to bet that one day when he's no longer with Anissa, if he's lucky enough to get out of that situation and rebuild his life, and I hope that happens, I'm willing to bet he's going to register what a fuck up he's been. So I feel sympathy for iDubbbz because I can relate to him. But this cry bully shit here is fucking hilarious.
rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire—
Hold on, actually. Where is it? Where's that fucking tweet? Where is it? Wasn't Pirate literally blocking people that said I ain't reading all that? Well, I did read all that. Pirate Industry Plant Software. Damn, it's not just me. That's even worse. That's even worse. Hold on, where's the one where he's directly atting fucking, if someone's got a link, please. He deleted the tweet yesterday. Fucking piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Okay, let's read the new one then. Been reading through all of the posts against me over my stance on Stop Killing Games. Tons of people calling me a liar or that I misrepresented the initiative, because you did. Also lots of content creators dogpiling on this. They're not dogpiling, they're calling you out, you piece of shit. Let's dig into what I actually did and said. I put out 2 videos on August, blah, blah, blah. These videos are linked to the bottom of this. Monetization on these videos is disabled, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because you preempted then. First video, go through, blah, blah, blah. Next, bring up the crew. I also harshly criticize Ross Scott. Wait, okay. Recap, main issue. This is not feasible for all games, blah, blah, blah. Effectively, to clear up disinformation about my character. I left AAA industry, blah, blah, blah. Industry plant behavior. Industry plant behavior. Outside of that, I'm not financially supported by live service games. To further this games and publishing, blah, blah, blah. I want to see... Okay, so he cry-bullied hard enough that he deleted the tweet. Yes, I damn well am. I give a shit about this initiative and what it means for games development, blah, blah. To finish out... Stay frosty. Block it. Do you think this is going to get me blocked? as an industry insider. If you thought it was that bad. Damn, I can't spell absolute. You could have helped these people make these people make the initiative better as an industry insider if you thought it was that bad. Fuck off. Time to get a ban!
Entire time. And just goes on about like how he is the victim of Ross's toxic, terrible community, which is hilariously hypocritical coming from Pirate Software, when in his videos and his streams, he makes it very clear and is very rude about how much he dislikes not only Ross, but the movement. And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it, you know, buttoned up. Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit.
What a piece of shit. Now, I know I'm a big piece of shit, and I'll comment on people's appearances. But if someone comments on my appearance, I gotta take it on the chin like a man, because guess what? That's what I did that, so it's fair game. It's open fields. This pussy does this and then runs away.
It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass.
Imagine it backfires.
This is complete garbage.
And imagine it backfires and he makes a video about you. Dubba, I ask not that you judge me by my allies, but you judge me by the enemies I make. And if that so happens to be the case, I will walk out on stream. Come on, let me find it. I will walk out on stream. I will walk out on stream like I'm this motherfucker right here. I will wear it as a badge of honor. I will fucking be so happy. Judge me by my enemies. I'll sit there fucking... I'll literally see if I can get a medal made that I will pin to my chest. That I took this fucking bully on a trip, if that's the case.
All of this can eat shit, then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Ross.
Ass naked, no, absolutely. I'm not trying to turn Pirate Software on here, dude.
In his community that are actually the assholes here. Brother, come on, you can't possibly be calling the wambulance with a side of french fries here about people being mean to you when you are...
Roosevelt, pretty much any creator would be one-sided, he'd stomp everyone. Here's the problem with, if I ever argued with Josh Strife Hayes, he would win because I agree with him on so many things. Right, Josh Strife Hayes could probably make a decent enough argument that I can see anything he's saying from his perspective. So I would insta-lose because I'd end up agreeing with him most of the time, just because I've never seen him give a take that is so fucking wildly insane.
Literally the one that started the shit-flinging and name-calling, and by...
Also, to be honest, if he stood up, I just wouldn't be able to stop staring at his cum gutters.
By the way, Ross never even addressed this for 10 months because he didn't want to dilute the initiative into just having it be boiled down to drama between creators, which I think was actually very big of him. The only reason he's talking about it now is because it's at the end of its life and so many people still don't understand it because of someone like Pirate Software misrepresenting it. So he's finally setting the record straight there. Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago...
And there's the second one, of course.
He made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. We don't need to hit the Jumbotron for the replay on yesterday's video going over so many of the things that he was incorrect about in regards to the initiative, but the point is, that is an issue that I really thought that he would address. Be like, hey, yeah, I did get this part wrong. You're right, guys. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to misrepresent it. I still don't fully agree with it, but I do recognize that I had some errors here in my coverage. That's what I was expecting. That is not what we got. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his...
Yeah, it's very impolite. Like, obviously you don't want to leak DMs.
Refusal to acknowledge that he did...
This is actually highly respectable of Charlie, that he would go out of his way to even DM him so that he would give, like, RoachSoftware right of reply. And be like, can I get your full side of it? Do you understand what you're missing, or are you still going to hold this opinion? That's actually highly respectable. How many people do you know get into a shit-flinging contest on the internet will never reach out of their way to get that right of reply? Especially when you're this big as Charlie.
Maybe unintentionally misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was...
Yep, of course. Because he's not planning on winning. He's planning on wasting your time.
More focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games, and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere. So I want to just publicly say this again. There are plenty of things you can disagree with when it comes to the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'll put links to it if you want to learn more about it, and you can form your own opinions on it if you want to support it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's super normal. And I didn't reach out to try and champion that Pirate Software should become, you know, a huge ambassador of Stop Killing Games, you know, out there on the fucking front lines fighting for it. It had nothing to do with that. It was simply about the misunderstanding that he showcased, maybe unintentionally, and the misrepresentation of it that he broadcast. Again, maybe unintentionally. Which has, in turn, over the course of 10 months, misled people on what the fuck Stop Killing Games even is in the first place. Which I found to be a problem because he's never even acknowledged that as something that has happened. And because he refuses to acknowledge that, and anyone that even, like, tiptoes around that subject, he kind of treats as though they're fucking idiots, like me, for thinking that he's misrepresented something. Now, he did just post a tweet where he said he talked to me and Josh Strife Hayes, and in that tweet, this will prove how useless our conversation was, unfortunately, there's not a single...
Hold on, just talk to Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes for bitten DMs. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it and I'm sorry for that. Oh, fuck, it took this long. It took this long. And he still keeps on going on. And I haven't even read this long, and I know there's going to be a but in the statement. The statement or his statement isn't wrong. The fact you thought it was wrong, he attacks. Wait, hold on. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Happy Chappy. You're going to have to expand on that. You taught me about that right to reply. I sought someone out in the local folk community that was banned for some reason. Found out their side of the story. Basically, they were wrong, but also a troubled person and in need of psychotherapeutic help. And then I stumbled across a guy who was the fall guy who went up in a lawsuit against the first guy while the rest of the community just swept it under the rug. Both parties were hurt for it unnecessarily. Absolutely. That happens all the time. And people, like, this is what people do. When there are gaps in people's knowledge, they don't just say, I don't know. They fill the gaps with whatever shit they assume happened. My ex was a professional at this. You gotta get comfortable in saying the words, I don't know. Now, you can postulate, you can assume, you can approximate, but the second you know better, you gotta correct as much as you can. I should not have lashed out, but I had an emotional response due to how important the subject is to me as an industry plant. On the developer side, I have been in a constant battle with people online for nearly a decade. And this is my story about what happened in the Blizzard office to my asshole. Trying to inform them how difficult it is to make and release video games. The idea that any of these technical hurdles are easy to overcome and would be simple to implement is the exact kind of thing I've been fighting. When I bring up the issues with leaving online-only games in a functional playable state after sunsetting them, I am always met with the response diminishing the effort needed to do that. They didn't need to do shit. Again, they didn't need to do shit. They just needed to leave the game to everyone else to fix. You fucking moron. This is not a simple hurdle to overcome and is exactly why I don't like this finish. He keeps lying. He just keeps lying. You can't leave these challenges up to a figure-it-out mentality. Yes, you can. That's why WoW has private servers, dipshit. And you can't diminish the work of those on the dev side just because you want your way. The devs don't even need to do anything. The fucking triple down. The quadruple down. Jesus Christ. Literally, someone needs to make this guy an enemy in a video game. And I swear to God, he will be the most memorable, frustrating, and retarded enemy you ever have to deal with. Everyone will remember him if you put this kind of energy and emotion into like a villain in a video game. And then at the end of the video game, you kill him. And it'll feel so good. Movements like this showcase to me how little the general public understands about game development, modern gaming architecture, and online games as a whole. Again, that's not what I was targeting, you dipshit. That's why I put videos out poking holes in this, because you didn't poke holes, you created an infrastructure and then poked holes in your own fucking thing. You were shadowboxing, bud. It sets the entire conversation back in the Stone Age to fucking bullshit.
About misrepresenting what Stop Killing Games was about. It's more so about how the public just doesn't understand game development, and it kind of reads to me...
Remember, you're too stupid to understand game development, guys. Every last one of you is too much of a fucking retard to understand game development. Pirate Software is wrong and arrogant, but Stop Killing Games has a lot of holes, like asking politicians to make the law from scratch. Yes, Filter. I've shit on that point as well. I've shit on that point exactly. You cannot leave it in the hands of a bunch of politicians. I've said that. They do have holes. But Stop Killing Games doesn't need to be killed. It needs to be helped. It needs to be repaired. That's the issue. It's a good idea, so make the idea better. Also, they can't say it's a draft. No one can criticize if it's already out. Yes, exactly. So improve what they've got. I won't understand why they are lazy and trusting a politician. Neither do I. That's like the worst thing I can say about Stop Killing Games, is this idea that they're just going to hand it over to the politicians and magically everything's going to be fine. That's all they got to do. Is fucking Ross from Accursed Farms needs to be Jesus. He needs to lead everyone to the promised land, and the disciples behind him need to help him get there. But this whole idea of set it and forget it's not going to work.
Like, we're all just too stupid to understand it from his side of things. Our conversation basically amounted to toilet paper, unfortunately. Again, I was focused on, you have done this, maybe unintentionally, you should at least say that you have, or like, you know, are you aware that you did this? And then it became more of like, nope, I didn't. You're wrong. And then he uses our conversation at the start of this for something that was not even the focus. I was not there to try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games. I don't think we made any ground on, like, his perspective versus mine on Stop Killing Games. He has some qualms about how difficult it would be in certain cases. I agree with that, for sure. I still think overall Stop Killing Games is a net positive for the gaming industry where something desperately needs to change with a lot of these awful practices. But for the 10 millionth time in the last 2.5 hours, it was just about him having this awareness that his coverage did mislead people, and that he, maybe not maliciously or anything, misunderstood or misrepresented Stop Killing.
Charlie's being too nice to him. Charlie's being way too nice to him. Way fucking too nice to him. Muck is live streaming right now. He has 10 more viewers than yeah, but Muck likes way bigger on Twitch and shit, dude.
Killing.
Yeah, it's not even comparable. It's not even the same universe, Faith.
Games.
Also, Drizilla, thanks for the sub. I know you subbed a while ago, but unfortunately my shit takes like a while for me to indicate anyone on YouTube. I don't know why. That's not YouTube's fault. That's the multi-streaming software I'm using.
In numerous instances, and the way that he talked about Ross was unacceptable. That at least made it into the tweet there about the way he talked about Ross being like a fucking used car salesman type deal, and like calling everything about it ass. He at least recognized that that was too harsh, so he gave a quick I'm sorry for that, which is good. I do appreciate that, and I'm sure Ross will appreciate that as well, I imagine. But
that is nice that he did that. We can acknowledge that that was a good thing he did. And then he immediately took another fat shit all over that goodwill he built up.
I still wanted to make this video after the conversation because I just really do not understand. I truly cannot wrap my head around why he fights tooth and nail coming for throats for anyone that tries to mention that there was misrepresentation in his coverage of the Stop Killing Games initiative. He is so hell-bent on proving he's right and everyone else is wrong that's saying these things. I just don't get it. He's just treating it like he's got the mega mind, once-in-a-generation galaxy brain that no one can possibly understand. All us plebeians are beneath him, and we're lucky that he even graces us with streams, and we're stupid for thinking that he did anything wrong here in regards to his coverage of Stop Killing Games and what it's actually about. It's just so odd to me. Because if he would just come out...
fuck, Charlie's trying to be so nice. I understand the professionalism and being nice and being fair and being balanced, but I'm so fucking tired. I'm actually pirate fatigued. I've got pirate software fatigue. I'm so tired of this fucking rat getting away with this shit. And because everyone else is trying to be professional and nice, he keeps getting away with it. It's like he's the biggest asshole in the room, and everyone else is navigating around him and trying to make compromise. But people need to outright say, fuck this guy. He's like having a real world consequence right now. This is not someone died in a video game. This is, he's gonna fuck up the future of the games industry for the largest amount of consumers. And I think that's sickening.
And be like, yeah, you know what? Looking back on it, really reflecting, hearing what you guys are saying, I can see why this was so misleading for so many people. I didn't mean for it to be, and yeah, maybe I misunderstood some of these things. This would not have been nearly as big of a deal as it has turned into. And I went back and looked at some of his previous dramas, I suppose, and that is a common thread with pirate software. Like in World of Warcraft, he made a mistake, but he completely refused to acknowledge the mistake, and it made it a much bigger snowball into an avalanche.
I'm coining my term. I'm stamping it down. Copyright. Patent pending. Nintendo, don't steal.
For him, which led to a ton of other problems. He just has this inability to, like, accept that he can make mistakes. Like, he does things wrong sometimes, and he needs to recognize that it's okay to be like, yeah, I did do that wrong. You're right, I was incorrect in this. And it would save so much of a headache. But he just comes across as a narcissist. He really does, unfortunately. Like, I'm not an...
It's almost like the video game psychologist Dr. K was right. Holy fucking shit. Imagine Dr. K, Healthy Gamer GG, a man who's a qualified professional, who's doing his best to try and help these people out of this fucked up mental state, is even like, yeah, fuck, you're an arrogant piece of shit, dude. And then Pirate Software is like, no, I'm not. No, it just never ends. Holy shit.
Armchair Reddit psychologist here going to diagnose him as a narcissist or anything, but, like, that's what it comes across as. He just refuses to admit that he ever does anything incorrectly. It admits no faults of his own, ever. Except, I suppose, to Ross here, which maybe this is the beginning of a big character development for Pirate Software. He did apologize to Ross for how he treated him and what he said about him. I think that's great. Would love to see that same kind of energy for understanding where people like myself are coming from with your coverage of Stop Killing Games and why people feel the way they do about what's happened since with your responses. But anyway, I won't keep yapping about it. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Oh my god. It just doesn't get better, huh? He's irredeemable. I don't like saying this about human beings. I don't like saying this about anyone, to be honest. But he feels irredeemable. And I don't think he's ever going to learn his lesson. Until he loses his entire online career. Until he's where I am currently. Right? If he's got like 5 viewers, when it's all fallen apart and he's back down here at the bottom of the barrel with idiots like me, then he's gonna be like, guys, I'm sorry. And at that point, everyone's gonna say, sorry, bitch. Too late. You should have said that a year ago. This reminds me of the video about the one unforgivable sin in some ways. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't have context. Right, okay, so. This is gaining signatures. This is the last and final push. If you are in the EU, if anyone ever sees this, I beg you to sign this. I don't think it'll go anywhere. I don't think you're gonna get 500,000 signatures in a month if it took you this long, if it took 10 months to get to this point. I don't think it's gonna get there. But I wish to God it would. Can you DM me that link? You need to be in the EU to sign this, but I will DM it to you. You need to be in the fucking EU for this. Because this is an EU thing. If you want regulation passed, that's where you need to go. So I think Charlie's videos gave me a pretty good take. I don't know that I need to see more videos on this. There's this guy, Harmful Opinions. I saw he made a video that was popping off. 9 hours ago, 47,000 views. I don't know if you guys want to go through another one of these, but I will do one more Pirate Software video. Because there's only so much I can fucking stomach of this bullshit before I want to move on with my life. I still want to see you talking about Josh Strife Hayes talking about my video, because I think you're lying, Faith. I would love to see that. Because I genuinely don't think that he knows anything about my existence. And I think he's probably confusing me for someone else. He's probably confusing me for like Noxy or something. Someone who's like an actual Guild Wars 2 content creator. So, this is the last one on Pirate Software. Unless someone's got a better video. Oh wait, there was this. The hot take by Dr. K.
You know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes. I was smart.
How much longer until Guild Wars 2? I don't want to miss it. Based on the current time, I would say somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour at most. Because I'm about getting to that stage where I can't take it anymore. And I'll watch other videos. I'll do this video. I will do one palette cleanser. And that's it. The Wildstar stuff, Jimmy, I want to save for a different day. Because I've been thinking about it. The Wildstar videos, I want to actually, like on the second channel, I want to actually do, like, I want to start doing talking head videos. And one of the talking head videos I want to start doing is about like MMO design and shit like that. And I want to save some of those videos for doing like a full talk. So like a good example is, if you saw this right here, right? If you saw this video I made right here, where I chopped up a stream, I put in some editing, I put in like a precursor, and I explained every single point that I found wrong with Chrono Odyssey. I want to do shit like this about MMO design that's actually like adds value to people's lives instead of just being a spurg on the internet, right? So all those links, Jimmy, I actually have them in, that you sent. I've got them in a, what's the word? A text file that's sitting there. The same way I'm building an entire playlist of every single time that someone links me a video talking about the white genocide in South Africa so I can have a full, like, actual reasonable conversation about it, and then just do like a 6-hour stream discussing the whole thing. But yeah, I haven't forgotten those. So let's see. We're not going to watch this whole 3-hour video. That's insane. I just want to see Dr. K's thing because you linked it to me right here.
And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that doesn't.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely, you should say my bad, guys, when you fuck up. Now you can, if you want, follow it up with an explanation of why you thought what you did. But then you've got to follow that explanation up with, and this is what changed. Or you can say, my bad, I was wrong. Oh my god. This guy's fucking retarded. Is this like brain damage?
Not in any way explain a situation that doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is.
Hold on, you gotta admit that your entertaining takes on everything are fun as hell. Maybe you feel that way, Faith. Literally every single time I hear my voice, it's like nails on a chalkboard. And I don't know if this is part of autism or not, but whenever I see anything I do, all I feel is the desperate need to criticize every single thing I've done wrong. I sniffled at this point. I shouldn't have blown my nose. Why is my fucking nasal passage so fucking unclear? I can't help it. I can't help it. I just shit all over myself whenever I do this. I'm like that chimpanzee in the zoo doing handstands. You know, when the little kid walks off, Mommy, what's that one doing? Yeah, that's me.
Disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be
just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me.
Did this motherfucker just hold on? Did he just say he sees himself as a god?
Would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%.
Hold on, I need to hear that again because it sounded like he was saying he's a god and he's never wrong.
Everyone made mistakes. I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. After hundreds and thousands of years of evolution, of us going from amoeboids in the ocean to crawling on land to diverging into hairless apes, into becoming the creatures we are. We finally done it. We finally created the perfect Redditor.
That does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like
Do you reckon he's an only child? Absolutely not. Connor, absolutely not. Only children, people like me, are weird. We're strange in different ways. Right, and the thing is, I think people misconstrue like only children being weird as some seeking for attention, and I'm sure there's some portion of them that do. I'm willing to bet he's probably a younger brother. I'm willing to bet he's a younger sibling, or he's the sibling in the family that was the least favorite, and so he needs to do everything in his power to get as much attention as possible. Is Pirate FTM? I don't know. I think he identifies as mushroom self. Sorry, farmer self, because he keeps on shoveling shit in every direction he can.
To do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%.
Fuck. Poor Dr. K, look at him. He's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to be the therapist and not to be like, fuck me, dude. You are so lost. Oh, man, I feel so bad for him.
I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures.
The fact that he even sees an apology or admitting he's wrong as a hand-waving gesture is such a big issue in the first place. Holy shit. Like, obviously I'm not a fucking therapist or whatever. I'm taking this from the perspective of someone who's worked as a project manager, as someone who's had to like move into companies, help fix their like management structure or get rid of the issues so that they're more efficient and can function. Oh my God. I'm so, like, the only thing I would ask any company to do when dealing with a person like this is you need to fire them. You need to get rid of them. I'm not kidding. There was like, so I'll tell you a story. I think I've told this before. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the NDA. There was a company that I got an email from that was like, hey, I know my buddy who worked at this company got some help out of you. I'm wondering if you can help make this component, this segment of my business more efficient. And if you do a good enough job, we'll hire you later, blah, blah. So I was like, okay, great. I'm happy to do that. I've got the time, I've got the space, I've got the capacity. I went into that business and I was helping optimize things both from a practical and a worker standpoint, right? And one of the things I did, I realized at some point, was that the efficiency of the employees was below average when dealing with other departments. So like, let's say 5 out of 10 is the average, right? Every single employee in that one department was working at 3.5 out of 10. And then there was one employee, there was one woman who was working at a 6 out of 10. Right? And so I realized there's an issue here if one outperformer is in like a group and everyone else is doing the worst possible out of every other department. So what I did was I did an interview with all of them. And this woman, I swear to God, spoke just like him. Nothing was ever her fault. Zero accountability. It's everyone else's to blame. Why can't they keep up with me? So I suggested to the manager of that, I want you to put this employee on 2 months leave. And he was really upset with this because he's like, this is my best worker. You can't do, like, do you know how bad this department's going to look if that's the best worker and they're on leave or whatever? I'm like, just do it. Transfer them to another department. Send them overseas on some business finding trip. Whatever you need to do, get this person out of the department. It took 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And every other employee that was working at a 3.5 out of 10 was all of a sudden operating at 5.5 out of 10. That all of them, every single one, without fail, was above average in performance. And when they felt comfortable enough to believe that that woman wasn't coming back into the office, do you know what they all told me? Every single one individually told me was this person was making office life such a living hell that none of them could operate and do their work because they were all walking around on eggshells, believing that this person was going to follow through on threats of going to HR, that everyone else was shitty, that their work was getting sabotaged, that they would come and be interrupted at the most critical times during the day when they were trying to focus on their work. This kind of person does that in a business, and they are never wrong. That is my I worked as a project manager perspective on a person like this. That's what I've seen. It's horrifying. There's a spot in this interview, not sure on YouTube, but on Twitch, Dr. K legit said he has traits of narcissism. I already saw that clip. Happy chappy. Therapists probably heard worse schizos about flat earth theories. You know, I'm willing to believe the flat earthers more than this guy.
I don't like that at all. And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
No, I think it's great.
Do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But like, that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I liked about that response, so my hope, so we're not here.
He's trying so hard
to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation, and at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems.
The therapist is having the primal urge, the fight or flight response, getting triggered in a therapy session. Imagine you go into therapy and the therapist starts hearing tribal drums in the back of their head. They're like, it's kill time. That's beautiful.
Dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So
No,
it's like I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right. So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you?
I've heard that sentence as well. Sure, I fucked 8 dudes in my office, but we both have our flaws.
See what that? We're not married, but you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah.
But like,
so there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky is like I don't think you're wrong, like I don't, and what we got
the way
from
that
you,
I feel about it,
yeah,
is that it I don't even know if the word it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah,
it feels like if
it feels that way, then maybe that's a key indicator that you're incapable of letting go and accepting you might be wrong about something.
Like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that. And I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that's what people are missing from you is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like there's...
Press X to doubt on that one. Every time he's gotten emotional, he's been a little pussy and run the fuck away. Sorry, bud. Press X to doubt there.
Logic there. But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that.
Okay. Moonstone, I think you're probably right. And from a therapist perspective, he has to kind of like play this game of logical tennis where he's got to serve he's got to serve back nicely, because if the therapist is like, you're a fucking irredeemable cunt, that's not gonna like, that just makes a person more set in their ways. And he's trying to like find the human being lost somewhere inside here.
That. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apologies.
Hey man, those ERP DM leaks were golden. You know what? That's fair, Coffee. Fair. Good counter argument. You know what? I was wrong. Not trying to say that, pirate.
Videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW.
I'm not fucking done. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm gonna tell you this poor therapist. I can see the primal side of Dr. K coming out here. He's been like, I'm fucking dealing with a child that needs a beating.
People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like I saw some post about that. I don't know if that's true or not true, but look, it's Twitch.
We can talk about that if you want. That was my bad. But.
Yeah, and like it, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like not as much as I would like to anymore. And I got to play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially...
Hold on. Back up to the part before he said, I'm not done. Okay, hold on.
You see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah. Like, I don't... And what we got
from you...
The way that I
feel about it...
Yeah.
Is that it I don't even know if the word... It doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like...
Appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that.
I can see what you're talking about, Jimmy. Where he's got that same little smirk, that little upturn in the corners of the mouth, the same way he did during WoW.
That, and I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that
also Rode is a very well-known product, Faith. I know what you talk about. I used to have their wireless mics until I got the DJI ones, which actually did a lot better. My Rode wireless mic, the lithium battery inside one of them set themselves on fire while I was on my chest. Scared the fucking bejesus out of me. But that's their logo branding. I don't know about Rode with an H, though.
That's what people are missing from you.
My Rode wireless mic literally has that on it.
Is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like there's logic there. But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apology videos for the sake of...
He's trying so hard to interrupt him. Now, I understand that there's probably some mic delay and shit like that, but he's trying so hard to interrupt him before he gets... Because he can see that he's going to take this as an emotional attack, and he's trying to dodge having to deal with an emotional attack.
Appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW. People die in hardcore WoW.
That didn't seem like that much of a change, Jimmy. He's still got that little smirk there.
Like, I think you've been accused...
Okay, I think we got the value that I need to see out of that clip. What are the comments? It's a shame he never took any of this to heart. You did your best and really went all out for him. I get that feeling. I get that feeling that Dr. K is a nice enough guy that he will do his absolute best for everyone. I get that feeling that he's genuinely out here doing his best in this situation, and Thor's just giving him fucking nothing to work with. Okay, one more Pirate Software video, and then we're moving on. I'm already frustrated as fuck with this shit. This is infuriating. It's this. We'll do a palate cleanser, and then I'm going to be playing Guild Wars 2.
Be honest with you. I am incredibly disappointed in Ross of Accursed Farms. Despite his disarming Hyraxian countenance and endearing extreme conflict aversion, I can't let this slide. Let me show you.
Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie.
To create a false or misleading impression, absolutely.
I have no evidence it's the first.
Terrible take, Ross. Your kind and gentle spirit has clouded your vision. It's clear, unless you're a total sucker, that Pirate Software was doing the first. 2 points here. Firstly...
Hold on. He's saying Pirate Software was doing the first. Make an untrue statement, he was doing both. Hot take, he was doing both. He first made an untrue statement, and then created a false and misleading impression and followed people down the different path. Fuck the palate cleanser. All right. Fuck the palate cleanser then. We'll go from here. Raw dog, no condoms, straight into Guild Wars 2.
The first. 2 points here. Firstly, while my intro criticism is a joke, I do genuinely think if you're going to be dropping accusations of lying on someone, it's got to be that they're deliberately practicing deception. This second definition thing is a bit slippery and doesn't even apply, because it clearly relates to the metaphorical characterization of things that don't have intent. Though some would disagree, Pirate Software is indeed a person and not just a thing you can interpret and mislead yourself with. Second point.
Person.
Point about this. He's totally doing the first. I understand Ross's hesitation and his stated reason being...
I have no evidence it's the first.
But actually, yes you do. See, if you want concrete, empirical evidence of someone lying, you'd have to be able to read their mind. You'd have to be able to show that they did absolutely mean to deceive, and that it wasn't a slip or a mistake, that they didn't forget something or misunderstand. YouTube doesn't yet have a built-in brain scan function, and yet we can still fairly call people liars. How is this possible? Well, it's this wonderful little thing called deduction. You look at a
Yeah, critical thinking, basically. Yeah, did you know there's a piece in the back of your head that you're not thinking about, but when you talk it to someone and they're lying to you, There's something in the back of your head tells you something's not quite right here. You need to listen to that feeling. And you'll be shocked how accurate a lot of YouTube comments can be about that. When people aren't getting emotional and they're being logical in a YouTube comment, they usually spot liars very fucking quickly. So that's why you don't lie to people on YouTube.
Facts, and you draw a conclusion from them. And if that conclusion is reasonable, you can go ahead and state it to the world. Like this. I think Pirate Software is a liar. Now, why ever would I say that? Several reasons. Let's go through a few of them, starting with the one I think is the most fun. So, in a very tiny nutshell, Stop Killing Games is what it says on the tin. They don't want games to be snapped out of existence when publisher support ends. There are multiple reasons for this, but in the case of their current petitions to governments, they are pursuing a consumer rights angle. They want live service games to have some kind of end-of-life plan. When they shut down, they don't want it to just evaporate. They want there to be something. Specifics left to be negotiated. In other words, they want to mandate that going forward, games have some sort of contingency plan to prevent them from being wiped from functioning existence, if they are at risk of that. Now here's the fun part. Did you know that Pirate Software, before even looking at it, guessed correctly and was afraid that that's what it would be? On April 7th, months before he published his first video about it, he was asked about Stop Killing Games.
Check out Accursed Farms on YouTube or his website, Stop Killing Games.
So I'd be really interested in looking into this. The thing that I'm worried about at the outset is wanting to put any type of legal framework together to force studios to have a contingency plan for games that are live service games. This is
they're just saying you can't fuck with people. Jesus Christ.
The concern that I have.
Months before he made his first video, he stated fundamental opposition to any law mandating any kind of Plan B for live service games. He is fundamentally opposed to the petition in its essence and at its core. He then states that he will be looking into it.
So I want to go research it first, because everyone's been talking about this.
And elaborates on why he's against any kind of mandated contingency plan.
Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
He's scared of the slippery slope. It'll go in the direction that people will be forced to keep their games online forever. Specifically, he says he's scared for the indies.
You get a whole lot of these problems where there's like smaller games, and everybody's focusing on the big juggernauts. They're like, what happens when World of Warcraft goes away? I want to play World of Warcraft. But you're not thinking about how this could impact everybody in the space. Just the big titans.
Yeah. How's that battle pass on Vampire Survivors doing for you guys? You know, when I was playing Mechabellum earlier, the thing that really destroyed my soul was when that incredible Chinese dev, when he put in the loot boxes, right? That was really rough on me. Or when his multiplayer online functionality somehow also has a LAN capability. Or, you know, if you're playing Schedule 1, you know, that always online thing that makes it a live service game? Truly devastating for indie devs, huh?
Everybody wants to stick it to the man, and they forget that, well, the man is not the only man on the board.
Agree or disagree, noble enough, worried about the costs this adds for the little guy, might stop people from making live service games when they otherwise would. So over the next months, he goes off, does what he said he'd do. He's going to look into every little bit of Stop Killing Games.
A whole bunch of stuff. We see every little piece that they're talking about.
And before making his first video about it, he certainly saw Ross's Europeans Can Save Gaming video, because he quotes it. In that video, Ross compares the loss of games to the loss of films.
And now most films of that era are gone forever. That's very similar to what's happening to video games today. It's just a terrible practice for everyone involved.
Multiple of the examples on that page he pulled up to show us what we've lost and what we lose are MMOs or otherwise online multiplayer games. Further to that, he claims that the initiative...
Yes, and the only reason some of them currently exist is because some absolute giga chad out there went out of his way to make a private server.
Would apply to free-to-play games that have microtransactions.
This would also apply to free-to-play games that contain microtransactions. Because if you purchased a microtransaction...
Is that Asmund? No, this is European Asmund speaking right now.
...as a good, then the game is made unplayable, well then you just lost your goods.
The intended scope of the initiative is clear and is reflected in the petition's text. Given that he must have seen this and more, I think it's pretty bizarre that his very first comment on the initiative, in his first static video on it, is this.
The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, This ain't it.
Correct, it ain't, and it's not meant to be. But he later further asserts that that's its supposed purpose.
Doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
It cannot be claimed with any credibility that he believes what he just said is true. He is being willfully deceptive. He was lying. Pirate Software is a liar. And why would he lie? Because he knows exactly what it is. He knows...
Man, this video is so informative. I feel like he's going to tell me that the sun comes out during the day and that water makes things wet. It's so good to see truthful content out on YouTube these days. That's a fair concern, but as he mentioned at the time, he knows nothing about the movement at this point. Exactly. Super. He's shadow boxing. And he never comes around to actually paying attention to what's said. And anything that contradicts what he's previously said while shadow boxing, he's like, I'm going to ignore that and pretend it doesn't exist. First time around here, let's not forget Thor worked as a pen tester. Okay, I'm not going to make that joke. You need to be good in social engineering and transmit conviction, and he does that very well. Probably not entirely in purpose, but a therapist for sure can pick up on that. I think your average human being picks up on that, Drew. I said this before, but that level of conviction and confidence is like a stacking debuff. Right? And for a while, you can have that stacking debuff and get away with it. But once it stacks past a certain point, you've either got to admit fault and get rid of the debuff a little bit. But if you keep on testing it, it's going to just keep on stacking. It's going to keep getting worse. And the worse it gets, eventually people start spotting the bullshit. Because the web of lies you've built begins to fall apart. There's a reason why when you're socially engineering people, you do it on a short-term basis, right? There's a reason why, like, you probably know the phrase, right? You can get into any building with a step ladder under your arm and a rag in your back pocket, right? And you just need to look like you belong there. But that's a short-term thing. You don't go back into the same building every day of the week for 5 weeks. Because then the security guard's like, this fucking guy's been in here for 5 weeks every single day. I'm starting to get suspicious.
Exactly why they're doing it and what they want. Months ago, he was scared that was the case. He wanted to smother it in the crib. He knew it had barely any chance. It's not his fault if it fails, but it is his fault it has practically no chance. Now, if he destroyed something he didn't like, honestly,
go for it,
fair play, respect, but he didn't. He instead decided to employ a more effective tactic. And what tactic is that exactly? Well, IDub should look into this, because this is a genuine example of what concern trolling actually is. Instead of tackling what he disapproves of head on, Pirate Software has constructed a fake problem. To be clear, he addresses issues.
What did I say? What did I say at the beginning? I said he's shadow boxing. He's constructed a fake problem. He's fucking literally out here shadow boxing. Also, thanks for the follow, Drew Allen. He's out. Oh my god. Everyone can see it. Also, feel free to post that clip. Happy.
He has with end-of-life plans for games, but he pretends that's an accidental side effect of them messing up the initiative, instead of it being exactly what they're trying to get. This framing is incredibly important and powerful. It allows him to present his arguments against the initiative as evidence and proof that they're doing things wrong, instead of as his opposition to their movement, which it actually is. You see, he's here to help. You want to do this thing, but the initiative won't get you that.
In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically, and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game.
How is it that 10 out of 10, like every single video goes through the exact same clips, points out the bullshit, and he's still tripling down on this? How can he not see? I swear to God, if this many people were shitting on me, I would be like, holy fuck, I'm retarded. I need to issue an apology immediately. I need to break out the fucking ukulele and the golden retriever. I need to learn to sing. I need to put a low angle camera and wear a suit. Holy, oh my god.
You're not buying the
Every
game.
one
You're
of them.
paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing, though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
See, he's not actually against what they really want, and he's on their side. They're just going about it the wrong way. The great gaming authority is correcting some people who are misguided. That's what's really happening here. He just thinks they should be more specific. Except that specific thing is not what they're trying to do. And he knows that. Perfect little narrative, nice little story for his audience to pick up and propagate.
Oh god. The worst part about this is he's going to get a whole bunch of other people to believe the lie and look into it no further. And then, you know what happens when people believe something's bullshit, if that's their first contact, is that everything else they see of SKG, they're just going to be like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. And they're never going to, like, see the counter argument. Can't stay up for Roy's going into Heart of Thorns. Sasha, that's the reason there's VODs on YouTube. Go live your life. Do whatever you need to. Go get some rest. I promise you, anything you have to do in your life is far more important than some piece of shit stream. I promise you that.
Disingenuously present a false story when you know the true one, because it will have the effect you want. Pirate Software fully understands this tactic and hates when it's done to him.
This strange idea that somehow that one player was a mysterious figure that no one knew who he was is kind of stupid bullshit. It's just propaganda at that point. Big mean Mr. Streamer named the player. No, dude, everyone knew who he was. He was the mayor instead of me for a month, and he acted like a jackass with the title. It's concern trolling is what it is. That's exactly what that is.
Yep, and it works, doesn't it? Works real well. Very effective to add that extra layer.
It does actually work really well. I don't actually know enough about the Ashes of Creation drama, because I'm going to be honest, I've been dodging Ashes of Creation for a while now. I want to see it in a more playable, functional state before I touch it again.
Of obfuscation. You're not just clashing, the clash itself has been warped, such that before you can fight back, you have to straighten out what's real. Imagine an alternate reality, where Pirate Software brings his true concerns, the ones he'd previously stated, instead of presenting his issues with the end-of-life stuff, as if that was an unintended side effect of what they were really trying to do. Instead of repeatedly stating it's vague, he said it's precise but broad, which is different, and that he's worried what will end up happening will impact indies, and it's easy to guess it wouldn't have been as impactful. Even the focus on the little guy would make less people care, and to a lesser degree. That's why instead, in his video months later, he went with this.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final
It's the same clips.
Fantasy 14.
Over those months between his stream and this video, did he change his mind about the everyone wants to stick it to the big guy, but please think about the little guy's argument? Or did he realize that would make his self-interest too apparent and be less rhetorically effective?
I don't feel like this is adding anything. This is the same points that Charlie went over. I bet that this clip here is going to be the exact same thing.
Comments from developers thanking me for putting it out.
Yeah, I bet you did, right?
Wait, what?
Anything. If there were a person who should not talk about this, it's the game dev being cheered on by the industry.
I received hundreds of comments from developers thanking me for putting it out.
Yeah, I bet you did, right? Anyway, let's wrap it up by looking at some new stuff.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage.
So it's the same clips. It's the same clips over and over again. There's nothing new of value here. It's the same repetitive point made by a million different channels. Okay, that's all I needed to know. This video holds no value, not because this guy's done anything wrong, but because I've already got the exact same points being made by Charlie that I've already seen on another video. Why did it take you this long to realize? It didn't, but I was hoping that there might have been some other additional point on top of this. Right? Benefit of the doubt. So, this is what's going to happen now. I'm going to take a quick piss. And I'm going to be right back. And then it's Heart of Thorns time. It's time for me to remind you about why my engineer is such a fucking twigger. I have not touched Heart of Thorns. There are obviously there's components after level 80 that I did touch on my other account, and then I immediately stopped because I was like, I'm gonna fucking ruin this experience if I go any further. But I have not touched Heart of Thorns. We're gonna see what being a twigger gets you in Heart of Thorns. I'll be right back, I'll see you now. Guild Wars 2. Heart of Thorns. The experience I've been looking forward to for a while. That music's too loud. This is an experience I've been looking forward to for a while. I wanted to make it special. I really did. But instead, you get stuck with my fucking stream. Good luck with that. I apologize for being shit, but that's just how it's gonna be. I can't wait any longer. Like the dog that saw you leave a piece of chicken on the counter. I need to play it. I need to consume. So it's time. We're gonna give you a recap first. Guild Wars 2. Living World. Season 1. We've now defeated Zaitan. Did you watch Preach hit Heart of Thorns? I haven't, Faith. Hope you lubed your twig hole. When you were supposed to, because you're going to be laying on the floor a lot. I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. Living World Season 1. We went into this game. The ultimate disappointment had just occurred. We had to deal directly with Zaitan. The saddest, shittiest fight this game had to offer. It was terrible. Miserable. And then the devs of Guild Wars 2 came along and they said, no. Shh, baby. Shh. This is going to be our little secret. I'm going to pick you up off the floor. Don't you worry, baby doll. I'm gonna clean you up real good. You don't have to tell your parents about what's gonna happen next. I'm gonna make you feel good on the inside. And what it did was it took every single one of the enemies that we experienced to some degree in the base game and made them work together. They formed a coalition. We started to see different components of the enemy showing up. We saw the second hottest piece of ass show up in Guild Wars 2, and her name was Scarlet. Lil Handlebars, I believe, is her rapper name. That absolute freak of a toxic woman did something. It sets off signals in my brain that shouldn't be there. Now, unfortunately, Scarlet dies in Living World Season 1, battling the Todd Braham, the leukemia patient Tiny, Marjorie, and her girlfriend, the Mesma, who I can't remember. All I remember is that her name is... That's all I remember about her. The worst part about Living World Season 1 was probably... There were two bad things about Living World Season 1. The first... Oh shit, that's right. Happy Chappy sent me a link. Well, I'll take a look at that. We'll see if it's worth anything or I might skip it. We'll see. The worst part about Living World Season 1, there were two terrible components about Living World Season 1. The first was that when we killed Scarlet, the game, obviously this is a problem with the game, I've reported this bug multiple times, but I'm yet to hear back from the developers. It doesn't let us drag Scarlet's unconscious, dead, still warm body back home with us and store it in a bank. And I think that's a real loss. Hold on, sorry, I don't know why this isn't loading your thing. Oh, it's too long. You gotta narrow down that prompt. That's way too long. I'll see if I can cut it for you. There we go, I cut it for you. Let's see if it generates. Okay. The second terrible... Oh, wait, no, okay, I'll get to the second part at the end. Living World Season 2 then starts. And we start to learn a little bit more about Mordramoth, the canonically black dragon. He can play basketball. Oh, sorry, I said his name wrong. His name is actually, like, I've been saying this the whole time, and I can't believe a single one of you bastards didn't correct me. Fuck all of you for this, by the way. I said his name wrong the whole time, and like, were you just laughing up your sleeves about this? So I'm gonna say it right, for once. Scarlet dies, we deal with the robots, we do a raid, Living World Season 1 ends. Living World Season 2 begins. And we start to learn more about our missing dad, Mandingo Dramoth, the canonically black dragon, who had 1 million kids with our mom, abandoned them, had a bunch of kids with someone else, never paid child support. He's the biggest schlong in the game. I bet he's amazing at basketball. We know Dad's smoking them Newports. He prefers his dark-skinned children, which is why he's such a fan of his second marriage. Us light-skinned twiggers, we're just left out in the cold with Mom. Mom doesn't know how to raise us. We tell her about Mandingo Dramoth, and she just falls over and faints. She's like, oh, I can't hear about that name. He never paid child support, not once. We start to learn about our dad. We learn about an egg that has been left behind. That may be the cure to the problem with the dragons that they're causing and the chaos they've created. And as we secure this egg, that's when Kaith, out of left field, steals that fucking egg from under our nose. And the first thing that Marjorie Shaniqua Delacroix does to us, the second Kaith disappears with that egg like it's a bicycle in the hood, is she turns to our Sylvari character and she says, why are all of you like this? Is this a genetic thing? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Typical fucking twiggers coming out here and ruining our good time. Unironically, she does that to our Sylvari character. So what do? We prove the socioeconomic factors wrong, and we go after our sister, Plant Power, and we go and we defeat them. Or at least we chase them down. And then Case turns around and she says, I was scared. We could have had this conversation and skipped this whole quest line, but I needed some contrived shit to keep you going. And then you fight your Wild Hunt character, Dragon, again, that they reused. Now, Living World Season 1 was the best piece of content I've experienced so far. Living World Season 2 is not bad, but it's not as good as Living World Season 1. And the base game can fuck off. That was terrible. It started to make you care. The dragon of mind and socioeconomic factors. This is the canonically black dragon. That's what I said, Cyro. So this clip, what does this have to do with?
Being destroyed here. These are live service games.
Yeah, you heard him. No games are being destroyed.
Yeah, okay, so this is the same thing. This is like one of the repetitive clips. I'm sorry, Happy Chappy, we're going to skip over that. I can't do it anymore. I burned out on that motherfucker. Right. Now, I want you to tell me, before we start playing, I want you to tell me personally, what do you feel is the most contrived part of Living World Season 1 and 2? What do you feel is the worst part about Living World Season 1 and 2? Because I'm going to tell you the thing that sticks out to me. Yeah, it's not good enough, Super. Did you react to the YouTuber killing another YouTuber because of a copyright strike? No, I haven't, but I'll take a look at that the next time I'm streaming. The pack not getting involved sooner. I understandably know that Traherne is involved in management, so he's fucking worthless. Right? So the pack should have been involved sooner. Yes. I'll tell you personally what I feel was the most contrived part. Actually, this is the right scene. I'll show you personally what is the most contrived part about Guild Wars 2. Living World Season 1 and 2. You're sitting there at your PC right now. You're looking at the screen. You're going through Guild Wars 2. You're learning about how Rox hates lesbians and doesn't want her little freakish dog anywhere near Shaniqua and Casimir. You're learning about how Mom hates lesbians too and doesn't want Fowlane and Keith hooking up anymore. You're learning about Keith stealing eggs for no fucking reason. But the most contrived, stupid, idiotic part of the game in Living World Season 1 and 2 is not Braham, it's not leukemia patient Timey, it's not Air making the objectively correct decision to get the fuck away from her retard child and rather fight a war instead. It's not any of the side characters except for one. Belinda. Because what happens with Belinda is she's there for one quest, barely makes an impact. We're only learning now that Shaniqua has a fucking sister. Who? Exactly. Exactly, Ravenstein. Then, Shaniqua comes back. And what's the first thing that happens to Shaniqua's sister? She dies. And what happens? Shaniqua's sister, Shaniqua, the Asian detective who's done nothing. Just out of nowhere. Oh, I can't believe that my sister has become a sword. Oh, I will be the master of my sister. Now I want to know what fucking Guild Wars 2 dev decided that was the right storyline to put in for the Asian detective character, lesbian, who's racist against plant people. Whose bright fucking decision was that? Because high five, you need to be making more stories in this fucking game. You were perfect. It's beautiful. You need a raise. Low accurate imitation. It's not my fault they put that in the game. That's not me. Hey, that was the Guild Wars 2 devs. That's exactly what they did. They were like, Asian character, Ching Chong sword, soul in the sword, samurai vibes. Now. Oh god. Sometimes old game deving is beautiful, isn't it? Now apparently I've heard bad things. This is your song, by the way. I've heard bad things about some bad stuff that's gonna happen to me and my booty hole moving in to Living Worlds, from the Living Worlds into Heart of Thorns. But I'm gonna say this now. You know, actually, we'll save it for when I'm in the game and once the song's over. It's gonna take a decade to get to EOD, but when he does, yeah, I don't care how long it takes me. It's the best part about Guild Wars 2 is I can take my time and just enjoy the experience. I feel no pressure. Why do you not have a Revenant yet? Because I'm enjoying my engineer, that's why. I don't remember logging out here. The fuck am I doing here? Alright, well, whatever. It's time for Dragon Bash. Okay, we'll skip that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. And let's click on the Wizard Vault, because it's been a little while. Open your loot box. No, Devilus. I'm gonna save my loot box. I'm gonna stack them up. And then when I'm officially a streamer over on Kick the way I'm meant to be, then we will do a gambling stream. And the gambling will just be opening those fucking boxes and feeling like killing ourselves. How does that sound? The real problem is in a year, will you be in the United States? It'll probably take me longer than a year, Keith. Doing it the right way takes time. Server's gonna go offline before... It's fine, I'm sure there'll be a private server. This game's got too much of a dedicated audience. Now then. Why is there no audio? Or is it just low? It's just a bit low. Right. Okay. So. This is how this is gonna work. No, that's not it. This is how this is gonna work. I am looking at Guild Wars 2 as a game, as the way a new player would play it. I am gonna be looking at this game in the same sense that your average human being would. I am not gonna accept help until I beg for it. I am not gonna change my course until it is absolutely necessary. Also, this was the wrong music. I am gonna play this game the way it was intended. I am gonna play this game like shit. I am going into this experience as a bright-eyed, semi-horny, still thinking about Scarlet the way it was meant to. The way God intended. This will be my first experience ever going into Heart of Thorns. I have never done this expansion. I've avoided it. I've dodged it. I've ducked it. I don't know what the maps look like. I don't know what anything looks like. I will accept no help. I will accept no assistance until I beg for it. I will beat this fucking expansion in a way that no one else has. Because I'm just that fucking retarded. And I will get away with it. This is gonna be one hell of a ride. And I'm so looking forward to it. And if you want to backseat me and bitch at me, I just want you to know I'm too fucking stupid to understand anything you're saying. Because I'm gonna play this the way a new player was intended to play this. The way Guild Wars 2 intended. So let this be a lesson that even retards can play MMOs. And let's start the expansion. And also I gotta bump some some fucking volume. Here we go.
Commander, Mordramoth proved even more powerful than we imagined. The jungle itself set against us and shredded our ships. And then there was the call.
Very
All
nice.
of Silvari heard it, and many followed Mordremoth's commands.
Oh,
turning
yeah,
on their
beautiful.
packed allies.
Oh, yeah.
Many are dead. Still others are missing.
Oh,
And our
beautiful.
fleet
More air,
is utterly
please.
broken.
More
If
goon
rescue
material.
doesn't come soon, there won't be anything left to rescue. Please, we need your help.
I'm going to turn the game sound up. Don't worry. Oh, listen to that. Listen to that music. Unironically, I want you to know that my wife's been stealing my phone for the last week because hers got broken and needed repairs. And she just found all the, like, OST playlists of Guild Wars 2. And she's just been listening to them non-stop. And she's like, this is actually banger fucking music. She was just like, every time I was asleep, she just grabbed my phone. Oh, hello. Hello, chocolate mommy. Now, you don't rank third. Sorry to tell you that, but not bad. Twigger 1.
Good to see you, Commander.
Reporting for duty.
Some of your associates are already in the field. They were eager to help.
At ease, tactician. Larenthir called for my assistance. What can you tell me about the situation in Maguma?
We've seen a few survivors coming out of the jungle, and the news isn't good. Mordremoth destroyed the fleet as soon as it arrived. It was a massacre. Those that survived are in disarray. We're keeping the way out of Maguma open, mostly. But Amber Sandfall is getting hit pretty hard. If we lose that...
We won't. We need that way out for survivors, and a way in for reinforcements if we're going to turn this around. We also need Traherne and Destiny's Edge. They were with the fleet, and I need to know what happened to them.
Oh, look at that. In-game voice acting without interruption. It's like they're getting better.
Bring us back a dragon trophy.
It's like they're beginning to understand how this game was meant to work. Chrono Odyssey has better butts. That's about the only thing Chrono Odyssey has better. That's the only area they're outperforming a 14-year-old video game in. Okay. First enemy down. Not so bad. Doesn't seem that bad. Looks like we're doing solid. I don't have a raptor for some reason. Where the fuck did that go? Okay, I suppose we're meeting up with rocks. It's good. It's good. The best character. Unironically, better than half the bullshit we dealt with from Brahim and the leukemia patient. Good.
I feel furious.
Oh, fuck. Brahim's here. Never mind. God damn it. Can this dumpy motherfucker just please die? Please. I just need him to die. And Air to be all like sexy and black at the funeral. And I'll be like, don't worry. I can comfort you with a child that you'll actually be proud of. It's MILF time. And as you come inside of her, you go, ah, Cabraham! Ah! Just to drive the point home.
Glad you're here. They say Mordremoth wiped out the entire fleet. The news has Frostbite a little anxious. I mean, because Destiny's Edge was on board. I hope they're okay.
I'm with Frostbite. The boss, Destiny's Edge,
Shut up, Brain.
Airships killed Zaitan. How did it go so wrong this time?
We're about to see for ourselves. I need you two at the staging area near Amber Sandfall, and ready to go when I arrive.
We'll be there. Just gotta mop up the last of these Mordremoth.
Sounds good. See you soon.
That voice line was cut a little bit short. Audio quality issues, you know how it is. Oh! Okay, is this just a dynamic event here?
And glory.
Looks like it.
Swift and steady.
Escort packed forces to Amber Sandfall. You know what? We're gonna go with them. I feel like there's safety in numbers. Even if we didn't have to do this, I would. But I think we do because it's green. It's not, you know, poo brown like they usually are. Now, I'm seeing no issues here. You keep talking to me like I'm gonna get shit on. I'm not... What the fuck? The fuck was that? You mean orange? Sorry, I played on my old monitor. It didn't have colors bright enough to show orange.
Show those Mordrum they can't stop us.
Colors is a relatively new thing in my world. I've been playing in black and white the entire time. Yes, I'm using 0 points scrapper. And when I get bored of this, I'm going to switch over to Mechanist. I've heard Rifle Mechanist is the best build in the game. And that nothing's better than it. And it's like really complex, so I really want to try it. Oh, I guess we're just leaving Shaniqua behind then. I mean, that's fair for the racism she made us experience. Look how straightforward and easy this experience is. Oh, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing that.
Thank the gods you're here, boss. We were hoping for some sign of Kaith and Mieg, but we found this. We did verify that Kaith has been through here in the last day or so. Sorry we can't give you more.
We'll get the egg back, but right now our top priority is Mordremoth. What's the situation here?
Mordrum attacked after you left for Camp Resolve. We went to help Amber Sandfall. Bram and Rox went to Red Rock.
I never made it to Camp Resolve. Once I heard the fleet had been attacked, I knew I'd be needed here.
So it's even worse than it looks. You can count on us, boss. We're ready to go. Just say the word.
Consider it said.
The word
Finish
is
up what
remove
you're
your
doing and
clothes.
meet me on the edge of the jungle. We'll all go in together.
Good.
Gangbang
First
style.
My sister, then the Zephyrite Masters, now the Pact Fleet. Mordremoth has to be stopped for good.
We'll all go in together. 2 lesbians and me. You're not even in the... wait, what? But this is the new map, is it? You aren't even in the jungle, white boy. What are you talking about? I am the jungle. You think I shave? It's like a fucking forest down there. Okay, can I just dodge enemies here? Can I just, like, skip those? Yeah, I think I can. We'll just deal with this boy.
Might and glory.
1, 2, 3, ability. 1, 2. I'm trying to get the timing down on how to actually use thingy. It's gonna take me some time. I can feel it. Thanks for the sub, Caleb. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, this is the point where I shine. Just dropping turrets and shitting on enemies and losing 0 health. It's like I'm back at level 1. Easy mode, I see. Oh, you're gonna die. Whoa, what? Oh. It's a little bit of health loss. Okay, fine. I'll just be invincible. You. Protect me. It's coming at me. Leave me alone.
Glory. Safe from harm.
Up. Whoop. Get out the way. Get out the way. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't think I have my hotkeys set up. I need to fix that on my mouse quick. I was pressing buttons and nothing was happening. It was very disappointing. Give me a second. Guild Wars 2. F1, F2. Dodge. 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Much better. Yeah, that's working. Good. I don't know what the fuck a pocket raptor is. You just keep all mentioning pocket raptor. That makes no sense. I've heard the word pocket raptor like 7 different times. Who are you? Hello. Oh. Excuse me, this is all new to me. I've never seen one like that before. What the fuck are these white gates? What? Oh, it's a teleporter. Okay. Semi-popular from... hold on. This is a new map. Oh, wait, no, this is still the Silver Wastes. Never mind. Easy. First quest done. It's gonna be a disappointing expansion if it's all that easy. Ah, Kanak.
Radasum was all abuzz over the Pack Fleet disaster. I knew you'd get involved, so I came to pitch in. Scruffy and I gave these locals a lesson in Mordrim bashing while we waited for you. Oh, and Canuck helped too.
Yes, I helped. And I thought the Firstborn were full of themselves. Commander, Countess Anise sent me to support you and represent the Shining Blade in the fight against Mordremoth.
God, he looks cool.
The jungle won't contain Mordremoth for long. Mordrim incursions are already happening as far away as Diessa Plateau. I also have an obvious personal stake in defeating the jungle dragon. In any case, I am at your disposal.
Glad to have you both aboard. We're going to need all the help we can get. Let's move out.
Okay. Quick question. How has Timey, the sick little girl who's apparently on the edge of death, how is she not dead yet? How has she not died in a Make-A-Wish Foundation hospital bed? Where John Cena visits her, does this, and then she dies. Like, how is she still here? Because the devs hate us. Fair. Probably the same dev who made the jumping puzzles. Oh, hello. Hey, how you doing? Sorry, I didn't know that the jungle offered such things. I feel like I'm gonna like the outfits in this expansion. I think I've seen this one. I have. This is not octopuses, filter. These are plant vines. It's completely different. It's Tarzan in the jungle, not Ming Bao in the ocean. Completely different. Did I ever tell you the Tarzan joke, by the way? I can't remember if I have. So the Tarzan joke is one you want to tell your parents, especially when they've got company. Okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know where the things in my inventory went. Oh well. Whatever. I'll deal with it later. So, Tarzan and Jane are about to do it for the first time. After the whole story goes down, right? And Jane's a little bit curious because Tarzan's been all alone. He's just been around gorillas. Did he bang a gorilla? All of that. And Tarzan was like, no, me no bang gorilla. No, not good. Me no do that. So she asks Tarzan, did you ever do anything like that? How did you handle the frustrations, the urges? I say, no, Tarzan handle urges good. Tarzan have method. Tarzan know what he's doing. Now Jane's really curious, not just the anthropology side of her. She wants to know what he was up to. She's like, what were you doing, Tarzan? Tarzan use tree. Tarzan find right shape of tree. Use tree. Have good time. Then Tarzan happy. Tree happy. Everyone go on their way. Now she's real curious. So she lies back. She leans back and she says, Tarzan, I want you to do to me what you were doing to those trees. And she lifts up her blouse in a very feminine way. She drops her breeches, because you know they wore the frilly underwear at the time. And she spread eagles. Legs up, like she's at the gynecologist. She goes, do it, Tarzan. Tarzan understands. He nods. He looks at the scene before him. He can comprehend what he needs to do. And so he takes 5 steps backwards. And then he sprints towards her and soccer kicks her right in the cunt. Bang! Hard as possible. Now you can imagine she's screaming her fucking head off. She's crying. Tears are coming out of her eyes. And she's like, ah! Ah! Tarzan! Why did you do that? What's wrong with you? Tarzan looks her in the eyes. And Tarzan says, Tarzan, check for bees. Now let's continue.
Stay sharp, people. Mordremoth hit the pact hard. It's up to us to pick up the pieces.
Now that you say that, Plague, I don't want to look at the scenery. We're going to play the game like this from now on, okay? Don't worry, I will look at the scenery. So we got the shitty ship that somehow killed Zaitan. Hey, baby. No, get out the way, Shaniqua. You're a racist. I don't want you that close to me. Oh, shit. That's another ship there. Oh, fuck. Look at that. Dragon. That's a new kind. Haven't seen one like that before. It's like I'm in a whole new hood. I haven't seen them this dark before. Man, these guys got fucked up. Jesus. No one did well here. Wyvern, actually. Yeah, you're right. Dragons have 4 limbs and wings. Except for Zaitan, he has 7 million. And except for Mandingo Dramoth, who just has, you know... He's not really anything else.
Oh, gods. So much wreckage.
I was expecting carnage, but this... Mordremoth actually took down the entire fleet.
Damn, look how cool that design is.
Spirits. Could anyone have survived? We need to get down there, fast!
Jump. Is he gonna jump?
And it can't mean survivors. Let's go.
Bram, Get back here!
No, Brahim, go ahead. It's okay. Brahim, it's all good. Don't you worry, you go right ahead. While I look at this link. And if it's not valuable, I'm gonna stop caring about links. Yeah, okay, that one will actually get me in trouble. I know what that link is. That one will actually get me in trouble. I've had trouble with that link with Pepe before. I know exactly what that is. I need 1 second to identify that image. If only Timey would jump. It's like Timey holding on until she gets like a visit from Mr. Beast and then she's gonna die. Because, I mean, we can make that happen. We can really make that happen. Yeah, take your dog out, Faith. Whatever you need to do in your life is more valuable than anything I'm doing in mine. Did that just fall out the sky? What a piece of Asuran shit. Of course it collapsed. It's like that one Indian Boeing 747 flight. It just collapsed after takeoff.
I'm Mayor Stagolkin's son. I want to know
That's
where she
Chartek.
is.
I don't believe it. You're lying to me.
You mustn't run off like that. We are in enemy territory. Larenthir, glad to see you survived. I need a status report now.
You're a welcome sight, Commander.
Oh, shit.
The situation is grim. Mordramoth tore the fleet apart. The Pact is in ruins. Traherne and Destiny's Edge were taken prisoner. They were alive, but now MIA. And the remaining soldiers no longer trust me.
And you're surprised? Scarlet, Aaron, and now this? Mordramoth always uses Sylvari to do
this
his
bitch.
dirty work.
We need to strengthen the defenses around here.
Every time.
Our priority has to be salvaging weapon parts from the crash site.
What about our comrades in the cavern? The Pact does not abandon its own.
Look around, sir. There is no more pact, and the prisoners you want to save are probably already dead.
Think it through, soldier. We need greater numbers, or any salvage party we send will disappear like the others.
This isn't helping. Just tell us where Destiny's Edge is, please.
Larenthir, stand by. I believe you're still on our side, but I need to think this through.
This bitch. This fucking bitch. 10 seconds into the expansion and she's like, look at these fucking twiggers. Look at all of them. Dirty fucking leaf ears. The fuck is that?
2, 1 hours.
It took 10 seconds for this motherfucking stereotyped, cliche, spirit sword, Asian wielding character to just be like, I don't trust you twiggers. You get out my store. I have to lock up sunscreen behind the window because you take everything. You no play. 5 seconds into the expansion and she's already doing it. Okay, let's start with Captain Retardo here. What do you have to say?
We're taken prisoner too. Rescuing Larenthir's soldiers might help us pick up the trail.
What do you have to say, Rox?
Let's focus on protecting the soldiers we still have. I say we scare up some turret parts to defend this position.
What do you have to say, random god?
We need supplies and salvage to build up this position, or we're all gonna die.
Good take. I think we've spoken to all people. And got all valuable takes we need, so let's continue. We have to recover the prisoner from nearby caves. The Mordrim could have killed them all, but instead took them alive. Mordramoth must want them that way. I shudder to think why. Have you mustered any sort of rescue party? I wasn't able to. My troops refused to risk their lives following my orders, especially since these prisoners are all Sylvari. They fear I'm leading them into a trap. Goddamn racists. Don't you know that Larenthir's one of the good ones? They'll follow me. Let's get this rescue operation rolling.
Everyone listen up. We've suffered a serious setback, but we're far from beaten. I trust Larenthyr. If you trust me, you can trust him. We're all still on the same side. Understood?
Yes, Commander!
Larenthyr will join the search and rescue team. If you're not on that team, dig in and fortify this position. Now fall in and let's get to work.
It's not worth risking more lives to save Sylvari prisoners. They're already gone. Sylvari belong to Mordremoth.
You're a fool. Only weak-willed Sylvari are vulnerable. The rest of us, myself and the commander especially, fight back.
He's right. Mordremoth wants us to turn on each other. Are you going to play right into the enemy's hands?
No, but who says you're not the enemy? Gunnard, Gat, come on. We're better off on our own.
Count me out of your tiny mutiny. My duty is to my fellow soldiers. I'm staying.
Fucking controlled
It's
opposition.
your funeral. This camp won't last another night. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
Damn. I didn't know that Mordremoth was CNN.
Don't look so worried,
Shit.
Bram. Air can take care of herself. As a wise old genius once said...
Thanks, Timey, but go easy on the Asura wisdom for now. I'm a little preoccupied.
You've made a choice. What choice was that? I've made no choices so far. All I've experienced is extreme racism, and this is all Shaniqua's fault. This fucking stereotype of a character. This fucking Uncle Ruckus of a character is out here just being racist. Oh, I get it. Okay, so the choice was between talking to the racist Char piece of shit, who's now been infected by human racism, or talking to my Twigger. You could guess we chose the right option. We gotta stick with our own in these dangerous times. Hey yo, it's not my homie's fault they're dealing with socioeconomic factors. Just because we all have social housing. Hold on, sorry, excuse me. I've got to give you the real experience. Just because we all live in, like, you know, public housing, we all vote one way, and we keep attacking other races, does not make Sylvari the problem, goddammit. Okay? We did nothing wrong.
Bloodstains, but no bodies. Not a good sign.
Yes, I did. I spec'd just barely into the hammer.
Stop them. Keep them away from the cages.
Oh, look what they've done to our brothers and sisters. This is some bullshit. Oh, shit. I didn't dodge that. I wasn't paying attention.
Can anyone hear me? We're up here. Commander, did you hear that? It came from above us, at the top of those stairs. The enemy keeps collecting corpses and prisoners. This is the first time we've had any sign of where they wind up.
I don't like the fact that his name is Gyat. That feels wrong. I don't like that he's the most talkative as well. Can we kill him? I don't trust him. I feel like he's a controlled opposition character that's here to bring the Sylvari down, so that he can say later that he was on the right side of history. I suppose I got my hand on my gat. Whoop. You racism against the Shura is like... You can't be racist against the Shura. Or against the Sura. Them two. That's impossible. Because you see, racism requires privilege plus power. And the Asura...
I knew someone would come for us. Thanks.
The Asura have the privilege of being in my presence. And in the past they had the power where they took all our mathematicians and started experimenting on them and giving them like purple nurples and shit. So I can't be racist to them. They're too privileged for that.
So nice of you to come to us.
Whoop. I'm reading chat instead of experiencing the game. Remember when in doubt, do the self-defense style of Carmelo Anthony. I mean, okay, sure.
I'm ready to kill the enemy, sir. All I need is my rifle and a clear line of sight.
Look, she's one of the good ones. Stay woke, sister.
Welcome.
Oh, hello. You got a big bar. You got a big boy bar. You got a big boy bar for that big bussy of yours. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to get rid of that.
You will all serve the jungle dragon.
I'm so sorry that we have to engage in this plant-on-plant violence. This is not what I wanted for my brothers and sisters. But the game gives me little to no choice.
Swift and steady.
Up, come on, move! Oh, that nearly got me.
Ready for more. I feel furious.
Whoop. Oh, I was out of that. Didn't account for ping. That's fine.
Your enemies are here. Help your servants destroy.
Alright, now he's invincible as I use my abilities. Taikisha, please.
Safe from her.
Just because you ate some bad shit doesn't mean the rest of us have to deal with you. I disavow all this plant-on-plant violence. I have a dream that one day all them light-skinned twiggers will be able to get along with all them dark-skinned twiggers.
Glad you're alive. We feared the worst when you went missing. What went on here?
I'm so excited.
Mordremoth's forces overpowered us. They locked us up here with corpses from the crash site.
Breakbar's not important, don't worry about it.
They took the others south to join the Jungle Dragon's army. We would have been next. We didn't break. And now we're going to give Mordremoth's horde a taste of what it gave us.
I hope this proves what I've been saying. If we work together, this doesn't have to be a total disaster.
Yeah, we literally come from the dream. You know, that's actually a perfect observation. Again, as I said, Sylvari are hood-coded. It's part of the law, it's not my fault. Single mother raised us, Mandingo Dramoth dad is not there, not paying child support. We all have a dream. Experience racism on a daily basis. From Shaniqua. That bitch. Ah, I'm taking these like they're serious enemies. You just smack them a few times. What am I worried about? Pocket raptors. Is this what everyone's concerned about? I'm not seeing a problem here.
So it goes.
Is that really what you're worried about? Is pocket raptors? Those pocket raptors can get a ladder and suck my dick.
Everybody form up and do your jobs. It's a long time until daylight.
You should know I'm not all smiles.
Kill them or cripple them, then bring them to me.
Don't worry, Brown.
Dad?
We'll find and free Destiny's Edge, just like we did those prisoners.
Thanks, Rox. I'd feel a lot better if we had any idea what happened to them.
But you only hear that voice if you play Solari. That's awesome. What you're telling me is I made the objectively correct decisions in my race choice.
I mean, you.
We all hear the voices of our ancestors. Except these fucking humans. All they hear is racisms. All the time. They tried to colonize our tree.
Might and glory.
So many horrors here.
Well, so far, nothing seeming, you know, too difficult. Yeah, there we go. Anything difficult? No. So far, we're doing good.
Might and glory.
Oh, that's the plant. That's the problem. You know, everywhere I go, something reminds me of her. Law-wise, yeah, I know that, XR. Humans are illegal immigrants who came to Tyria just so they could be more racist because there wasn't enough racism in their real world.
I feel furious. Swift and steady. Might and glory.
You know, it's real funny when the humans come into the world and they're like, "Get the fuck off of my property." You're like, bro, you're not even from this dimension.
Safe from harm.
You fucking Christopher Columbus your ass over here. You beat up some house cats and you think you're cool now. And then you be racist to everyone who belongs here? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what? Maybe Mandingo Dramoth has a point, huh? Maybe Dad had a point. Maybe I want to switch sides. How do I join Dad? The more I think about it, the more sense he's making. Yeah, nothing excessively difficult is happening. It's just me being fucking lazy. That's the worst part of this.
I gave it my all.
Yep. That was me being lazy and not paying attention. I'm not racist. Some of my best friends are branches. Allah! Oh, it did nothing. He was too far away. I guess we'll just get back up. Ah, there we go. Hot. I don't get what the big deal was with the pocket raptors and why you were all going on about them.
Sharpen your blades.
They died so
and guard
fast.
Your vitals. I'm back.
Hey, it's Ritlock. Finally, some good fucking characters. How did... You know, it's real difficult, but sometimes I struggle to understand how somehow...
Might and glory.
Of all characters, it's the fucking alcoholic cats that have the most personality in this game. That's a rough one to try and understand sometimes.
I feel furious. Feel the power of the jungle dragon.
I'm just gonna stand here smacking him. Jesus, he's not even an issue. Maybe the reason why I enjoy the cats so much is they're just reminiscent of the alcoholism I've had to deal with in the past. Not my own, other people's. Maybe that's why I like them so much.
Hope you don't mind
Adding a little bit of
joining in,
domestic
Commander.
abuse.
It looked like you could use some help.
Tribune, you're alive. But where have you been? And what's that new magic you're using?
Later, Cub. All you need to know is that I'm back, and I'm better than ever. Right now, we've got comrades to rescue and dragon minions to kill.
Ritlock's right. We need to find Destiny's Edge and hit Mordramoth where it lives.
Let's go, Tribune. Time for us to kill another Elder Dragon.
Commander, there are more Pale Reavers out there. I'd like to gather them together and take command. As a Sylvari-only unit, we can monitor and protect ourselves from threats both internal and external.
Good idea.
If any of us show signs of faltering, the others will do what needs to be done.
Consider your request authorized. Good luck,
Agreed.
Larenthir. May the Pale Mother guide and protect us all. Listen up! We're breaking camp. Get the wounded to the Silver Wastes. Larenthir will remain here to secure the area.
Thank you, Commander. I'm headed to the high ground. That's where the Pale Reavers were trained to go. And do talk to some of the Pale Reavers we rescued. They may have overheard valuable intel while they were imprisoned.
That's such a smart decision.
Where one
Right,
truck
logically
ends,
speaking.
another begins. I saw you dive into the mists. Where did you end up? How did you learn new magic?
Look, history is full of legendary
Fucking
figures,
get out my fucking way, I want to hear this.
villains, idols, and monsters. While I was in the mists, I figured out how to harness their power and make it work for me, okay?
Okay, but I have a lot more questions.
Save them. We've got a mission, soldier. Let's get to work.
Fucking mastery point popping up at the worst time possible.
Looks different.
He fights different, too. How is he doing what he's doing?
Doesn't matter. It's working. I'm glad he's here.
Me too. It's a good omen. We took heavy losses, but we're still in this fight.
Right. Glad to see Ritlock again. Good to see him being a badass. Now let's see what the fuck that point was about. Glider basics. Gain access to a glider so that you can glide across the highest points of the Heart of Maguma, as well as Central Tyrian Oak. Okay. So what, do I still need one more point? Or do I need 2 more points? Looks like 1 more. I still need to get this shit. Doesn't matter. This is what matters right now. Okay. These guys disappear up there. Ritlock ran down here somewhere. Do we still see him, or is he like... Did he pull a vanishing trick on us? Oh, nope, nope, there he is. I want to see where he goes. Where you going, bud? You just wandered off. Oh, fuck. Okay, I can't follow. He's going beyond the red. So he's just going to disappear off in that direction. You have to fill the XP bar. You have the point you need for the first mastery. Wait, you're saying I have to fill this XP bar for the mastery, but I have the point for the mastery. Okay. So that's not my concern right now. Imagine playing the actual game. I am playing the game. I'm exploring. I'm seeing where that fucking racist Shaniqua went. And if we could push off a cliff at some point. You know, her sister may have died and her soul may have been absorbed into a sword. But if she dies, I'm putting her soul inside a fucking dildo. And I'm not going to give it to Casimir. That dildo is going straight up Braham's asshole. Because you know he doesn't wipe. Fill the bar with EXP, spend a point to unlock. You have 1 banked point for spending when you get there. Okay. So not a concern for now. Suppose I can leave. Okay, not a bad first experience. Interesting. Little bit extreme.
Wow, that's
with the
quality
racism.
armor.
Thank you so much. Take a look.
Commander, over here.
Mech dropping in.
Oh, we're back to using scouts again.
Flew in here as conquerors, but Mordremoth reached up and tore us out of the sky. We're working with the native Itzel to secure a foothold before nightfall. They tell us things get even more dangerous here at night.
Okay, so those are the basically build up those point things, right? Faction provisioner. What do you provision? Okay. Worthless. Sounds worthless to me. Right. Where's the game making us go? Or is it just like, fuck you, do whatever you want. Earn your glider basics mastery to continue the story. Aha, okay, so the limitation on getting further in the story is you need to get your glider basics. Interesting. So let's see, where do I want to head then? I like the dynamic world quests. Oh, there's a mastery point right there. I should head in that direction. You're now in the do whatever you want to accept the next story mission. This doesn't feel as bad as the level bracketing that happened in the base game story. At least not yet. Especially since it's like, complete this objective. As opposed to, I don't know, dude, just go level. Just go level, bro, then you can play the game. Then you get to see some shit. Where's that point? The fuck is that? Hello? Yo, what happened to the frog people? These Hylek are fucked. Jesus. can stop dying of AIDS every time they eat one of these things. Okay, what is this? Bugs in the branches. Jump and glide to collect bugs before the time runs out. Oh, okay, so I can't glide yet. So that I'm gonna save that one for later. You've discovered an adventure. Adventures are special challenges that you can manually activate at certain locations. Pay attention to this area for the further instructions when you begin the adventure. Where's that mastery point gone? Fuck, I've gone in the complete wrong direction. I should have gone here and then round that way. Fuck. What do you mean Sylvari can't follow directions? Now that's just your racism speaking. I did this on purpose. Good night, Wojciech. You need to open your mind to the possibility that I actually wanted to go down there. Excuse me, but an overweight, underprivileged Sylvari is speaking. How the fuck do I get down there? Can I sacrifice the raptor? It's up. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, fuck. Shit. Okay, well, what? I don't have a glider. There better be a fucking waypoint thing somewhere. Is there no way to get back up? Oh wait, okay, there's hero points down here and there's a mastery point there. Okay, this was intentional. I definitely did this on purpose. That makes the... Okay, that puts a tingling feeling in my balls doing this, by the way. Just fucking killing Yoshi on the way down. Oh, fuck. Shit. I didn't realize that was a... That was a thing. Where are the waypoints? Where's the fucking waypoint? There it is. Shit. How was I supposed to know that that one vine was fine and the other one wasn't?
Commander, over here.
Don't you worry about that, Super. I told you, I'm gonna play this game to the full experience. I want to see what a new player would do. The retarded shit a new player would do, like I just did. That's important. Rushing through the experience is not the ideal. This is why they don't call you back, is you keep rushing through it. Right, there's a waypoint over there. I don't know what that fucking blob is. Let's go for that. Let's try the dynamic event. I've now learned a valuable lesson that I never otherwise would have learned. Falling hurts. How was I supposed to know that unless I experienced it firsthand? Help the Itzel defeat the creatures, keep Itzel hunted alive. Okay. Sounds easy enough.
Safe from harm.
Not too big of a deal.
Let her hold her breath.
Come here. Don't run away from me. Leave the frog alone. Leave the African frog alone. Wait, okay, they're turning around and dealing with something else. Event failed. Bitch, what? Damn. Oh well. See what's down this way. Well, why? Okay, why is Shaniqua?
See you starving.
Oh, okay. So there's the first worlders. The European frogs versus the African ones. I understand. Oh, and they live in trees. Because they're too fucking stupid to figure out how a roof works. That's amazing. There's just one in here.
I feel furious.
I thought it was gonna like turn into a boss or something. Let's get that waypoint. Wait, what am I doing? I have a raptor so it can sacrifice its life for me.
You need nourishment.
Where's that waypoint? Okay, I'm sensing a theme of being on the wrong level gonna be happening a lot. What the hell is a bouncing mushroom? Oh, it's one of those. Wait, you have found a bouncing mushroom. Train the bouncing mushroom mastery. Okay, so that's not important. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the die. I always appreciate die. That's the pay to win in this game, is getting the die. Aw. Listen to the bingo bongo music that the little dirty natives play for themselves. You know what? This game needs an English explorer cosplay, and you come through here as a human, just saying like the most racist shit you can about the tribal frogs. It would be perfect. Look, Jeffrey. The frogs can play on their bingo bongos. It's almost like they're people. Nah. Okay, this is the guy with the icon over his head.
You're not Mordrin. Can you help us?
Greetings, welcome to Jaka Itzel. What is Jaka Itzel? It's the name of my people. The village is our home and you are most welcome here. That's nice. May I ask you something else? Are you friendly or hostile, Itzel? I don't even know what Itzel is. We are kindly people, due to the fact that we have teeny tiny legs and shitty arms. Some, like Caustic, fear what the jungle is becoming and attack strangers on sight. I understand. May I ask you something else? What's going
Our
on?
hunters are in search of more food. Will you join them at our hunting grounds?
Okay. Alright. That doesn't seem too hard. That frog's wearing some jewelry. This is like when... This is like when the First Worlders meet the Jamaicans or some shit. And they start to feel a little bit more white. They're like, damn, maybe I do belong back home. These ones are different. Very different.
Provides. Help yourself.
Right, let's do the dynamic quest here, see what they got for us. Is it the same hunters fucking sucking ass at their job? Yes, it is. I feel like this is going to be a failure and we're going to run out of time on this.
Might and glory. It was nothing. Safe from harm.
Okay, just AoE the shit out of this. And hope to sweet baby Jesus this works out.
I feel furious.
I get the impression this gets frustrating. Where's the frog?
Safe from harm.
Where's that fucking frog that we need to keep alive? There he is.
Light and glory.
Motherfucker. That was bullshit. He ran to his death. No, Daquan. Don't drink the fentanyl. No, I'm built different. I'm not like the other frogs. I can handle my shit. Turns out, Daquan couldn't handle his shit. Every time. Every time. Super, don't worry about it. I'm just having fun. Okay, douse the fire. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Now you're telling me that one of these people left the oven on? I feel like... I feel like there's a reason that we left these fuckers in the forest. How the fuck are you supposed to put this out? Where's the buckets of water?
Why are they attacking?
The fuck is the water?
I'm fading fast.
You just went past... Oh, there. That needs to be made clearer. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about this in terms of logic, right? I'm expecting these frog people to have, like, an actual bucket as opposed to be using a fucking pot.
Might and glory.
Sorry, I was thinking in first worlder terms. That's my bad. 100% my bad there. I should have been thinking, what do the Ooga Booga frogs use for carrying water? And then it would have made sense to me.
What do we do? I feel safe from harm.
Completely my fault.
Might and glory. I'm up to the challenge.
Every time, huh?
Why are they attacking?
That's why, children, we changed the smoke detector.
What do we do? Wyvern!
Wait, a wyvern is attacked a villager and the Itzel are losing faith in their god. A lizard attacks, and they stop believing in God. Something tells me they're not very attached to their deities. If one fire-breathing lizard is enough to fuck up their entire religion. Thanks for the follow, all jokes. Holy shit.
The village is lost.
Fire breaks out. Stop believing in God. Holy shit. And they give us a fucking crowbar as a reward. Holy shit. Leave the stove on a little bit too long. Why would God let this happen to us? Oh, fuck me.
A true
Oh,
warrior
shit.
needs a weapon for every day of the week.
Okay, this is gonna be like, we have to go down there, don't we? That's a big fucking frog. That's a big boy. I've seen one of those working at Home Affairs. Time to kill my dog.
The jungle is no longer safe. Let us show you the warmth of Sintil. Amiyali can't protect you. You can all be saved. Amiyali has failed you. Sintil loves you. Follow. You
How could I
presume
even
to
think of
know what
leaving
is
my
best
people?
for our people.
Thank you.
Sintil
I must go to
demands
the temple and
followers.
pray to Amayali.
The Sun God will see you burn for your sins.
Oh man, he's mad. He's fucking mad.
You've been struck.
Swift and steady. Safe from harm.
He was butt mad. Stop believing in your Sky Daddy and believe in my Sky Daddy, goddammit! Your Sky Daddy didn't save you from the fire? My Sky Daddy would have. Stop Sun Zealots from indoctrinating the Itzel. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Okay, it's giving us big orange arrows
My
that I used to
destiny
think
is
were
taking
poo ground because of my old monitor.
The jungle is no longer safe. Let us show you
Thank
the
you.
warmth of
I was
Sintil.
filled with doubts,
Amiyali can't
but I will
protect
stay.
you. You
Our
can
temple
all be
offers all the
saved.
peace we need.
Amiyali has failed you.
You're right.
Sintil loves you.
I cannot turn
Follow
my back on the
us.
village.
Leave your
I can
old
find
life
solace with
behind.
Amayali. I
Join
don't
us
need
in the
Sintil.
sun. Only in Sintil is there salvation. Don't let
Follow, you'd be safe for trusting those you know. You're better than this. But what if I'm not?
The jungle
I mean,
is
strength
no
is within
longer
you.
safe.
You're right.
You cannot stop the
I
will of
can't turn my
Sintil.
back on the
Sintil
village.
Okay, so these frogs are just fucking
The
stupid.
Sun God will see you burn for your sins.
Basically, these frogs are retards. I understand now. These are the people with the IQ too low to join the military. I understand. It makes sense. I see now what the situation is. One conversation is enough to convince these fucking frogs. No, it's fine. Keep believing in your fucking dude. It's fine, I promise. Everything's gonna be fine. Something catches on fire. God, why? This is like, if I think about it,
Think of leaving my people. Thank you.
Zinthal makes some good points.
For these temptations.
I am strong. You better say it. Okay, you're better than this.
Their words are convincing, but I won't abandon my people. I'll absolve myself of these doubts at the temple.
No longer safe.
Amiyali
Let us
forgives.
show you the warmth of Sintil.
Amiyali, well, I am strong, it's true.
Amiyali has failed you.
You're better than this? You're right. Okay.
Interrupt our sermon.
But I won't
Scare
abandon
away
my
our
people.
converts.
I must
We
go to the
walk
temple
with the
to pray to
sun's
Amiyali.
light. We will burn those who resist our will. Kneel or die.
Up. Knock back.
Might and glory.
Can't see the sun.
Jesus Christ. I feel like if these frogs were Jewish, they'd be like bacon on a Sunday kind of Jews. Like, they don't really believe in their God if they're willing to give him up that easily.
Safe from harm.
Like, it can't be that big of a deal if, like, one conversation and a small house fire is enough for you to just stop believing. Okay. Let's see. There's that over there. I wonder if that's on a cliff somewhere. There's that down there that I tried to get to before. Interesting. Stressful situation and the flexibility of polytheism. How did the pagans get converted to Christianity? Food and sharing holidays. What the fuck are those things? You guys can fuck off.
I may
Oh
not
shit!
survive.
Shit! They nearly fucking killed me. Get out! Get out! Get out! Fuck those guys!
Stay on alert. This jungle really gets dangerous overnight.
Safe from harm.
Oh, look at that. The vigils here. Supplies tier 1. Oh, tier 0. Knights here. There are DC Universe Dark Twisted Goombas. Well, you see, how did the pagans get converted to Christianity? Well, you see, that's kind of different, right? Because if a man in a shiny metal suit shows up and tells you, actually, there's this one god that doesn't want to stab your child's heart out of its chest and roll them down the fucking mountain while you have to watch, that like this one god actually really loves you and wants the best for you. That's a pretty convincing argument. That's all I gotta say. Man, fuck, that would have won me over real quick. You mean my family doesn't have to die brutally? Sure, okay. Wasn't oopsie doopsie Shaniqua left the gas stove on again. It's more like my heart isn't gonna be peeled out of my fucking chest. That whole thing, that whole notion of the noble savage that we all deal with, it's not real. Human beings, whether we had technology or not, are all animals. We all do really, really, really fucked up things to each other. Technology just makes us more efficient at it. Rally stranded troops together. And defend packed rally points against the Mordrum. 40 minutes? Retain control of the rally point. Oh, okay. This is like a... stay in the blue circle and make sure everything's fine kind of thing. Okay, we're gonna drop all of these here. So we've got some AoE going on. "40 minutes is just the total duration of the meta event." Ah, okay. It's just the 1 minute 50 we have to worry about, I assume. Damn it. Everything is dead before I even get there. I'm gonna go back to the rifle at this point, because then at least I can shoot things.
I feel furious!
Damn, I can only imagine how busy these zones must have been when the game just launched. This place must have been fucking zerged down by like 1 million people.
These things just keep coming!
Should run the full meta. Well, I suppose I'll find out if the game leads me in that direction. I'm gonna play this game the way a new player would, right?
Glory.
What the game leads me to is what I'll deal with. If the game doesn't lead me to that, I'll end up ignoring it. Ah, shit, it's one of those things. That's dead. God damn it. Yeah, range might be better for this place. Range might be way better.
I feel furious.
Okay, so I do need some masteries first.
Someone find us some backup before they come back.
That's fine. Nearly got the XP bar up. Let's just murder this pig. Sorry, Frogan. That's life. Okay, there's something over there. Ah, there's a waypoint over there that I see. "20 people at every outpost." I can imagine. Man, I can imagine that people must have gotten like really fucking excited about this shit. Where's the bouncing mushroom bullshit? No, well, whatever. Get the glider first, I suppose. Wait. Wait, I should make my life easier. I should aim for this hero point if I can get to it. I wonder if I can. It's above me. Is there a path to get there? In the Itzel tab, it's still locked right now. Yeah, okay, so it's glider first. That's the most important thing. Keep in mind, verticality almost nothing is where you expect or want it to be. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, fuck this place. That's got mushrooms. Wait, oh, fuck, but there's a dynamic thing happening here. Nope, never mind. That just took me out the other side. What's up, 8X? How you doing? Don't you fucking dare, Adax. Don't you fucking dare. Don't do it. Don't do it. This one is a vampire queen. Need to get to the boss's level. Where the... Oh, okay. Here we go. Fuck, I just gotta say. Mandingo Dramoth had some real fuck ugly kids in that second marriage. Like, holy Jesus. These are not the attractive children.
My maker calls.
Just gonna put down these 3 turrets. Put that down. Get some health back. Do that. Ow. Adrenal mushroom. What the fuck is that? You found it. Okay, so this is probably part of something else. Okay, finally. I say finally, but that was actually really fast. Are you sure you want to spend this mastery point? Absolutely. Now to figure out how the game teaches us okay, that's the bouncing mushrooms. That comes next. Now let's see how it teaches us how gliding works. Wait, hold on. Updraft use. Improved design of your glider handles the wing slits. And wing slits lets you confidently fly into updrafts, allowing you to gain altitude and travel to previously unreachable locations. Or bouncing mushrooms. This is 2 mastery points. This is 1. Learn how to land precisely and use the bouncing mushrooms found around the Heart of Maguma. So what I'm getting from the way the game's designed itself... Ah, goddammit, Shielday. Thank you for subbing on Kick. I want you to know... Kick, because it works differently than Twitch, it's even more difficult. But spending money on Kick means that I get a higher percentage of that bullshit to waste on stupid stuff for the stream. Okay, the way the game is suggesting this to me, as a new player, what I would look at is, oh, okay, this is cheaper, so it's going to be quicker for me to get this. So I would aim at the bouncing mushroom, especially since I've already seen how many fucking bouncing mushrooms are around the map.
Till our backup gets here.
You should begin training another mastery. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's see, how does the glider work? I need somewhere that I'm not going to get fucked with while I figure this out. Glider basics. To glide, jump from a high place, and then press the jump key again. This is not going to be like one of those moments where like the dude had to choose with the Twin Towers where he was burning to death or going splat on the pavement, right? Oh shit! That's the gayest glider I've ever seen in my life! I can't believe I'm saying this. Hold on, I need to... This is too homoerotic for my No. No, that's going back in the bag. Absolutely not. Oh, fuck. It gives me stats. That wasn't my glider. That's my backpack. I figured that this was linked to the glider. Where the fuck is the glider then? How do I be less gay? You can change the glider, you can change the skins. Click the equipment. Wardrobe. Glider skins, there it is. Basic glider. Okay. So my choices are between being incredibly gay or putting fucking trash bags on my back. Interesting. Oh, that's much better. Then we get to ride some dragon dick. Alright, I'm gonna go for the basic glider. You could die to be more gay or slightly less gay. That's fine. Pay to win, though. Yes. Absolutely. Now then. Now I can establish a foothold, apparently. Now the game's telling me, hey, yo, fuck everything else. Now you can play the main story quest line. Also, the 0 point, I must have flown past it. Oh, well. See what the game's got to offer me. I like this glider bar. It's nice and clean. Wait, do I have a waypoint here somewhere? Yes, I do. What am I doing? Gay or homeless? Which way, African man? What about gay and homeless? Suck some dick for that 20 bucks.
Commander, over here.
Okay, what do you have to
Glad
say?
you're here, Commander. The pack still need your help, especially with all the distrust being aimed at Silvari.
I'll do what I can, but I've got to find Destiny's Edge and Traherne. Mordrum took them all prisoner. They could be anywhere. I need to know where they were taken, or at least find someone who knows the lay of the land.
I've seen Mordrum, force marching high-value prisoners west, deeper into the jungle. It's not much, but it's a start. As for knowledge of the terrain, if you head north, you'll also run into a village of local Hylic called Itzel.
Yeah, we've seen them.
They're fast and agile, and they know how to get around. With their help, your search will go a lot faster. But the first thing I do is check in at the large pact camp in the west. The people there should know more. Oh, and keep that glider handy. Navigating the jungle is dangerous. One wrong step around here can be fatal.
Just remember,
Commander, over here.
I didn't say that the froggers living in the forest were fast and agile and just so happened to be able to jump really high. I didn't say that. The game did. Truly, these frogs are related to the Silvari. Okay, we've got to go for Pride Rock here. This is a fucking requirement. I don't have a choice. Oh look, pack supplies.
Better get this to a rally point, on the double.
What? What? No?
I'd better not leave those supplies lying around.
Yeah, you can. We got more important things to deal with. Okay. I am gonna try and fly down here. Fuck all of this stuff. I don't care. If I was a new player, I'm seeing the bright, shiny green waypoints, and I want to head here first. That's what I'm thinking, because I can always just click back up to the waypoints. So that's exactly what I would do. I like the fact that I can get rid of it and reactivate it, as opposed to it just being like a thing that I'm stuck with until I run out of the stamina bar. That feels good. Kind of reminds me of Dune a little bit. If you've played Dune and you've got a suspensor belt in the game, I now understand where they got that concept from. Real good verticality and movement. You think that hero point will kick my ass? Well, I'm gonna find out then. That's the point. As a new player, I see shiny little hero point thing. And now I need to find out. This flower seems to draw Mordrum creatures to itself. Alright. Mordrum group event. Oh shit. Okay, that's a group event.
I got a turret up.
Okay, this is probably gonna kick my shit in.
I feel furious.
Yeah, this is gonna push my shit in. I can feel it. I should have had the rifle for this. Oh my god, I should have had the rifle for this.
I feel furious. Ready for more.
Okay. I assume that some of you must have been shooting some shit from the... from, like, above me, and that's why that was too easy. There's no way I did that on my own. Let's see. So the mastery point is above us. But I can't get up there because I don't have the gliding thing yet. However, how much does that change things if we just get, like, flat 10... Okay, holy shit, that's, like, already one ability. Oh, that's tempting. Okay, I'm gonna commit full scrapper. And I think for the next expansion, or once I've completed scrapper, then I'm gonna move on to mechanist. I remember this healing ability from PvP was fucking fantastic. I love this shit. That's what happens to you in prison, by the way. I wonder if I can get to this one. Let's give it a try. By the way, there's 2 mastery points just above you. I'll worry about that later when I can move in an upwards direction. Like I said, I'm playing this like a new player. I'm thinking about this like, what are the shiny points that a new player would care about? Currently, the shiniest thing on the map are these things right here. Ooh, waypoint. How the... No! Okay. Never mind, that's not that bad. It's not that bad. I forgot I could glide for a second there. Oh, so close. There we go. Beautiful. A lot of mastery points can be cheesed. I'm gonna find out. That first one didn't seem so bad. Scrap is the Heart of Thorns elite spec, so that's on brand. Yeah, we did read through the updates. And it does look like that's the one you can, that's the one they intended for engineers to get a hold of. So let's see. Okay, we're quite a far way away. So it doesn't matter too much if we fall off a building right now. Damn, that feels good. Oh my god, that feels good. Okay, and that thing's up there. No, that's the wrong way. I'm not gonna go that way. That's downward, that's upward. Developing that jungle fever, what do you mean? I am the jungle. That's what the Sylvari are. Okay, that hero point is somewhere around here. Okay, it's below me. At this angle. In this direction. Super, don't you worry about it. I'm gonna figure this shit out by myself. Either way. Okay, there we go.
I feel furious.
Jesus. Come back here. You know, it's such a contradiction that they gave Engineer a melee build, and at the same time, I feel like the best thing to play in this kind of environment is gonna be something that's, oh, it's that little shit that got me. Hello? I feel like at the same time, the best thing to play in this kind of region is gonna be something ranged. Because of all the fucking level changes and shit going on here. Okay, now I'm gonna wait. Wait for my abilities. We expect your full review of the glider in the coming week. No. It's gonna take me forever. It's gonna take me an eternity. Countless generations of wyverns started life here. Some of their innate energies pulses in the air. Okay. Did I... Oh, I thought this was going to be a fight. No, apparently not. Just fuck me, I can have these ones. Alright. Well, if you're going to give them to me... what does this do? Gyroscopic acceleration. Well abilities have an increased area of effect and grant super speed to nearby allies on their first pulse. Your function gyro also grants super speed to allies when cast. My function gyro? The fuck is the function? Okay, that's the function gyro. That's the small one that's always following us around. You gain access to the function gyro, which replaces your tool belt. Skill 5, gain access to gyro skills. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Where do we go now? Okay. Green circle. Over here. That's what feels the most valuable. Get the fuck out of here first. Not deal with anything. That's called not my problem. It makes your F5 any gyros you put on 6-0 gives you... Okay, that's fine. Basically my E ability here. Okay, let's see if I can make my way towards that fucking point. I expected... I don't know why. I expected, like... Hold on. I expected a heavier musical theme, but maybe that's because I turned down the music. Okay, what the fuck's going on here? Just help this little buddy out. Man, the urge to dodge near non-stop is so bad.
These supplies will likely increase our chances of survival.
What the fuck do I keep on missing that fucker for? Okay. Jesus, wait, how big is this map? Holy shit. Holy fuck, this is actually a huge map. Shit. Like, that's base game. Damn, okay. I'm not gonna listen, Super. Like I said, I want to play this like a new player. I'm not gonna listen to advice. You could put it in there, but I'm not gonna listen because I want to see what would a new player go through in 2025 playing this game. That's a lot of chrome and sub on there. What does Kick have problems with with browsers? They gotta get that shit fixed quick. If that's the case. If they start losing out, fuck. If they start losing out to Twitch because they can't handle multiple browsers, they gotta get that fixed now. Okay, other direction. Okay, fuck the dynamic event. There we go. Where's that waypoint? That waypoint's up there, isn't it? Shit. Check in with Ensign Wilton at the Pact camp. Excuse me, Mr. Excuse me, Derek Chauvin. Are you gonna ensure that I can't breathe? Or are we gonna be good today?
How can I help you, Commander?
Marshal Traherne and Destiny's Edge were taken prisoner. I'm trying to track them down. Do you know anything?
I haven't seen them, except for Kaith. She wasn't on board the fleet when it launched, but she's definitely here.
Kaith's here? When did you see her? Where did she go?
She came through a few hours ago, heading west. She was trying to keep a low profile, but I spotted her.
Was she wearing a large backpack?
I think so. I only caught a glimpse.
Are you kidding me?
You of all people know how stealthy she can be. What was in the backpack?
Something important to me. And when I catch up to her, I'm going to take it back. Thanks very much.
You're fucking kidding me.
Ask around before you leave. A lot of these soldiers have seen things I haven't. Things that could be useful.
You're fucking kidding me. The fucking twigger that is Kaith went out of her way to steal the egg again. This bitch. Hello, wounded mommy. I mean, soldier.
Commander, it's good to see a familiar face.
I'm heading deeper into the jungle to find Traherne and Destiny's Edge. Any advice?
Navigation's tough. If you've got ground to cover, it's going to be slow going without the right equipment. Make sure your glider's in working order, and take time to learn all you can about the local mushrooms.
Good
One
advice.
thing I've learned here, when you're in a hurry, gliders and mushrooms turn impassable terrain into shortcuts.
Good, 8X. Good. Stick to giving, Stick to giving, thingy. Stick to giving Ilgi money on, YouTube. Oh, we got another wounded mommy. I mean, soldier.
Oh, it's you, Commander. I'm surprised they let you keep your rank after what happened.
Oh, fuck you.
Keep moving. Mordremoth's done too much damage already. I don't want you around when it starts pulling your strings.
You are way out of line, soldier. Respect the chain of command, or Mordremoth will be the least of your worries.
Sorry, Commander.
Yes, you are. Now fall in, get organized, and do your duty. Mordremoth hit us hard, and we have to hit back.
You racist ass bitch. I would make you film an interracial porno as punishment. If I had any control over this, but I don't. Ah, finally, someone who speaks sense. Someone who speaks our language. What up, my twigger? How you doing?
I heard you were here, Commander. Welcome to hell. Since the crash, some pack troops think we're all enemy agents. They mean us harm. It's not safe for us here. But I can't leave. Traversing the jungle without a glider is next to impossible. I'm stuck here with people who hate me.
I say stick close to the other Sylvari. If they're loyal, vouch for them. If they falter, stop them from doing any harm.
You gotta stick with your own kind.
That'll be enough. Have you been hearing the dragon's voice too? It hurts. I almost blacked out last time.
I hear it. We all do. That's why we have to look out for each other. I've got to keep moving. Good luck, soldier.
I'm sorry, but this fucking expansion... Is this just racism, the expansion? Is this whole expansion just gonna be a fucking racial profiling one way to the, like from one end to the other? Holy fucking shit. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I bet they couldn't make this expansion in 2025. There better be Tropic Thunder references somewhere in Heart of Thorns. Where's that waypoint? Fucking... Motherfucking... I bet this is all the Asura's fault. They caused this racial divide. That way they got people to fight amongst themselves. Instead of focusing on the real enemy. Them. That's nice positioning. That forces you to use the glider. That's interesting.
Commander, glad to have you with us. I can't stay. I need to find where the Mordrum take their high-value prisoners.
All the prisoner trains I've seen go west, especially ones with officers and the like.
What do you know about the Itzel?
The tree frogs to the northeast? Not much. They're quick. They move through the canopy like they were born in it. I think they're friendly, but with all the Mordrum activity around here, I'm guessing they have to play it safe. Anyway, you'll need help if you're heading west. Ask the Itzel. They'll know the best way to get where you're going.
In fact, it's more speciest. No, it's not XR. So, it's racist because the Sylvari are a race. The humans are a race. The Norn are a race, right? To say it's speciest would be like, I'm upset at the Sylvari and I'm also upset at, I don't know, dogs, right? Now, it would be speciest if we were focusing on the Asura, because they're not really people. Guilt Wars. That might be fucking very accurate, holy shit. Listen, the next expansion better... The next... Hold on. What's next? What comes after this? I swear to God, Living World Season 3 better be all about reparations. My people have suffered enough. How could you do this to us? The generational pain that this game causes my people. So if plants are people, then are vegans eating people? No. Vegans are disabled, so they're also vegetables themselves, right? Just a different kind. So the roughest part about eating any vegetable is usually the wheelchair, but the vegans make it easy because they never have one. Whoop. Nearly fucked that up. Now there's a hero point thing somewhere around here. It's over there. I wonder if it's up in the canopy, or whether if I follow this path... No, it's up there. It's definitely up there. I wonder. No, I don't care. It's too far away, I don't care. Where do we have to go? Okay, I was heading in the right direction. Season 3 is about the white mantle. They're just trying to keep a good twigger down, huh? Never getting what we deserve. Have to pay for our own pair of Jordans in this game, huh? Real unfortunate. No, there we go.
Sorry, Commander. Did you learn anything from the other survivors?
The Pact soldiers all talk about prisoners being taken deeper into the jungle.
Then we need to go deeper into the jungle. I'm ready.
Hold on. We don't know this region, but there are potentially friendly
No, let him go.
nearby, and we could use their help.
For what? We can handle anything this jungle throws at us. We know where to look. Let's start looking.
Not without better intel. We are in Mordremoth's territory, and I won't let us get ambushed like the fleet was.
But we're not... Okay, fine.
Look at
Let's
this
talk to these
big dumb retard.
Commander, look! Over there!
Fuck, he should have died in this expansion by now.
Mordrim Guard, let's show these new Hylic which side we're on. Move out!
These Hylic aren't like any I've seen. Beautiful colors,
Damn it.
though.
They won't be so nice to look at once those Mordrim Guard get hold of them.
We won't let that happen. Hit him
Come
hard,
here.
people!
Come here. Little shits.
Not of these folks. We got more than double time.
Easy. Easy. Oh fuck, that's a big... Okay, that's a big boy. Can we bring up the big boy? We can. Let's bring the big boy back. How would you like Brahim to die? Slowly. if I had things my way, Braham wouldn't per se die. He would just so happen to, you know, lose 3 out of 4 limbs. And then the Norn would pin him up on a wall at, like, somewhere near, like, the nursery or something. Just so that, like, Norn children would know not to become in their lives. And every now and then they'd just take, like, a bag off his head so he starts speaking. And all the children would be like, uh-huh. Yeah, he's retarded.
Glad you strangers showed up. I am Ibli, of the Itzel Hylek. Welcome, and thank you.
I'm glad we could help. We've also lost people to the Mordrum, and we'd like your assistance in getting them back.
Of course. We have a common enemy. We need to warn our village. But come with us and meet our Kana, chieftain. We can't help you if we are not safe, but if you help us secure the village, I'm sure the Kana will offer her support.
Excellent. Let me speak with my people, and then we'll be honored to meet your chieftain.
From one jungle dweller to another, I like these frogs. I feel a deeper connection to them. Like I return to my ancestry.
I'm not going to waste time making introductions. I volunteer to scout ahead.
Bad idea. We can't risk getting separated. I also prefer to work alone, but we don't always get what we want.
I'll go with Erson. We'll pick up the trail while the rest of you make contact with these Itzel.
Agreed. Ritlock and Bram, see what you can see, and don't go too far without us. The rest of you, with me.
Please hurry. My village is in
Very nice.
Thanks for backing me up.
What up, my frogger?
Count us in, Ibli. Lead the way to your village, and we'll help however we can.
Damn, imagine being fucked over that hard. Imagine being born as one of these things, and then it's like your elder sibling is one of these motherfuckers. Fuck.
I bet my whiskers on that, Kaz.
Absolutely mogged.
I'm not so sure about the big guy.
The big guy is Tislak of the Nuhawk. Ibli and I are a team. Our people are allies. And I have excellent healing.
Okay, he's a different race.
Hi, Tislak. Nice work with the hammer back there.
Our scouts have returned. Inform the Kana right away.
So 2 different tribes. One of these tribes got fucked over in the genetic lottery.
We have to alert the village, but then we send someone back to tend to the fallen.
Did you see them? Mordrum are massing in huge numbers just outside the village.
Fuck is so big he's clipping through the walls.
Commander, as we get closer to Mordremoth, I trust you'll make it clear to all which side we're on.
Yes, Mordremoth side.
I don't want the Itzel, or anyone else, mistaking me for a Mordrum guard or a packed turncoat.
I'll vouch for you, but I can't make people trust us. Any of us.
It would be cruel irony for me to die wrongly accused.
You know what, Kanak? You and me, we're gonna banana out on Shaniqua over there, okay? We just gotta make sure no one's looking. But you and me, this racist lesbian, is never gonna see it coming. Okay, where do we go from here? Is this just we're climbing to the top of the fucking canopy? Oh, okay, we gotta see Bling Bling Woman. This is the gold digger that Kanye warned us about.
The Mordrum Guard are preparing for a major attack.
At least we have some warning this time. Well done. Wait, your party is too small. Where are the rest of your scouts?
Fallen. Taken. And if not for these new arrivals, we would be too.
The jungle provides. Thank you, strangers. Are you also here to help us protect our village?
We are. The Mordrum are a threat to us too.
We're here to stop them. Your people and mine can help each other.
I say we strike first, and hit the Mordrum as they muster. They won't expect us to attack them.
Too risky. Our people here need protection. We should focus on improving the village's defenses.
It's a lot of
What say you,
exposition.
strangers? Amayale sent you to us. I would appreciate your counsel.
So this is another choice.
Come, strangers. We can cut down the Mordrum Guard before they ever reach the village.
Okay, let's see what opinions we get from Omega Racist #1. Now, I feel like it's only correct that I do this every time we talk to Marjorie. So just give me a second. Every single time.
Let's head out. If we wipe out the attacking force, the village won't need defenses.
Okay, she didn't have anything of value to say. What do you have to say? Lesbian banging the racist.
There are too many innocents here. We should dig in and help them defend themselves.
I say we defend the village. No matter how many Mordrum come, these tight spaces will work in our favor.
Okay. We got a 2-to-1 vote here. And fuck this racist ass bitch. Fuck this bitch. Okay, what does leukemia patient say?
The bad guy to good guy ratios? All wrong. I say we balance the equation by taking out the Mordrum in the jungle.
Not much time left.
Mm.
You must decide, or I shall be forced to go without you.
Okay. We're gonna defend because Shaniqua said we gotta go. Tizlak has a point, but I agree with my mom. We can't risk more Itzel lives. I think we should remain here to defend the village.
Our new friends have chosen wisely. We make our stand.
If you don't recognize that plague,
Amayale provides, and the
you need to go watch the Boondocks.
We defend the village.
Itzel! The Mordrum Guard thinks we are but fodder for their master's horde.
No,
Let's
it's
show
you.
them how wrong they are.
I'm gonna save that for special moments.
I'll guard the road in from the east and stem the tide as best I can. Good luck.
Very
Oh, what a
well.
lad.
Strangers, if this works, I promise that in turn our scouts will help you find your friends. Good luck. I am grateful for your help. Once the village is out of danger, I will put whatever resources I can at your disposal. Walk with me. I need to check our defenses, and you should see what you are nobly risking your lives to defend.
Mother, this really isn't the time for a tour of the village.
Damn, that's a lot of
We should be
dialogue.
preparing.
We are preparing, my son. This tour will help our new friends respond when the Mordrum come.
Lead on, Connor. The better we know the layout of the village, the better.
These plant people, these frogs, I feel like they have something in common.
I will show you the places most likely to be attacked. Our artisans weave walls and floors from local plants. Thus, the jungle affords us protection from the elements. These weaving stations have been attacked before. Many Itzel died defending them.
Alright, good night, Plague.
See these carvings? We only use wood from
Jump off the
fallen
platform.
trees to make
Later.
these totems, and
I'm
our
learning
homes
about story here.
and our weapons. The
I'm
poisons
connecting
that
with
put
my
our arrows
ancestors.
Are also a gift from Amayale. They come from the plants
We
around
went back
us
to the homeland.
and our own bodies. When the Mordrum ghouls come, they will likely come through these carving stations. The gifts provided by Amayale make our lives possible. Be her gift to us, and we shall be her gift to you.
Okay. So basically these stupid fuckers will do whatever they feel like. They're just praying to wooden circles on the ground.
We're fighting to protect. Please, help save my people, and my best scouts will be at your disposal.
We will not let Mordremoth destroy your village. And thank you. Your scouts will be a great help to us.
Subdue them all.
No, there we go.
Mordremoth has plans for these frogs.
Itzel, to the weaving platform. The Mordrim are breaking through.
Amayali has given
Ooh,
us
pick this
tools
up.
we need to defend ourselves. Now, put them to good use.
I feel
That
furious!
includes our new friends. Support them as you would your own family. Help them help us.
I need each of you to pick a platform and guard it. I'll patrol them all. Shout if you need help.
Okay, so we're gonna leave Shaniqua all alone. That racist. Why are we taking? Like, you think at this point, I'd be like, I cannot trust Shaniqua. This racist bitch wants me dead.
Glory.
Casimir, control your hoe.
Swift and steady.
Or we're not gonna get anywhere. But no, apparently we just keep her around. What the fuck? Fuck, I hate those things.
My work is not finished.
Beautiful. Okay. Let's carry a pot. Okay, we still gotta be here. Hello?
Mordrim are at the carving platform. The battlefield has shifted.
We must not hit ground. Fight well, friends.
Fuck. I was reading the... I was reading what Mordrim said in the chat. How the fuck do I get back up there? Oh well. Take me back. Now I'm just using death to my advantage. Most dangerous part of this game so far has been the map itself. And I don't mean the minor attracted person, Braham. Where's that platform?
Too many of them.
There it is.
Fall back and regroup.
You heard Dekana. Rally to me. Push the invaders out.
Swift and steady.
Shit. Shit.
Over here.
I lost that platform, didn't I?
That's the pact officer we were warned about. Rally to me.
I lost that platform. 100% my fault.
Had enough? My pain is easy.
God, I'm so scared to use any movement abilities now. Yeah, you can understand the Mordrim. It's a thing. It's otherwise known as jungle ebonics.
I feel furious!
So I wouldn't expect you to understand. You're not cultured enough.
This is where we make our stand. The Mordrim will not take this village. Not today.
You're not socioeconomically disadvantaged enough.
I feel furious!
This is plant-to-plant communication that's happening right now.
Glory!
Very important, very deep, very meaningful.
Swift and steady. It seems the
You wouldn't get it.
formidable reinforcements.
Oh, I'm gonna die for that. Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
God, the gyros make shit so much easier.
I'm feeling frost.
We did it. Mordrim were retreating. Wait. What's that?
It's some new kind of Mordrim guard. Weapons at the ready.
You can understand the Mordrim God as other races, you just don't hear Mordrimard's voice inside your head.
I am not impressed. Destroy all who oppose me.
Oh fuck, it's Shaquille O'Neal.
Gaze into
I feel
nightmare.
furious.
I'm new.
Fuck. Okay, CC bar's off.
We have cells waiting for you all, right next to the heroes we harvested from the
Which
crack.
one does Defiance break? Okay, 5.
I feel furious.
Your friends are waiting, Commander, and we're having so much fun with them.
It's El Poison Jaw. See if that does anything good for us. Okay, this guy seems like kind of a pushover. Daddy, please. Not now, Daddy. I'm busy. You know, I gotta say there's something pretty unrealistic about this story. Just because, like, think about how the Sylvari are constructed. Think about their law. Raised by a single mother. Your older sister keeps stealing shit. Everyone's racist towards you. In that world, what father is coming back to claim a child, huh? They're a little bit destructive of the immersion of the game. That's all I'm saying.
The Mordrim Guard weren't expecting such a fierce resistance. The village is safe for now, thanks to our new friends.
What up, Lloyd?
Yes, the jungle provided the allies we needed. Now we shall be the allies they need. Ibli will help you track down your missing friends once he locates their trail. May Amayali continue to bless you.
Very nice. Alright.
It's all skill and a little luck.
You've earned a mastery point. And now I just need the XP bar. Is there anything specific that happens now? No. Man, the design of this frog is so fucking cool. He's fantastic. I like the textures on him. That almost looks like his balls. This piece of shit, though, incredibly upsetting to the eyes. Horrific. Not because it's a frog, but because it's a woman. And yeah, I know that's Mordremoth. That's Mandingo Dremoth. The canonically black dragon. You get to see the big guy's village later in the expansion. Good. I've been looking forward to that. Right. It is now 7 in the morning. I am gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna savor this experience. I like what I'm seeing. That was a strong start to Heart of Thorns. It felt involved. It felt tight. It felt engaged as an experience. How's the map? Not bad. The way you were fucking talking about it, I expected this to be much worse. I expected to be losing my fucking mind right now. But it's really not that bad. Currently, I like the map design. I like what I'm seeing. I like how things function. That there's a lot of verticality. I like that Living World Season 1 and 2 kind of prepared you for that verticality a little bit. Where is this mastery point? I want to see what that looks like. Where's that? Where is that? Is that below me? Oh, look, it's the Hylek. The OG Hylek. Alright. Interesting.
Where did I go? You'll never know.
Oh, okay, this is way fucking below us. Holy shit. Okay, this is probably like you go down here and then crawl over there. That's fucking nightmarish. Alright. That's fine. Nice easy battle to finish this off. The way you people prepped me for this, I expected this to be a way more difficult experience. I expected to be shit on non-stop. I expected things to fall apart. I expected to be falling down fucking tunnels and screaming my fucking head off. This is actually pretty cool. This is an awesome experience so far. I don't see anything in this game currently, or at least in this expansion, yet, at least, that's going to be a problem. Maybe that comes in the future. Maybe there's things that are going to make me want to rip what hair I have left out of my pubes. But right now, this looks like a good experience. Your hammer's a bit OP. I've literally been playing with no fucking hero points until we got these two abilities here. So maybe the hammer is OP. Maybe it does make it a lot easier. But hey, Scrapper is what they decided to add into the game. Can you blame me for taking advantage of what they put in the game? Can you blame me for that? What else can I say about this expansion so far? Strong start. Good story tie into Living World Season 1 and 2. Good to see the frog people. Good to see a new variation on the frog people. 2 variations of the frog people, actually. What else? I'll be honest, it was a pretty brave choice of them to just be super racist to the Sylvari in this expansion. And not only did they be super racist, they decided to go into the Sylvari's home, to their homeland, and start being racist to them right there. That's great. The gliding feels good. The gliding, surprisingly, I've had a lot of experience with the gliding, because the gliding behaves exactly like what you expect out of something like Dune Awakening. What else? What else could I say about this game currently that makes it make sense? I don't think there's anything else. I think that's about it. Gliding only gets better with masteries. Yeah. So, the fact that the game made me go and get a mastery level to get the gliding, it's not frustrating, it's not annoying, it's not stressful, it's not like it gets in the way. It's just literally walk around the map and get some XP, and you're good to go. I do think that whether they gave you that mastery point or whether you had to earn it is negligible. It doesn't change anything. Colorful, absolutely. Also, I used to play on my old monitor, Albert. This is my new monitor. That's a second-hand monitor that someone broke the HDMI connector in, and I use the DisplayPort cable because the people in my country haven't figured out that DisplayPort does something. So I'm finally seeing this game in the colors it deserves to be seen in, which is fantastic. Much brighter, much more beautiful than it was before. Looks much better. So every now and then, I'm going to be going through Heart of Thorns. I like this experience, and I'm going to take my sweet fucking time. I'm going to play like such a noob. I'm going to do everything wrong, and I'm just going to enjoy the experience. Some streams, I might not even get a piece of story done just because I'm running around looking at shit, or I'm doing different stuff. I'm enjoying what I see. So, I wanted to raid someone because I actually made a note to myself to raid someone. But unfortunately, I'm so stream to the point that anyone I would raid is not fucking here. They're gone. So, I'm gonna fuck off now. You should fuck off. You should go live your life. What are you doing here? Look at the Discord DMs. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Keith. Completely forgot. That's not good. Something tells me that people don't play video games on Kick. Something tells me that if I'm dominating the category, that's not a good sign. But maybe everyone just goes and switches over once Twitch dies. My only competition is a man who doesn't even speak English. Kick is for porn and gambling streams. Exactly. That's what makes it so great. It's Twitch, except it's got blackjack and hookers. It's literally Kick. It's literally Twitch is just blackjack and hookers. That's what Kick is. So it's better for streamers. They get 95% of the sub. Yes. There's that as well. So, go enjoy your life. Go look at the thumbnail on the last video I posted on my YouTube channel. Enjoy it. Wonder what she smells like. And more than anything, it's time now for you to fuck right off. Goodbye. Good night. Go live your life.